'tis me. I am here. Only 1 hour late today because I got delayed with some things that I needed to do. All good things, of course, but I'm tired. I had to make a video. Actually, it was my first opportunity. I had to make a video. New sponsor. Have to do it. Cannot complain, of course. That's the goal. Doing well. Went to the gym this morning, finished up my work, got my calls, set up a little schedule for this week. Monday, 2 days away from the season. All things good. But wow. Wowee. Just a lot to do right now. I have mostly prepared. I've gotten a lot of what I need to do. I just need to do a little bit more now. I got to finish my M0s. I was customizing my UI. I made a video explaining what you actually need for your UI and the best things for all Mythic Plus players to get. It should be coming out tonight. And I'm excited about that. That is a video I've been wanting to make for a while. I needed to finish my imports and my settings before I could do it. But yeah, sorry, I'm an hour late. For myself, not for you guys. Okay, what's up, Malden? Hey, Queen. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning to you both. You did get first today. That's the advantage of me streaming late. Yo, I get to do a mount giveaway, although not immediately. Keep in mind, I will only do a mount giveaway in a few hours. We'll end the giveaway today. Yep. You moved already? How's your new place? How's your new place? Main thing I wanted to do, not that, Malden, a mount giveaway. The Stoneforge Sentinel. As a WoW partner, I'm moving up in the world. As a WoW partner, I get to give one of these away. Keep in mind, I only get to give one away, and you can do that by simply doing exclamation ticket. I'll talk about it. Instante starting today with a Prime sub. Yo, hello there. Why, hello. I will be walking on the treadmill a little bit to get even more progress IRL. I don't just want to be a tank in game. I want to be a tank IRL as well. I'm moving in with my sister. She picks me up in an hour. Dude, today? Damn. Yeah. Okay, hold up, Queen. Can't say that. Hold up. Filter. Online forum. Must filter slightly. Cannot say things like this online. Good morning, Galadriel. Getting ready to try your new Apex Guardian Druid? Yes. It's the guild name? Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I didn't realize that you were talking about a guild, so it seemed weird. Haha, fair enough. I'm excited, Galadriel. I actually think the new build will be fine. I also think that, reasonably speaking, it's just the damage difference. I think it'll be slightly tankier, but at the end of the day, for people who don't want to play Apex, I really do think that dropping 3 and doing this, although substantially less single target and a little bit less overall, it's doable. I think if you really, for example, absolutely wanted this, you put Mango back on your bar, and I think you could play 1 point here, which is probably still worth it. Even if you dropped all of this and you played 0, like this is super passive. I think that this is doable, and I will I will put it as an option. It's going to be one of those, this is definitely optional. If you want to take this point, for example, put it in Brambles, you could put it here. I just don't think that Reinforced Fur is as much value as it used to. So this one's a little bit more preferable, but yeah. I think that there are certainly other ways around this, and you'll succeed as Guardian with that build. So long as no major nerfs and stuff. Yeah. Shall be lurking while I move. I shall be listening. Oh, speaking of which, let me pull a little Discord notification out. I always forget to do that. Bam. Cool. All right. Mount giveaway day. All right, bet. I'm excited. You know what the mount giveaway day actually represents for me? The reason I'm so excited to do the mount giveaway, it is just a mount. It's just a store mount. But this is the first time that I've sort of been honored and registered, as a WoW partner. This is basically my first opportunity to represent the community as more of an official partner. And so they gave me a code that I can do for the giveaway. And I just think that's so cool. Like, I really love this game. I like making content about the game. And that's a really cool step that I was recognized in that. A flex redeem, I can do that. I've been eating well and going to the gym almost every day right now. Went to the gym this morning. What's up, Womble? I believe I deserved your bits from yesterday. I want to point out, I did finish my UI, and not only that, but I made a video explaining my UI this morning. What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Pontac? What's up? There you go. That's right. Pontac remembers. Best way to start a conversation in my stream. I'm not going to tell you to do this anywhere else. There you go, Omen. That's the one. What's up, bitch? Yes. Yes, it's catching on. Fantastic. I still have to fill everybody in when this happens because I still think it's going to be a little weird. Yep, that's the right one. Yeah, when you start a conversation in my stream, the best way to do so is just to actually be like, what's up, bitch? That's the best way. That's my favorite way to start a conversation currently. I'll tell you why. There's a reason for it, okay? I do actually have a rough stat idea. Yes, but I'll tell you something interesting about Guardian Druid stats in a second, Winkler. What's up, Papa? Hey, Zen. Good morning, good morning. A little late today. I had to finish up my first ever YouTube sponsored video. Very excited, by the way. Yeah, I get to my first ever one. Isn't that cool? It's a big step, Yeah, it's 2 days for me still, Papa. Like, it's Monday afternoon for me, and then I have Tuesday tomorrow, so it's still 2 days for me for what it's worth. But yes, no. It's not Raid Shadow Legends. Don't worry. Let me first of all clarify for all the people who just clicked in. The reason the best way to start a conversation with me is, what's up, bitch? Is because for most of my, I gotta say it for the people who don't know, because it's a little weird. Basically, for my whole life, I grew up with different autoimmune conditions and genetic disorders, and I was kind of in the hospital and whatnot. Like, I had a lot of medical issues when I was a kid, and so people would always start conversations, and every time I would see them, for most of my life, it was, hey, how you doing, champ? And I was like, not good. And they would just follow it up with, oh, I hope you feel better. And then, like, the next day, they would come back, and they'd be like, you feeling better? And I was like, no. And they were like, ooh. So it's just kind of like the nature of it, right? Because, like, I obviously wasn't going to get better. But, like, I had a genetic condition. Like, I had problems. Like, it was, like, lifelong. So, anyways, I was so used to people basically coming at me and just being like, hey, how are you? And eventually I realized that my friends are the people that how I actually want to have a conversation is a lot more casual. Do you know what I mean? And just being like, yo, what's up, bitch? And I'm like, oh, hey. Like, you don't care that I'm sick? And they're like, why would I care you're sick? And I was just like, that's the one. Like, I feel like it's actually it's a much better way to begin conversations, especially for people who have ever been suffering with any sort of chronic condition or illness, because you just get so used to it. And then it's tiring sometimes to respond and try to explain, you know? To be fair, I don't really see people in real life, but I would say that yes, I'm a hugger. I like physical affection. In that case, yes. Yeah. It was actually super awkward because a few days ago I did go outside to the buffet with Kitty, and it was like a double date. So there was another couple there, this guy and a girl. And at the end, you know, it was my first time meeting the guy. And so I did the thing where I was like, at the end, I shook his hand. Yeah. I was standing there, and at the end, I was like, it was nice to meet you. But then I realized that I shook his hand, and it was awkward, because he was like, are we going in for a hug? Or are we just going to do a shake hand? Or are we going to do like a fist bump? And I was like, shake hand. And then I looked at him, and I was like, nah, this isn't right. And I was like, I'm a hugger, bring it in. And then he was like, what? Because I had already shaken his hand, so it was awkward. If I had actually just went for the hug first, it would have been fine. But basically, we had already shook hands. It was like this. And then I was like, nah, bring it in. And he was like, what? So, yeah, I'm not always the best at these types of interactions, but hey, at least I'm honest. Okay, that was my rant, Maclet. I think my rant was about starting conversations with, you know, what's up, bitch? It's a great way to start a conversation. Let me answer the thing about bear stats. Gearing is weird in Season 2. I wrote out basically my entire plan in Discord. I actually wrote out crest for crest, bonus roll for bonus roll, exactly what I'm going to do in my vault. I wrote it out in the Season 2 gearing info for Discord. I tried to write out what I would do if I was a more casual AOTC raider, on top of a few other things, to be fair. I guess it's not a perfect plan, but it's as best that I can come up with. I made the video yesterday from stream, which audio got desynced because I clipped it live. And then I had 2 clips, and I very quickly asked Claude if I was like, can you just put these 2 together? So I didn't have to actually go into a video editing software. And it totally fudged the audio, and I didn't realize until I posted it because I pushed stream. On that. Yeah, we can't say that, Stoops. I'm not that nationality. I can't say that. We stick with the sub, bitch. My L's maybe why requires reload as I log into my character every time. No, not normal. Should be very easy. In fact, tonight I have a video specifically discussing. Malden is pushing it because that gets flagged a little bit. I think that I'm all right with that. Basically, I've never really been against. Well, hold up. No. Bad joke. Not allowed to say that. Absolutely not. I will not make that joke. That was a filtering moment, and you almost got me. But Malden, I'm gonna stay strong, and gonna remember that I am online. Close, very close. If you want the chance to win the mount, this mount right here, all you need to do is enter exclamation ticket, and there is a chance that you could win this. Yep, thank you. It's a work in progress. Work in progress. At least for a little bit. I disabled total of 5. Yes. So here's what you do, basically. I think that there are only 2 Mythic Plus add-ons. Like, I think there's only 2 add-ons you really need as a Mythic Pluser. But you do want them. And I made a video tonight. It will be the important one. Like, that's the video you watch. And you will understand what to do. Zao, if you want, you have to come to mainstream. It does not, the giveaway is not active on YouTube. You have to come to mainstream if you want access to this, to clarify. All right, King's Rest. Do they have a Warlock? Yes, they do. Fantastic. Hey, can I get a summon, please? Yo. Hi. Oh, what's up, bitch? Oh, yo. What's up? Somebody in this party knows me. What's up, bitch? Yo. What's up, Monday? No Sunday goal today? Well, I got Sundays yesterday. I mean, look, I'll get more ice cream Sundays. I just don't want to feel, I don't want people to feel pressured into always having to basically like do bits. I don't want people to always feel pressured, but you know, if you mention it, I'll do what I have to do. Sounds good to me. I'll put it on there. I will order more ice cream. I'm on a cap right now. I've actually gained the weight that I needed to get to baseline. So now I don't have to eat like 4,000 calories a day right now. I only have to do maybe like 3,300, give or take. Like somewhere around there is fine. Doesn't need to be exact. Yep. 60. Am I 60 kilos? I'm a lot more than 60 kilos. I am 80. I actually don't weigh myself exactly. So I'm around 85 kilos. 84, 85. Yeah. Okay, you asked me about bear stats, Guardian Druid stats. First of all, did you guys see the sims that came out for tank damage? Did you notice that? Did anybody else notice the tank damage sims? Froststrike posted it. Sam posted it in the Discord today. And I was like, oh, there it is. There it is. You didn't see it? Look. Guess who's on top? Guess what 2 tanks are dominating single target sims potentially for raid? It's not always entirely accurate because they are just sims. But guess what tank? Can I show the post? Absolutely. I'll just tell them to give me a second. Cool. Sec as well then. Let me just get 1 second before we do this. Here, I will show you. You want to see it? Yup. Guess what 2 tanks are dominating the leaderboards for sims and single target? Because I told you that this would happen. I literally mentioned this in my tier list. I told you. No one else was a believer. Look, those are the single target sims for raid right now. Colossus Prout Warrior is dominating, and then you have a Loon's Chosen Guardian Druid. I was trying to tell everybody this whole time that EC Bear is one of the highest single target DPS specs. Now remember, sims are not entirely accurate, but voila. Those are the current sims. I think that the biggest thing, though, is what happened to Monk? When I was looking at this, I was like, something's not quite right with these bottom 2 numbers here. The only thing I noticed was I was like, wait a second. That doesn't seem right. So remember, take sims with a grain of salt, to be fair, okay? Yeah. No, yeah. They need, I think the math says that they need a 187,000% buff to be competitive. How are the AoE sims? That I haven't looked at. This is just a thing. What about AoE damage? Monk is still lower in AoE damage, so you don't need these, actually. I forgot you don't need this. Monk is still lower in single target. and AoE. It is not, the main issue is that it actually just does kind of no damage right now. Ah, we pulled these anyways. Alright, I gotta finish my M0s today so that I have a chance at tier next time. What is the Elune Chosen raid build? You can take a look at the actual spreadsheet that that's from, and it lists the build that each tank uses in that spreadsheet for what it's worth. Pretty cool that it does that. I don't know, Cheeky. Normally the bear sims are updated by, I think that Kitchen Cathatilda. I think that basically like the people in the Guardian Druid disc, I know who does them, I'm pretty sure. I think Pumps writes the guide, but he doesn't do the sims. So unsure, but you can look. I'm almost positive it's that build. What's up, Eunuch on oh wait, hold up, sorry, that's a rough name to pronounce. Hold up. Hold up, your name on YouTube is a tough one. Let me take a step back. Hold up, I've got this. Can I pronounce you Q? Do you know what your name means? I don't want to say... Oh, these guys are so annoying. I hate these mobs in King's Rest. Wait a second. Do you know what your name means if I pronounce it out loud? You might not. I don't want to assume. Your name is UNIQ. So if I just pronounce that out loud, that's sort of tough, you know? The giveaway will end. I'm going to make a time for this. When do you think we should end the giveaway? 2 hours from now? I think about 2 hours from now, or maybe toward the end of stream today, before people go to bed. So it's got to be not too late. Like 4 p.m. my time tends to be a good one. So yeah, around 2 hours from now, we can end the giveaway. And I will choose from one person. We will ping that person, and they will have to check back if they're not actually available right now, though. What's up, Mickelson? Dynamic. Yo, Dynamic and Sonny, thank you for the subs. I appreciate it. I appreciate your subs. I like how Unda convinced me to get more ice cream today, too. I was actually thinking I had enough. The ticket to enter the giveaway, you must do it on Twitch, just so you know. If you're on YouTube watching it, that giveaway command does not work there because I set it up through Stream Elements and I don't know how to get it there. So keep in mind. Oh, also I have to do way less damage. I forgot. In Mythic 0, never do well. I have to intentionally sandbag Guardian Druid. I want to make sure I do very bad here. So let me just swipe, big swipes, big swipes. You cannot do good damage in a Mythic 0. Yeah, very careful though. What's up, Salty? What's up, bitch? Yo, it's Zao. Oh, there you are. Perfect. If you want to enter the giveaway, you can do exclamation here though. What's up, cow? Hello. Ka-chow wows. Ka-chow wows. That's a good name. Badge is tank in human form. It's a good point. Here. Very good point. Very good point. Let's make sure that I inflate the amount of that Guardian Druid is like. So let's just do this here though. Under the sun cheered 500 bits. Guess who's getting ice cream today? All right, bet. That goes toward the goal. Fair enough. Fair enough. You could pronounce the E as an I, so it's unique. Oh, that's a good... Oh, I bet you it is unique. Actually, Galadriel, now that you mention it, unique sounds way more. Probably... I bet you it is unique instead of eunuch. It probably is unique. Oh, you're absolutely right. I just pronounced it as you... Oh... Yeah, that's rough. That's my bad. I'll take full responsibility for this. Hi, Dabsy. I don't think people know what that is. I think that's actually a pretty, like, niche English word. What's up, Dabsy? I am, it's a big step up for me, man. It's a big step up for me. I'm now an official WoW partner. And as an official WoW partner, they gave me a code and told me I could do a giveaway. So this is the third day. I get to give away the Sentinel mount. Thank you, Dabsy. It is pretty cool. I've never had that opportunity before, and it's like, it's actually a pretty big thing for me. It's not that the giveaway itself is so cool. It's actually just specifically just, hey, it's like I'm recognized as an official WoW partner, you know? And I'm in the super secret Discord. Like I'm in the program now. I'm in the program. Isn't that cool? I feel like it's a pretty big step up. But honestly, I just hope that I can continue to make content that helps people. Like that's at the end of the day, it's what I want to do. There's a video coming out tonight which is about the 2 add-ons I believe everyone should have. Yeah. And I think that that is helpful because weirdly UI genuinely is not well explained. And I think that the biggest thing is that so many people don't understand. Do you remember back in the days of WeakAuras, how many times people would download like OmniCC and they would have a kick tracker to the left, and on top of their kick tracker, they would also have a CC tracker, and on top of that, their whole screen would be littered with information, and they never, ever, ever used it. And it was just like, there's no reason to clutter your screen with this. You know what I'm talking about? But no one told them that. And so you just had people who basically were like, oh, I'm going to download all the add-ons, and their whole screen was cluttered, but they didn't use the information. So hopefully tonight explains the only 2 things that you really need, and I highly encourage people to really take advantage of the video tonight. Because if you don't, like, there's at least the main thing, which I just cannot express to be able, you know? Oh, thank you, Dabsy. You know, the thing with me, Dabsy, look, here's the problem. Man, look. I couldn't not be myself. My issue, it's a pro and a con because it's terrible at family dinners, I'll tell you that much. I couldn't not be myself. There's literally no way that I'm only capable of being myself. I'll tell you that. Listen, I have a chronic problem with just being myself all the time. Literally nothing I can do about it here. I found this hat the other day and I was remembering it fondly. There's literally, I can't not be this. I know my personality very well, you know? Exactly. Here's the thing, right? And Dabsy, here's the thing. Like, when I wear this hat and I see you in my chat, I'm like, Dabsy! And I get very excited, see? Try being dorky for a second. Yo, what's up, guys? Today we're going to talk about Guardian Druid. Holy... Holy hell. His voice is so deep. How the hell do I do it? How does he do it? His voice is just like, his voice is so deep. I don't know how to do it. My voice is not, I'm kind of like, I have a high-pitched voice. It is why I'm really good at World of Warcraft, because I didn't quite hit puberty in the same way that others did. That's my main issue. Just kidding. Maybe it's just that, but when you look, he's in combat, you see next to his frenzied region and the cooldown icon. Sorry, can you clarify again what icon you were talking about, Mr. Klopper? Even on a match is a deep freaking voice. I know, but the thing is, I did a podcast with Obley. Do you know who Obley is, Dabsy? Obley has a voice. Some people are born to talk. I am born to yap. There's a big difference between those 2 things. So I'm a certified born rapper. Or sorry, yapper. Goddamn, not rapper. I thought I would be a rapper when I was younger. I really thought that I could do it. It was definitely just hubris. It was never going to happen for me. But basically, wait, hold on, wait. I trip over my own words. Okay, it's kind of hot in here though, so I'm not wearing the hat for very long. Talking about the shield that looks like a pre-shield. So that is one of the things I went over tonight. It's the main reason I swapped to Ellesmere UI. So in this UI, I actually can see the information. For example, let's say I get a natural resilient shield on bear. This genuinely gives me gameplay information that I cannot access anywhere else. So I'm still kind of customizing it a little bit. But if you want this, just go to Discord. Exclamation Discord, it's there. I have my Ellesmere UI profile as I'm continuing to mess with it. And I'll update it frequently as I make updates to it. But I'm pretty happy with this version currently. And I also have my Platinator. It's from a compressed to the tits mic and no one can... You think so? I think that people really sound like that. I mean, I've talked to Obley a bunch now and I'm telling you, he really does. When he talks, it's just like... It's just so smooth. It's just so smooth. Like, I wish I could talk. I wish I could do accents. The only thing is, and I'll be honest with you, Dabsy, if you'll allow me a moment of honesty here, I'm gonna be real with you. If I could do accents, I would probably ban myself in less than 24 hours. Because the way that my brain works, right? is that I have a highly ironic sense of humor. For me, the funniest thing is normally the thing I'm not supposed to say. So if I had the opportunity to do accents perfectly and flawlessly, I would 100% start making jokes that I'm not supposed to make. It would be inevitable. It would be like Thanos. I couldn't stop myself. There's basically zero way that I would be able to not do it, I think. Like, there's only one accent I can do, and I already had to cut a part of the video I made earlier today because randomly in the middle of it, I was like, very nice, yes, yeah, I was like, very nice. And I was like, no, you can't. I don't think I'm allowed to do the Borat accent in a, quote unquote sponsored video. Like, I think they have a clause that you sign under the contract, and it basically just says no political commentary or whatever it is. Like, they do make you sign that clause. And so I do feel as though that's pushing it. The very first one I recorded for them was very funny. I sent them one draft and they said no. Randomly, I was recording it and I was like, and that says 69. Nice. And I was like, they were like, no. And I was like, okay. I was like, fair enough. Anyways, today, so I've been doing so much stuff for my Discord. Dabsy, can I ask you one more question while you're here? And I know you're all over the place, but since I have you here, and if you're new to my stream or you didn't know this, are you in my Discord? I have a mission and a goal that I set for myself, which is honestly unreasonable and probably Okay. So I had this goal, and in my head, I was like, what I want to do is I want to make my Discord a place and my channel a place, right? Where honestly, if you want to learn something in World of Warcraft, you find it here. And it's the best place to learn. That's my mission. That's basically my thought process is like, okay, that's what I really want to do. I care more about that than pushing for the 0.1% title. I just don't care. If my IO is 4K versus 4.1 versus 4.2, doesn't matter to me. I'll obviously do enough keys, right? Like I'll get 1%. But the 6-month grind and pushing all the way doesn't interest me as much as just the ability to potentially make really cool content and help people. What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Ming? Hello. Hey, Sir Duder. Hey, Sir Duder. No, I can trade Trinket. Can trade. Yeah. So anyways, I started contacting people to make the guides with me. I have a hunter, all 3 hunter specs explained with Banshers. I've got DeWilkes for Boomy, who's like the best boomkin on NA. Or at least one of them at the very least, right? What's up, Picoso? And Yona, hello. Thank you for the 6 bits. I'll add it to the log. We got 506 today. I will get ice cream today then. And then I got Loyal X Dice for Shadow Priest. And I did Jedith for Devour and Havoc. I've gotten Melee, the best Ret Pally on NA, for Ret Pally. I've got a bunch of people. But I was thinking about the other specs that I have not covered yet. And there is one. And I was like, yeah, dude. I've like, because I can leverage it now. Like, people will take my call. And then guess who I asked for Blood DK this morning? And he was like, yeah, sure, another time. He's like, not yet. And I was like, ooh. So when I make a Blood DK guide for Season 2, I just have to wait a little bit. I got Kyrasis agreed to make a guide with me. So that'll be super cool. Very, very solid. Both salty. Basically, so I'll show you what exactly it is in the Discord. But I was thinking about Ellie Shami. And I was like, who would I ask for Ellie Shami? And I was like, I don't think he'll take my call. I thought about it, and I was like, obviously, there's a right answer to this question, but I don't think he'll take my call. I know that I'm moving up in the world, but I'm not up. Like I'm like at a reasonable level here. So I don't think, like, I would like Jack for Disc Priest, for example. I think Zorthus would be cool. I think Petco would be awesome. I think that I know I got to play with him a lot on beta, but not this PTR cycle. I was sick this PTR cycle, so I wasn't really on pushing keys this PTR. But yeah, I was thinking how cool Petco would be. Nope. Can't have. Who wants this trinket? Who wants this trinket, right? I don't need this one. No, I don't need this. Yeah, so singing that, though. Compliment or replace? Replace. Because when I say replace, though, I mean specifically, I'll show you. Give me here. What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Jack? I'm so glad this is catching on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute, 1 minute. Let me show you the whole point of the Discord here. No, once you do the M0 Cyril, I wouldn't recommend. I think there are better ways to use your time instead of practicing the dungeons. But I just want to show you the Discord, okay? Watch. The whole point of it is that when you actually go to Discord, and those are the single target tank sims, we can all have conversations here, and that's great that we're doing that. Look at Season 2, for example, Season 2 resources. This is the gearing info. This is exactly what I'm going to do for Guardian. This is my exact plan for Guardian Druid, if you're curious. This is what I will do as a non-mythic raider. This is what I will do here. I want all the information like this. But the more important thing is if you take a look, for example, at Prop Pally, okay? I just want there to be beginner build, the build I think people will use in push keys, the actual utility mentioned here, and then, for example, helpful macros, and then basic guide, min-max guide if you want it. Same thing with Prop Warrior. Same deal. Here, boom, bam. The Guardian Druid guide I'll probably make public in a few days. This was just early access here. And then same thing for everything. Brewmaster, I had Shaw, bam. And then basically, here's the plan for this, though. Blood DK, I'll eventually have the guide with Kyrasis, which will come up maybe, he's away right now, so in a little bit. But that's the idea, right? And then Season 2 UI, if you want any of the things, here's the Platinator, here's the Ellesmere. I want all this information here, as well as the add-ons that I use if you so desire, because I use some other add-ons as well. And then learn how to tank series, bam, like, I kind of have this vision that will happen, but I think it'll take me probably around 6 months to get that finished, the way that I actually want that to happen, you know? I think it'll take me around 6 months. That's the plan. That's the plan. But I was thinking about who I would get for the other specs, like who would I ask for Warrior? And I was thinking, I think Noxiv would be cool. I know Noxiv. I think Crit Cake would be super cool. I think like there's a lot of people I could ask for different things and we can update. I have Obly said he'd do Unholy and Frost with me again when has a second. And basically Prague starts in a second though, and we'll see. I think it would be really cool. I don't know if I'm ready for it yet. Like I could wait. It's not a rush, but I think that over the season, maybe when things die down a little, because right now it's like big, you know, it's big busyness. We're prepping for the season and then, yeah, but I want to clarify, since you both walk on a treadmill while talking, the main reason for these guides, they're not how to parse rank 1. That's not the purpose of them. They're actually, how do you just do more than tank damage, man? Like, Dabs, I feel like so much of YouTube content is actually missing the part of what actually helps people. Do you know what helps people in WoW? It's actually going from 0 to 80 parse. It's not going from 80 to 100. The people who are already at the 100 parse, they don't need the video. And the people who are at 95 they know what resources they need. Like you can't really get that good at the game to begin with without having some base understanding of resource, right? So what actually matters in my opinion is taking somebody and just saying, you need these basics. Here's what you need. Like watch this video and you will do good. You may not do perfect, but you'll do good. And that's the whole series. That's the point. I love this new Iron Fur bar that I have, by the way. I set this up yesterday with the exact colors that I want, and it's perfect. This is Ellesmere UI, is so cool. Look up my new Iron Fur bar, has the new colors with it, and I love it. I like this a lot. So, in my opinion, it isn't actually about the full-on, hey, this is how you basically become a rank 1 player, because it's just not applicable for most people. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's actually, yeah, but a lot of people care enough to watch a guide, but the guides oftentimes fail them because they focus so much on secondary stats or this or something like that. But I think it's actually just, yeah. Well, so for what it's worth, Salty, a lot of times Wowhead has this weird thing. Let me ask them if they're doing more. Doing more? I need a few. I still need like 5 more. So the logical part of it is also dependent, Salty, because then you ask for who. So for example, where you were talking about Ellie Shami. There are different builds, of the different builds, my question is, for what key level? Because Ellie Shami is a weird spec where it tends to function better in keys that are higher, where you can actually plan ascendance. But what if there's a build, for example, that might be better for a plus 10 or plus 12 or plus 15? And I think that that changes stat priority. Sure, Den works. Den works. Where is Den located again? I have to actually go there, I think. Can I be... First summon. Amani. All right. Maybe I can just ask him to summon me at the stone. Maybe I get like streamer privilege. And if they could summon me, that'd be cool. I'm not party lead, right? Okay, Amani. I'll start flying over there either way. Out of Ascendance now for Ellie. Well, so it's the idea of one thing that Kyrasis gave me, which I thought was very interesting, by the way. Kyrasis gave me a chart that tracked stats for Blood Decay at different key levels. And it turns out that the average stat distribution for Blood Decay at a plus 15 was not the same as a stat distribution for Blood Decay at a plus 20. They had fundamentally different stats. You see, I thought that was very interesting. And I do think that that is context that is oftentimes missing from the conversation. We're at 506 bits today. I forgot to update that earlier. I take it. I will enjoy my ice cream later. So the build and how I would want to do it is just hopefully helping people get better at the thing. And you know that you can trust the guide, because the whole point is that if I'm not the expert and can actually talk about this thing very well, I'll get somebody who is. For example, if you watch my Hunter guide, my friend, that's Banchers. He is the GOAT. He literally, like, he's in the shower, and all of a sudden, you just hear in the background, blip, blip, like this. And you're like, what the hell? What's that? And he's like, oh shit, it's me. That's Banchers. That's how it works. He is literally the Hunter GOAT. When are you planning for this? So, well, it's going to be over the season. Basically, I'm going to do it in batches. Since it takes time to sit down and record a video like this, it ultimately is just going to be over time. That being said, it will probably brick my YouTube algorithm next week to do this. What's up, Mr. Sabbath? Hi, GM. Hello, hello. Corn Cob Lagoon. Hello. Hi. I like corn on the cob, but I've always wanted to feed corn on the cob to my cats because I was wondering if they would like it too. We were talking about how to make guides in WoW. I was going to mention this basically tomorrow. I wanted to make a video with like a little update. Yo, GM Sabbath is a cool mage. I am familiar with Mr. Sabbath. I do know of you. How do you feel about playing an off-meta spec, Mr. Sabbath? How does it feel? Pure Pash, high T, fair enough. Fair enough. You gotta have passion to play an off-meta spec. That is actually a good point. That's what 13 classes with sub-specs each for. There's a ton of work, to be honest. Yes, there is. There will be a lot of work. But you know, Sabbath, it's interesting you've just come, because I was just talking about how there are a few specs in WoW I've never played before. And ultimately, I want to make a guide for each one of those specs. I don't know Mage that well. I've played Mage only casually at this point. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, well, I can't. After what Starlight did, Gits, it's tough. I'm not allowed back. And I'm just trying to adjust to my new life, because I used to have it all, man. I used to have like a podcast. Now I got this new podcast, but it doesn't get anywhere near the attention that my old podcast did. And there was the whole issue with the pipeline, and then the allegations, and they told me I had to accept the LA, even though obviously I didn't do anything wrong. And it's tough. It's tough. Anyways, I forgot to turn this on today. You've been popping up on the YouTube algo. Thank you. I have been working pretty hard because I had this vision in my head, basically. I have a passion too. And my passion is not necessarily for high IO these days. My passion is very much, I just want to see if I can help people feel more comfortable with the game. It's something that I believe is sorely lacking in the content creation space of things. Because there's so much to understand about WoW that you probably understand, but it's very difficult to get new people into it, right? Like, I think that's the main issue with WoW, is that it's not exactly a new player-friendly game. I don't think so, at least, in my opinion. Let me go passive follow. I don't actually think... I had not been following already, and I apologize for this crime. There's an absolute barrier, and there's also more of those barriers than people realize. I think... Yeah. Do you ever find a mage to record the Mage Guide podcast with? Nope. I don't know who I would contact. That's why I was just thinking about that in my head. I was like, huh, interesting. It might be one of the least solo... I think that it's very difficult to get into WoW. To player only plays open while inviting to Mythic Plus. So many are scared to jump in. Yes, but there's a reason that they're scared to jump in. Because it's not exactly like we're very nice to new people who are learning. Like, we are actively toxic to new people who are learning this game. That's... I would say that the average experience, for example, is just not super positive. Oh, shit, I got to sandbag. That's right. I have to sandbag. My bad, my bad, my bad. What's up, Acid? We got a really, really new player. Yeah. Hold on. I got to do less damage. 1 second. I got to hit the wrong globals. I don't want to do well in Mythic 0 and get my spec nerfed. The single target tank sims are in, and we kind of know what's looking good for raid now, which is a problem. Because Guardian's on the shopping block, as predicted. Not I am the GM of a small guild. What's up, Shikoff? Yo, what's up, bitch? Hello. 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 Which healer are you happiest seeing in your party? Interesting you asked me that, Dry Bones, on YouTube. A lot of people have asked me recently to make a guide for explaining healers. Like, what healers work well with what tanks. Yeah? The weird thing about healing is that although there is a playstyle diff, a lot of it is tuning dependent. Look how easy that curse is to see. That's super obvious. I love it. I like this new thing, though. No, well, there are technically some healers that work better with Blood ZK. Probably Mistweaver. I think Mistweaver makes me the happiest, but that's also a tuning thing. Because I think that Season 2 Mistweaver is going to be a little different, though. That is a nice UI. Thank you. I've been working hard on it, Stroudy. If you want this, by the way, THana, sorry, you can pin this. Basically, you can just do all UI and talent builds linked in Discord. They're all there. What do we have to pull in this place for Mythic 0? I don't actually know the route for Mythic 0. I was so used to actual keys, though. How do you like this early patch? Oh, don't look at the route here, because I was thinking about Mythic 0, not about the route we did on PTR. What's up, Samurai Jake? Throw my answer for that question. I'm happy to see Mistweaver and Shaman. I think that basically my answer is also Shaman going into the next season. I think Holy Paladin is hit or miss, but the answer is basically whatever does trickle healing. Trickle healing and smart healing makes tank feel good. I don't want to see a Resto Druid. Resto Druid makes me feel rough. I'll catch you later. Don't hold back. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll try not to. I have to hold back, though, because the last time I didn't hold back at a family dinner, I remember specifically, this was a memory from a long time ago, but one time I was at a family dinner, and I was like, I was just feeling, I was in the moment, okay? And I was like, thank you guys for having sex. And they were like, what? And I was like, I just really I'm just, thank you. And that was apparently not the right thing to say. It was my bet. So the thing is that you kind of do have to hold back. Like, I don't think that's good advice for me. That's my problem. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, I thought it was also funny, but it was apparently not. So I don't think that that's necessarily good advice. I think that that's, in fact, probably actively bad advice for me. I 1000% should hold back. It's, in fact... Yeah. Oh shit, my DPS is right. It's right. I have to intentionally sandbag my rotation. I forgot. I like Guardian Druid right now. I don't want it to get in there. Swipe, 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 big swipe, big swipe, big swipe. I don't want to do top damage. No top damage Guardian Druid here. This tank is look at this. Look how much my health drops for a second. Look at this. My health is going crazy right now. Look at this. Oh, it's crazy. I'm gonna die. Unbelievable. Yeah, there we go. That's better. That's better. I have to just tank and cat for him for a second. So anyways, yeah, I have to be careful. I do have to filter. It's been on and off trying to play something else. Disc Priest works well if it's tuned well, but I also think that Disc Priest is more fun to play with when they're Void Weaver instead of Oracle. Oracle has to make more decisions and can't really help me as much of a tank, except for Paints Up. But Void Weaver has more consistent trickle tank healing, and that's the profile that actually works well for tank mains. As in, I am always getting healed by you, and it is a substantial amount of healing. That matters, if that makes sense. Like, that is actually impactful. Whereas there are other healers that have to specifically target me, and that changes the conversation. So it's not about, it's not that I need direct healing. What does triple tank healing mean? In the sense of what we're talking about right now, the idea here is that there are some healers that have to choose very actively to heal the tank, and there are other healers which don't. The healers that basically passively heal tank are the ones who are going to feel the best to play with as a tank main. Whereas the ones like Resto Druid or like Resto Shaman, sorry, not Resto Shaman, the ones, because most of their powerful healing comes not from direct healing. Although keep in mind that like when I'm playing, it depends on the dungeon pool too. Just a steady gain of HPS. It basically just means that my health is I'm always getting help. So there are certain tanks that need more consistent healing. It's not that I hate on Resto Druid, it's just that it literally, in order for them to heal properly, they have to ignore me. If they are actually life blooming me and focusing me, that means by default that they are not focusing the group, right? So it's like in periods where everybody needs help, the Resto Druid is going to be the one that struggles to heal the tank more often. His people with podcast, thank you, TH. Yes, I'm trying. I also have to update a few other things. It's a work in progress for things, though. Exactly. So Mistweaver doesn't choose to heal the tank, but man, does it pump tank HPS. Like, it makes such a difference to play with a Mistweaver, Killer Ant. But a lot of tanks don't understand why. And although I know that some people were upset with how simple Mistweaver was, I think it's good for the game when you have a healer that is that straightforward. Because it's hard for them to fail. That's the main thing. Like, when a healer struggles to fail, then you just don't die to HPS as much. So it's the same with tanking. Like, I don't think tanking should be hard. If you make tanking hard, then people at the high end will be just fine. And people at the mid end, where you're actually, for example, now going to be in a situation where there are mechanics and the mechanics will hurt you. You can't ignore the mechanics, right? However, what's up, John Button? At like a plus 16, plus 18, plus 19, even though that's not a title key, you still have to do the thing. If you cannot meet the check in those levels for both tank and healer, well, you're dead. And yet, if that's complicated to do, you can't expect people to be that good at the game at that level. I didn't say that exactly right. I was getting a little tired. Oof, I've actually been walking a lot already. Let me stop after this key. So, just the thought process is, tanking and healing should be very accessible, so that people don't have to worry. Because at the highest end, it's not a problem if something is difficult, considering those people are so good at the game and have been playing for so long that they'll make anything work. It doesn't matter if they have to learn a calculus rotation. To them, it's not that different. Like at the highest end, when you see the pros play, basically, or like Liquid or Echo or whoever, it doesn't really matter if they're playing Beastmaster, Hunter, or Arcane. They're going to do whatever degeneracy they can do to basically get the most out of that spec. To them, it's not important whether something is complicated. Not that important, at least. There are probably limits to that and nuances, but does that make sense? Whereas I think to the general player base, that's just actively untrue. If something is very hard to play and there's a pass-fail mechanic, which there are for tanks and healers, that's problematic. Because I think it's difficult to ask the general community to simply get good. Like that's not fair and doesn't work, right? Like you can't, I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. Rather, what I'm upset about, to be honest with you, And if I was going to cash out about one thing, it would be this. WoW Blizzard does a terrible job at helping new players understand the game. I am happy to make videos explaining stuff. I shouldn't have to. I should not have to at all. That's just straight up, like, it should not be my job to make a YouTube video, and it shouldn't be your job to go study a YouTube video because Blizzard doesn't put a basic, they don't spend any dev time putting a 5-minute tutorial in the game. It's wild to me that there's not just or some UI element, for what it's worth, that actually just goes, hey, by the way, this. And it's like not that complicated. It's just that so many, like, you see a lot of tanks at a +5, and I've seen this because that people ask in Discord and people do this and whatnot. It's like, yo, for example, like a lot of times people will be like, hey, what's my best secondary stat? And I'll go, oh, I think Guardian Druid stats this season. I'm probably going to go like crit verse, I think. I'll have enough haste based on my bonus rolls and stuff. So I think I'll go like crit verse for some of my crafted, or maybe originally go crit. I'll probably go like haste verse maybe, or like crit haste. I have to think about that slightly, but then eventually I'll end up with crit verse. And they go, okay, got it. Because I was going to try a +5 next season. I wanted to get into Mythic Plus, and like I didn't know what gear I needed to target farm. And it's like, well, hold up, back up. I don't think, does whether or not you have 5% crit or 5% mastery matter at a +5 keystone? You tell me. And the answer is no. It's like we have bigger fish to fry. And I like frying fish because fried fish is delicious. The bigger conversation about this is more important, to be honest with you. Oops, sorry. Do you want to know the real problem with this conversation and the thing that isn't talked about enough? Here, let me stop walking for a second. I did actually go to the gym this morning. I've been doing good. I've been moving a lot. I'd like to like sit down and vibe to some music in a second. Those are all my steps I need to do at the start of the stream to keep myself not feeling bad. Somebody asked me earlier what I meant when I said I grew up with genetic conditions. I have this thing called POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and a connective tissue disorder. So I've realized that if I start stream by walking, especially if I've recently been busy and stuff, here's the thing. I won't get lightheaded about an hour or two through stream, but I need to start stream moving. That's basically the deal. Then I don't actually get lightheaded. And I'm wearing my leggings and everything, but otherwise, all right, let me finish this boss. I'll go turn on my fan real quick, and here we go, though. Hi, hello, 1 second. What? Let me just sit down. I've got it. Oh. Oh. There we go. I just want to show for a second. What? Nice to follow you. Thank you, Elbruce. Thank you. Like a lot how you explain everything. Appreciate it. I'm excited to do a lot more. I've been limited because I have a real job and a real life, and my real life has been busy. So I haven't been able to make as many videos as I've wanted to recently, but I'm getting to them. I've got a plan to continue many of the series. Now, next week on my YouTube channel specifically, what do I work at? I work in health and fitness. I've had my own business as a trainer for a decade at this point. Almost a decade. But I get to work from home, so I basically just don't need to go out to work, which is nice. That allows me to stream in my daytime. Wow, yes. I like it. Fitness is actually my real passion. Like, fitness and health is my genuine passion. And then WoW is like my second passion. WoW and gaming are my second passion. All right, cool. Vibing. What'd I get? I got the trinket. I wonder if I would use this trinket at all. I mean, WoW is my side bitch. No. They're both my main bitches. A decade did you start at 14? I'm 29. Dude, I turn 30 next month. Not next month, next year. January. Almost. I'm almost 30, man. That's crazy. This trinket I might keep. I think I would mess around with it a little bit, though. Any way to track the non-force proc of your Apex talent? Great question, Upside Down. I've been thinking about that as well. I'm sure somebody will figure it out. Currently, unsure, but I'm almost positive somebody will find a way to. Otherwise, you just actually have to see if your thrash resets. Like, I kind of notice it visually right now, but that's the only way I currently know of to track your Apex right now, though. That is a health coach, fitness for WoW players. That's good. I actually think that you'd be surprised. There's a lot of crossover between people who like fitness and people who like WoW. WoW in general, of all the online games, I think has a fair crossover of people who are like really quite into gym and progress and health and fitness. Maybe not health, but fitness at least. I think that is quite common, surprisingly. Main problem is the community cries for more tanks. Oh, no, let me tell you what the main problem is. The reason that I am passionate about making guides for new players is because once you actually get to the end game of WoW, it's fun, right? Would you agree with that? Like Mythic Plus, whether you like Mythic Plus or you like raiding, it's fun, is it not? I would say yes. Okay, how long have you been playing World of Warcraft? Think about this. How long have you been playing WoW right now? Give or take. Give me a general estimate. The answer is probably not like, seriously, like how long have you been playing WoW? For me, my older brother got me into it, so we got the 20 plus years as the first answer here. Con says 20 plus years. El Bruiser, when did you start playing World of Warcraft? Galadriel, when did you? Cortex Killer, off and on since TBC. That's 20 years. So that's off and on for 20 years. How long have been people? Galadriel, 5 years. Okay, that's actually, you're a newbie. 5 years? You're pretty new, Galadriel. Believe it or not, 5 years is not that long. El Bruiser says 18 years. Kafaze says 14 years. Surprisingly, okay, since Classic, the Asiko, that's 20 plus years. Started in the War Within. Papa, you are the newest person here. Started in the War Within. That's not that long. That's actually only a few years then. Fair enough. I started this expansion. Monk, how did you get into WoW? If I may, I was waiting for somebody to actually say if they were new. Okay. How did you get into WoW if you only started a little bit ago? That's a few months. What gets you into WoW today? That's my question. And that's the conversation about how we help new players. I would like to know, if I may ask you, if you don't mind sharing. Cheeky, you started the War Within Season 3? Really? You're quite active. I wouldn't have guessed that. Okay, the War Within Season 3. What got you into it? Hubby convinced me to try to play League of Legends before. But you've been in WoW for 5 years. So what gets people into WoW today? I started in vanilla. Am I new? Absolutely not. You're 34. You always knew about the game, just never had an interest. But nowadays with kids, family, you wanted something that you could slowly grind away. Monk, if I may ask you, do you feel as though WoW has accomplished that? Do you feel as though you can slowly grind away in World of Warcraft, and do you enjoy it currently? Is it filling what you want out of a game at this point in time? That's my question. Is it actually giving you what you want? What got you into WoW was the RTS Warcraft 3, and I was never able to fully stop. That is a classic, is an absolutely classic reference. Absolutely unbelievable classic reference. Did I miss that soak? Or were people in that? I think people were in that. Now it is extremely overwhelmed. Okay, so it was fulfilling the goal, and now you feel overwhelmed, correct? May I ask you a little bit more? Because what I'm trying to do, Monk, is I want to make guides for people who are not necessarily, who don't necessarily understand the game. I want to make a video saying, hey, if you want to learn how to get better at, for example, Hunter, I want that video to be on my channel so that you can have it. And I want to be able to help people. But my question for you is, what class do you play? So you started WoW a few months ago. You wanted a slower game because now you have family and kids. You're 34. That makes sense. Actually, most WoW players are a little older. We're all a little older than we used to be. All right? So we have responsibilities. We have life. But now it feels overwhelming. We are all older. I think the average age of World of Warcraft player is actually probably like this. I don't actually think I care about this trinket. No, you can have. I don't need it. I don't think I need this trinket. I'm not actually going to use it. Well, actually, I may need one champion. I actually do think I may need one champion. Sorry. I keep on. I keep 1 or 2 for next week. I think that it is actually worth having champion items, just like 1 or 2 in my bags. But otherwise, I'm not too fussed about trinkets. When I started, okay, your personal main issue is class guides are helpful to a degree. Got you. What class are you playing, Monk? For the trinket, I'm going to keep this one. This one, actually. Sorry. I'm going to keep that one. The things you do got me from maining Hunter to Guardian Druid, so keep doing what you do. Well, Galadriel, I think that I have the best Hunter guide that I've ever seen coming out in a few days. It explains all 3 specs of Hunter. You will do good on all 3 specs of Hunter if you watch this video. And I got Banchers to do it with me. So Banchers teaches me all 3 specs of Hunter in 18 minutes. 5 minutes each spec. Okay, great question as well. That's what it would actually be a conversation point, is how many people got help from somebody in-game. We can do Temple. Sure. I'll do Temple. What if I don't do good after watching the guide? Then I suppose I will give you your money back. I will owe you 18 minutes of your life, Mumsy. I guess I will owe you some time. That is all you lose. It's not, you don't have to pay for it, though. You have 8 level 90 classes. Oh, man. Okay, so you have a lot of 90s. Interesting. That's a lot. That means that that means you enjoyed the game to a degree, because you had to have played a lot to get there. All right. I see. Also, guys, I forgot to mention, I'm ending this in like an hour or 2, so if you want to join the giveaway for the mount, this is the day I get to give it away. You can see here, this mount, oh, and that's bear form. Hold up. This mount, when it actually loads, because my ping for some reason in Silver Moon has been rough recently. Did I remember to turn on my gear up? That's why. Because I haven't actually started my ping service, that is why my ping has been rough, because it disconnected. Watch this. Look how much better this is going to be. You can see that delay. Did you see that 20-second delay? Hold up. Observe. Once I actually start this and restart, it's going to help a lot. 1 minute of ads. Okay, got you. I wait. Well, I found Loki is actually just bad. Yes, I agree. I agree with that. Here, let me just restart my game real quick after I connect to this. Because 3,000 world ping is too much. Too much. We gotta connect this up. Oh, that's right. I think I needed to actually affect this. It was like settings, public desktop, World of Warcraft, link, browse. Here. Let me just do this real quick. And then we'll disconnect and auto-connect it. Have you gone back to using... Nope, the other one. I think it has been an improvement, yeah. It's just that recently on patch launch, ping is always tough. But next week, it should stabilize. There's a video coming out for it tonight, Papa. I can't tell you what it is yet, but basically, tonight, use the link if you want to try a free trial of it. Just try it, see if it helps you, though. I'm not supposed to announce it yet. Because technically it's part of the video tonight that's coming out. My apologies. It's part of the video tonight. It's just that, yeah, I have to wait for that. The mount that you can receive is this one, the Stoneforge Sentinel. I'll be ending it shortly. Hi, Spec. How are you? How are you feeling, Spec? Healing the Secret. That's crazy that you actually got that far, Cheeky. What do you think about having a meta? Of course, it's hard to calibrate, but people get obsessed. Meta is a community problem much more than it is a Blizzard problem, in my opinion. But I also think that Blizzard has a responsibility to solve it, and they can solve it, by the way, by simply understanding one basic thing. More frequent class tuning for things that are very clearly underperforming. It's that simple. It's not complicated. You can keep the meta. You can even tell people what the meta is. Then, if something is truly underperforming, give it 2%, give it 3%, give it 5%. You don't have to make it complicated. You don't have to even look at the spec. Just actually 1%, 2%. Don't let something feel shit to play. It's that simple. That's all you need to understand about it. Also, I mean, eventually, if they wanted to hire some actual dev time, the best thing to do would be absolutely unequivocally just tune Mythic Plus and Raid separately. They have to do that at some point. But if they don't do that, then at the very least, just look at underperforming specs. If they had buffed, I got to ask Loyal X Dice this. He was the person I asked this to. Shadow Priest player. Potentially next podcast episode is with him. Number 1 Shadow Priest on NA Realms. And I asked him, if they buff Shadow Priest by 5%, would it have been meta? It's like, no. But would it have felt less bad to play? Yes. You see? When do I plan to release the deep dive for Prot Warrior? Well, I asked Topics if he would do a Prot Warrior video with me. I have a Prot Warrior video myself because I have actually played Prot Warrior, to be fair. Like, I like Prot Warrior. But I also asked Topics, the Prot Warrior person, if he would make a video with me. And he said yes. But he's busy right now. He's got some in real life stuff. So I probably would go like deep dive for Prot Warrior with him at some point, but not yet, Michak. It'd be like a few weeks from now when his life settles down. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I love VDH. I think I'm not really going to be able to get invites on higher keys. No. You will, L Bruiser. If you're actually going that far in this game, you really have to strongly consider this, okay? Make friends. It is the only solution. If you want to play off meta and you want to do high keys, you must make friends. I know it's not what people want to hear. The only thing that matters is horizontal progression. It's the only thing that stays with you at the end of a season too. Look, all of these people, this is how you get IO. This is the secret. If you log in and you basically go pre-made groups, dungeons, find a group, brava, it ain't gonna work. You will eventually find your limit. But if you consider, oh, friends list, and every time you log in, the very first thing you say is something like, keys? If this is basically the first thing that you do, and you actually just message people, yo, keys next week? Actually, though, for real. Like, if you just start messaging people, congratulations, some of these people will say yes. And you just actually go down your friends list and you start messaging people like this. This is what you do. This is how you're supposed to play the game and progress. If you're talking 22, 23, like 0.1% keys, I better delete this before they actually come back. I say random, what's up, dude? How's it going? I say this, you see this, I see what's up. Like, you see? Basically, you start making friends. This is the correct way to progress. I know. What's up, bitch? Thank you, Onos. That's the perfect way to start a conversation. You know? We sign up for div. Oh, if you want to sign up for the giveaway, you must do it on Twitch. Come over to Twitch real quick and just do exclamation ticket. There are currently a fair bit of people in here. We will decide in about an hour who wins the giveaway. Give or take. Yo, so basically, that's how you're supposed to do it. It's how the game is designed, and it makes such a difference. People have no idea, especially next season, trust. But that's the way you do it, Ambitious. You got to come over to mainstream real quick and just enter the giveaway. What's up, Reckless? How's it going? You excited for season 2? I'm actually also getting streamer privilege by just letting them summon me to these keys. Do you think VDH can survive that high keys? Anything can technically survive. The problem is not surviving. The problem is reps. The answer to your question is, can it do it? Yes. Will you get a chance to do it? I don't know. That's like seriously the problem. Think about it. If you got 10 opportunities to tank a plus 23 Pit of Saran on your VDH, would you be able to do it? Would you be good? After the 20th opportunity of tanking that key, do you think you could do it? Of course. What about the first time? What if the highest pit you've done is a 21 and then you go into a 23? Might you die as you're learning? Probably. You know what? A lot of tanks would die as the key levels increase, but they have consistency, so they just go again. Not a big deal. Yeah, probably. You would have to learn because tanks and healers can't progress in the same way the DPS can. I didn't get to finish the conversation, by the way, about new players because I'm tired today. My bad. I was seriously, I'm very interested in that conversation, but I actually forgot. We were talking about that, and I had a really good cook. Because I was asking Monk, would you consider making a Discord role that's pingable for you when looking for guides at tail? I don't know if I would make a Discord role to ping people. I don't like pinging people in Discord. I just do one when I'm going live. I don't want to abuse people in Discord to basically like ping constantly and be like, yo, hello. Or it's like, I've pinged this, like, you guys see the new Star Wars fan theory that just dropped? Like, I don't really want to do that. But what I will have in Discord is if you check the Discord, there should be a section for the thing you want, and all you have to do is navigate to that. So for example, you're like, I want to try VDH. Look at the VDH section. And whatever resources are there will be there, including the guides, including basic rotational tips, including all sorts of things, including a build that you could experiment with, et cetera, et cetera. But if you have suggestions for videos, by all means, tell me. That I would love feedback on, because this is a new chapter for me, and my answer for how long I've been playing WoW is off and on for 20 years. I have been playing Guardian for so long that most of what I think about when I tank and whatnot, I'm not actually thinking about. And that's one of the issues, is it's actually hard for a lot of times players who are so used to the game to think about what it's like from a new player. Monk, I actually don't know what you go through, because I haven't been through that in 20 years, and the game was very different 20 years ago. As a bear, do you only use multiproc your Apex? Currently, yes. I think there's some min-max about pressing it a little bit more than that upside down. We'll see. I'll experiment in keys. But also keep in mind that I'm trying to sandbag this. I don't want to do well in M0. Do you have to separately track the shield that boss has? A weapon. I don't have to separately track it. I think it just comes up on my Platinator. My Platinator just has it. I can see it pretty clearly. But I don't think I have to put it on there, no. I would just be cautious about choosing any meta spec yet. Oh, Cortex. Here's what I was going to say. For people who have been playing WoW for a long time, we know that the game is fun. But new players don't. WoW doesn't advertise Mythic Plus and Raid or community. It advertises the world and questing and leveling, which, to be honest with you, in my opinion, is not the best part of WoW, especially retail WoW. It used to be in Classic, and the original experience was that it was all about the journey. But to be honest with you, I kind of feel like right now, it's a lot about the end game. Once you get to the end game and can participate in the end game content, wow, this game is so cool. And especially when you start to understand the end game content and you're like, wow, I could do this, or I can nuance here, I can min-max here, and you feel a sense of progression as you do get a little bit more gear, as you do get a little bit more this, as you do get a little... Yeah, but you have to get people into that in order for it to be fun. Because otherwise what you get is 2% haste when you level up, because that's how the talent tree is designed. Because you're basically like level 17 and you go to level 18 and you're like, sweet, I leveled up. What do I get? I don't know. Let's choose Hibernate. Oh, this is cool. What do I do with Hibernate? And it's like nothing. You do nothing with this talent. The answer is nothing. There is no purpose to this whatsoever. And if there is a niche purpose, it's only for the one situation at the highest level. The system is not good at getting people into the game. That's what WoW is lacking. That is the fundamental thing that I believe Blizzard could improve, because we need fresh blood. Like, we need new people to play WoW. Those of us who have been playing for 20 years, if I ask you how long you've been playing WoW and your answer is anything like, oh, since vanilla, since TBC, my friend, that's 20 years. 20 years of your life you have gotten the opportunity to learn this game. And there are so many things that make sense to you that don't make sense to anyone else, that don't make sense to a new player. The way, how do dispels work? What's a dispel? I don't know. The game never teaches you. There's literally nothing that actually, there's like one thing in Exile's Reach that might mention it, but you don't actually learn anything that will carry you into high-level content. And the game is fun for high-level content. Once you get there, you'll have a great time. But the problem is, it's once you get there. And that I feel like is actually the real issue with World of Warcraft, and also the thing that's going to eventually maybe brick it. If there was ever going to be a WoW killer, it would be WoW itself. And the reason is because we need people who are interested in learning and experiencing at all levels, not just the highest end, but also all levels. I feel like we have a lot of churn in the community instead of a lot of fresh blood in the community, because new players don't know what to do. They're put into a world that they can't understand. There's no story for them to follow. There's no clarity. There's no basically clear sense of progression. I even think that Classic did this much better, but even if you think about a game like old school RuneScape, you log in and you're like, I don't know what to do, but at least whatever you do, level go up, sense of progression, dopamine. And you also are interacting with people in the same way. But WoW doesn't do a good job at that. That's the problem, is like there's almost no real sense of progression or dopamine until you get to the higher end. And trust me, nothing is explained. It's very interesting to watch a brand new player, not somebody who's coming back to WoW, but a brand new player interact with the leveling system. There's nothing like what the game does not even tell you borderline to put things and spec talents and also put things on your bar. There's like a small icon and it should be way more obvious. But I think that the bigger thing is not just even the fundamentals like that, but also there's no sense of what makes the game fun, which is a sense of progression in your own character that doesn't come from item level. Item level is not what makes WoW fun. Gearing is not, it's like almost a means to an end at this point. So I don't think that that's where you really hook people. In my opinion, you hook people because learning your rotation and getting better at the game is a sense of progression. But do you see the problem? Like, in order for people to experience that truly, you need to progress. And it's almost as if you started at max level, it would borderline be better because you would very quickly figure out what you wanted to do. Like, if you want to do housing, great. That's excellent. If you want to just quest and explore, great. That's excellent. But questing and exploring is easier at max level and you have actually access to the zones. Like, that's excellent. Fantastic. Right? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Do you agree with this? Am I onto something here? In my opinion, that's what World of Warcraft is really missing. And there are so many little things that I think about, like, what does this mean? Now, I've customized my UI, and there's a video coming out tonight specifically aiming to help people, because another thing that's not explained, because they refuse to do this, which is stupid, by the way. They refuse to tell you to download add-ons. They should have done this a long time ago, but if they're not willing to make a base UI system that actually gives you what you need in Mythic Plus, then as you log in with respect, they should bite the bullet and say, I know this is technically a third-party thing here, but there really should just be an actual menu that pops up saying, check out Platinator. Or, these days, if you want, download Ellesmere UI. Done. Like, they should tell you to do that. They just won't. Like, I understand why they won't, because they kind of can't, but they should. Because it is better, and they have not made something like this. And there are people who play with base enemy nameplates. Have you played with base enemy nameplates before? Monk, you said you were new to WoW. Do you know what I'm talking about? Are you following this conversation? Do you currently use an add-on that helps you see what's actually happening in the key? Because color coding mobs is so unbelievably OP. And it is a straight up gameplay disadvantage to not know that that exists. However, how would you know that? Great, fantastic. I'm so glad that you eventually figured this out. Because I feel like without somebody telling you that, you might not. Somehow, there actually might not be any information about this, because where would you learn? Unless you watch a YouTube video or check out a stream, you would have no way of knowing. So that's the thing. You said watching streams, but in my opinion, I don't think you should be required effectively to watch streams and a guide just to understand basic stuff in game. Right, you were saying there's certainly nothing directly pointing me there. But isn't the game better now that you have it? Has it not made a drastic improvement in your gameplay experience now that you have all these resources? Isn't that nice? That's basically what I'm trying to say, and that's, I think, really where WoW messes up and where it goes wrong, in my opinion. It's the number one thing that they could look at, because that's just UI. Now we should talk about rotation. Now we should talk about the basics, by the way. When you tank, what is snap threat? There are a lot of tank players that have no idea what snap threat is. Well, if you don't know what snap threat is, you can't tank successfully. It is a core mechanic of tanking. The game does not teach you. What's aggro? Well, you say, I don't know. It's something like I don't really... That's a problem. because you can't tank successfully. It's literally your job as a tank. That's fundamentally your job. You have to actually, that's literally the only thing you have to do as a tank is not die and get aggro. When I made my first tanking, when I was thinking about it, the last week, I made a how to tank Mythic Plus guide. And my first thought process was, what is the actual fundament? Like, what do I want to explain here? Because my brain, I could talk for 5 hours and give you all sorts of min-max. Get threat, live. That's it. If you do those two things, you're a good tank. No one looks at your damage. Nobody looks at this. No, you have to tag the mobs. Okay, but I hit swipe on the mobs. Why don't I have aggro? Because swipe is not actually your threat ability. Oh, really? Okay, so what do I hit? Why doesn't the game tell you that? Seriously, like why is there nothing in game? Why do you have to ask me? Like it seems like that would be the right thing to do, but any Guardian Druid knows that you can't just walk past mobs and swipe. There's no aggro from this. Well, how does aggro work? Why isn't that explained? Like, you know what I mean? Like the basics. And I hope that I can continue to make content exploring more of this. It's actually hard for me. No joke, it's really difficult for me to figure out how can I best make this content? Because there's so much that I want to say that I don't even know where to begin half the time. And so it's a work in progress. I haven't been making content that long. It's been 1.5 years now since I've had my YouTube channel and stuff. It's a new experience for me, and I'm actually trying to get better at it. I want to get even better at understanding how to make these videos. I normally don't have time because I have a real job as well, but I'd like to dedicate some more time to it and try to help people. At the very least, the plan is to set up the Discord with all of these questions, all of these answers, and have that as a helpful resource for people so that they have at least a place they can trust and know, I did want to try Hunter. What do I need to know? I have the rank 1 Hunter in the world who I asked to make a guide for me that is not complicated and easy to follow. And he said, sure. That video is amazing. Every single Hunter should watch that video. That's the best one. Because it will set you up for success. Just watch that video. Go to the section of Discord, find it, and just be like, great. I now know how, not only do I know how to play Hunter, but I also have some macros that nobody would have told me about. I have some this, I have some excellent. Here are 3 builds. Simple, easy, right? And that's it. That's what I want for everything. Yes. That's also what I want as well, Monk. I want to make basically, this is how to tank. I want to do it, this is how to heal, and this is how to DPS. I have the this is how to tank. Monk, I did make the how to tank video already, but I want to make even more of them because I haven't finished. I've done some. I haven't done all of them. What's up, Monk? There are 2 monks in chat now. Does that make sense, though? This is basically my goal. It might take me a while to do this. Like, I think that this is actually like a goal that will take me probably many months to really, really get this right. But I hope that I can contribute. You asked me, for example, what are the UI elements I was just talking about? There is a video coming out tonight, and it goes over exactly not just what they're called, but how to do them. Okay? I will, if you watch the video tonight, I tell you about Platinator. And I show you, you just go to the Discord, you find the link, you import it, and I've also given you an explanation as to why you should use it. But don't worry, if that's what you're looking for, Tainted, that's you. I got you. It'll be a video tonight that comes out, okay? I think I could soak one of these. Every high-end World of Warcraft can put UI designer for World of Warcraft on their resume. Kind of. Sort of, yeah. I mean, it's quite complicated. But it doesn't have to be. You don't have to nuance it. I also think that UI is so weirdly... One of the things I say in the video, have you ever seen people who basically import a UI, and the UI has a cooldown manager to track things because they don't use action bars, right? So in their UI, they basically have the cooldown manager displaying all of their basic abilities, but they also use action bars. So they actually just have action bars and then cooldown manager right on top of that, and they use both because no one ever told them that you don't actually need the cooldown manager if you use action bars. The whole reason to do that is because people don't use action bars. Have you seen that? I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a ton of people who just import a UI package without realizing that their action bars accomplish what the whole thing is supposed to do. You only need the UI package if you can see the cooldown based on your action bars, and you've keybound everything. But it's mostly the cooldown. You know? And it's also, yeah, macros are a big one. That's also a good point. Okay, that was end of rant. Whew. That's what I was actually trying to say. Great rant, actually. Honestly, I should go back and clip that and post it. Here's one of the issues. Next week, starting tomorrow, well, actually starting the day after that, once the season starts, I've got a ton of videos to post on the channel. Probably 2 a day. We're moving up. I'm probably going to do 2 videos a day, actually, at this point, for what it is worth. But I think it'll tank my channel analytics because I'm going to post some stuff that people, I know they won't watch it, and it's not going to do as well. I don't care. I think I have 2 things that I'm going to do regardless. Okay, we're making good progress here. I've got almost all my M0s done. Then I just got to do a few more things to prep my Guardian Druid for next season. Well, almost there, almost there. Yeah, so I want to post, I've got the Boomy guide, the Hunter guide, the Devour Demon Hunter guide. I've got several other things as well. I want to do State of Hunter, State of Boomy, State of this, all same as before. I haven't done much. I've been focusing on making all of this happen. I play on a laptop, makes so much of it. I like action bars, but UI is personal. You shouldn't just copy somebody else's UI. You should use it yourself. Bigson, let me read your question. I'm so sorry I missed it earlier. I was mid-rant. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. You said, sup, bitch? What's up? I've got a question. As a fellow BT of a decade, I want to make the move to online. Yeah, what's up? I've explicitly doing in-person for the past 10 years. We've hit a ceiling. Correct. In-person is terrible for training. Which is great, but I want to keep progressing and help more people. Problem is I'm nervous to start posting myself online. Don't post yourself online. I want to do it, but it scares me. Any advice? No problem, Bigson. I'm happy to talk about this. Bigson, social media is not the way to get clients online. The best funnel for clients online is through the people you already know. If you have been a PT for a decade, hopefully you've made some impact on many people. You have to use them as a contact and basically use word of mouth. Online training is great. It can help so many people that don't have access to going to a gym. All of my work is online. I do not take in-person clients anymore. I took one a few months ago because it was a favor to a friend, and they also paid me $200. So I was like, all right. But in general, all of my work is online. I only work with people. You have to be very good if you're going to do this. That's, I think, one of the biggest things is you can't fail people. And working online, you do not get the same level of physical interaction. So you have to be incredibly good at keeping people motivated and going, and also be hyper aware of their health, their situation, and their form, depending on what your clientele looks like. I tend to work with people who are older, have different medical conditions, and have many factors that I have to think about as I'm training them. Like, no one starts with me because they're an athlete and they want to be pro. People start with me because they're either 400 pounds, have a medical condition, or something's going wrong for them and they hate their life. So now they want to improve their life. Great. If you hire me, I help fix you. That's basically my whole thing. However, if you try to post online, the fitness space is so saturated, and also there's always somebody who is willing to use performance-enhancing drugs, among other things, who will look better than you. But that's not actually the key for finding people. You don't fill your client roster because it helps to look a certain way, I tell you that, but that's not the secret. The secret is make a qualitative impact on people's lives, help them. And then say, hey, I'm transitioning things to online. Do you want to keep working with me? Or do you know anyone who, for example, might need me? Fill the niche. There are a lot of people who need help right now, and hiring a trainer can be the best thing they've ever done. But they don't know that yet. Make sense? That's honestly my biggest piece of advice. Social media is an absolute trap. Unless you are, crazy, just you look massive. Like, unless you are incredible and probably abuse substances. In which case, by all means, go for social media. But our brains have become adjusted and rotted to think that a basic physique we see on Instagram is somehow basic when it's the most, 0.1% type physique you're ever going to see in your life. Like unbelievable. Do you know what I mean? And we think about that. You remember what Spider-Man looked like in the original Spider-Man movie? Have you ever thought about this? Look at this. I'll show you. I'll show you for a second. No, look. Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, original Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, shirtless. We used to look at this and be like, what a superhero physique. And now if you saw this on Instagram, you'd be like, 3 months. People, how long does it take to get this physique? You'd be like 3 months. And I'm like, bullshit. But this used to be, we used to see this and be like, that's a superhero right there. God damn. And he's in great shape. There is nothing wrong with this physique. But you know what? It's like impossible to put yourself out there because no matter how good you look, and I used to do fitness modeling, there are people who are just absolutely, yeah, the same with Hugh Jackman in the first Wolverine. It's the same deal. So I don't think that putting yourself out there in that way is actually going to be that helpful. Sure. Oh, I think I did Veil already. What dungeons do I have left? Let's find out. We did Altar. We did Den. We did Murder Row. I've got Murder Row. Veil works. Veil works, sure. Does always look really ripped? I mean, he looked good, but he wasn't crazy ripped. That's the thing. Like, look at Hugh Jackman early on. Wolverine, 2004, shirtless. Are you kidding me? He was in good shape, but he wasn't ripped. Look at this. This is Hugh Jackman, 2004. His shape is not bad, but it's not the Hugh Jackman we see today. This is quite different than the Hugh Jackman we see today, yeah? You see? Like, he's in good shape, but it's quite different. Yes. That's the thing, right? Like, this is the thing. This is what we expect today, but this is not normal. This is more normal. And I just think that unless you... Right. Remember that the Chris Bumstead dad bod thing went viral, and that was hilarious. You remember... Have you seen this? What is it? Yeah, this one. I think that I bet you I can find this, though. Look at this, look at this, look at this. This shit made me laugh so hard. I mean, there's a few of these, right? Look at this. Have you seen this before? This is Mr. Chris Bumstead, my friends. FYI, guys, not every girl wants an insanely jacked, shredded guy. Most of us prefer a dad bod with a little fluff like this. Excuse me? A little fluff like this? What? What's happening here? I think the original post was probably something like this. I think that it might have been one of these photos. Like, yeah, like this is the dad bod, right? This is the dad bod. I'm like, that's sebum. What are you talking about, man? You know? Yeah, look at it's that simple. A little fat. Yeah, look. This is all we want. A little body, a little muscle, a little fat. It's that simple. Bruh. What are you talking about? What was going on? That's the problem, right? Above age, it's better to do calisthenics training? No, Snugs. The best training is the one you do consistently. I think that a lot of people optimize Snugs training. They think about it as if it was secondary stats for World of Warcraft. The truth is that getting the foundations right and just improving over time is so much more impactful than getting 2% crit or 2% mastery. Anyone who says, yeah, but is a Bayesian curl better for bicep growth? It's like, no, the best thing for bicep growth is doing a bicep curl consistently. And in other words, to answer, is calisthenics good for people? Do you like it? Because a lot of people love calisthenics, and also it's pretty accessible, right? Calisthenics, if you have a park near you, it can be very social. There's a lot of communities for calisthenics, and it's pretty friendly. However, there's also a fair barrier to entry because oftentimes calisthenics is way more fun when you're already of a certain fitness level, and I don't think it's actually the best thing to do if you're starting from a place where you need to work yourself up to it. You can't just start by doing push-ups and pull-ups. So there's pros and cons to calisthenics. Is it good for you? If you love it, absolutely. And there was a period of my life where I just enjoyed calisthenics. I would so much rather have been doing variations on push-ups and this instead of, yeah, but those ads, they're trying to convince you of things that are just not true. snugs. We know for a fact that there are certain things you should do above 40 for both men and women that I wish were way more understood. But the key is resistance training. Resistance training can be bands. It could be a set of dumbbells at home. It could be going to the gym. It doesn't have to be powerlifting. It doesn't have to be benching heavy or squatting with the barbell. It doesn't have to be. It just needs resistance training because your bones and your spine and your body are designed to move. If we don't move at all and we don't try to challenge ourselves, then our body, we use it or lose it. And that's pretty true. The extent of which that's true, it's different. Where are you from? I don't know your life. I don't know what your shoulder looks like, etc. But it is important to realize that fitness is vast. There's so many different ways to do it. And honestly, if you wanted to, you know what a great workout is? You can grab a sword. I don't think I can actually legally tell you to buy a sword, but get a sword and swing that thing around like a samurai. What an unbelievably fun, great workout. You get all the benefits of shoulder. It's like basically steel mace training, except that you get to swing a sword and it's super fun. Why not? Get a lightsaber. Use it. You like Star Wars? Great. You know what I used to have? I used to have a batleth. You know what a batleth is from Star Trek? I used to own my own batleth, and I loved swinging that thing around. That thing was pretty heavy, and it was a great workout. Get creative. So that's the problem. So one of the hard things is I can't tell you what the best workout is because there is no best workout. It is very personal. Like it just depends on what you like. I'm serious about the batleth thing. You guys want proof? You know that when I tell you a story, I know that a lot of my stories don't seem like they're true, but they are. Don't have a weight because lightweight, yeah, except that if you get a lightsaber spanky, because they're so light, what you're going to end up doing is very strong motions of your wrist and your elbow and your shoulder, which so long as you're fit enough and that doesn't cause pain, is basically exactly what I would tell you to do these motions if you had, for example, a painful wrist or like tight forearms. So instead of me telling you put your hands out in front of you and then draw me figure eights, which is something you can do in PT, I could instead just tell you to get a lightsaber, because that's going to accomplish the same thing. Or instead of me telling you, hey, I need you to do basically internal, external rotation, shoulder flexion, and extension. So what I could tell you to do instead is actually just punch. You see? You could actually just stand there and punch, which is going to accomplish the same thing, except that it's way more fun. You see? Not punch people. Yeah. Don't punch people. I can't recommend this. You see what I mean? So you have to get creative, and I think that if you've been a trainer for a long time, you know that the hardest thing is adherence. Getting people to start the thing is the hardest part, and if you can figure out what they like, you just make it fun. And if you have a goal, if you're like, I've always wanted to go rock climbing, it's like, well, great, let's get you rock climbing. What a great workout, you see? But the biggest thing is, you just don't want to be in pain. Yeah, like pain is no good. And also, working out should not be painful. At no point should you go to the gym or work out and then be like, fuck, oh my God, it hurts so much. Puppy, it hurts. Puppy, it hurts. Puppy, I can't sit down on the toilet. Like, no, that's no good. No good. Too much. You've done too much. You don't need to do that. It's not going to be beneficial to you. You don't have to work that hard. You see? Like, it's not so, your fitness should make you feel good. If you work out in the morning, congratulations, you should have more energy throughout your day, not less. And if you're super fatigued after fitness, you're doing it wrong. If you need that pain to actually feel, then plan it better. Then time it and pace it. If you're somebody who needs that intensity, don't do it for 45 minutes. Then learn different strategies for that. Do a Tabata round of burpees. It's 4 minutes, done. You know what I mean? You see? Like, do a 4-minute Tabata round of burpees. I challenge you. And it's like, great, you only need 4 minutes. And that limits the amounts of CNS fatigue you're going to accumulate, because otherwise, if you're like, well, I have to, for example, squat super heavy all the time, it's like, well, you try that for however many months you can in a row, and it's like, you eventually will just give out, you know? I used to be eating so the best when we just egged each other on to go as hard as possible. That's great. What's up, Banchers? Yo, I was just telling people about the Hunter guide, actually. I was so excited about it because I thought that guide we made was so good. It was exactly what I wanted out of the series. I was extremely excited about it. I'm thinking I'm gonna post a few of those. I did also a few others. That one, I think you nailed it. You got exactly what I wanted out of that, and I was like, yes, this is. I really feel like if every hunter watched that video and that's where they started, they would just have such an advantage. Like it was perfect. I'm very excited. I will hopefully post that soon. Which tanks am I gonna play in the next season? I like Druid. I'm a Guardian Druid. I might play some other stuff for fun, but at the end of the day, I'm actually, believe it or not, I am not a Fodder reroller. I actually do just like Guardian Druid, but I'm also trying to sandbag Guardian Druid and keys right now, so I'm intentionally messing up my rotation because sometimes they tune off of Mythic Zero, and I don't want to be a contributing reason as to why this tank gets nerfed. So I'm just swiping a lot. I'm over swiping right now. I'm a lot of no lunar beam, just a lot of swipes. I gotta also go cat form for a second to make sure that I take a lot of damage here, just in case. Just to make sure, you know what I mean? Like, just really making sure I look worse than it actually is. Yeah. just a little bit of sandbagging going on. Just a tiny bit, though. That's what I'm hoping, Cortex. So, the real question is, how much do I post in that? Yeah, you remember Dora the Explorer? I remember that show, and that show actually teaches you how to play Guardian Druid. You know that? It's like, do you know how to say thrash? Swiper, no swiping. And it's like, there you go. There's the basics. I have to bark right now. I was a little scared about actually dying, but I don't think it's that bad. Well, anyways, Banchers, thanks for coming to say hi. I am excited to put out those guides, and I think that ours was really good. I think I would put it out, so we also did a State of Hunter video. I think I was going to do, is Hunter going to be meta in the morning? And then it was going to be, I have to listen to that again, but otherwise just the guide in the evening, probably starting Wednesday. And then it's going to be Hunter. And then the plan is after that, it's going to be Boomy with DeWilks. And then Kyrasa said he would do Blood DK with me another time. And then I have Loyal for Shadow Priest. I wanted to get people who, if I don't know, like I haven't played Hunter in so long, I will say, I hope Marksman is tuned well, because that was super fun. You know how some specs just click with you? When you taught me Marksman Hunter, I immediately thought, I want to play this. Which is unfortunate, given sometimes the tuning of the Hunter. But actually, I really liked how Marksman felt. That is the same feeling as I remember when I first started playing Hunter in Shadowlands. So I would want to play Marksman, actually. My time to work out while watching. Hey, we were just talking about that as Banchers came in. So we can continue that conversation, because I think it's an important one. We are talking about how just like min-maxing World of Warcraft, it's not always the right idea to focus so much on your secondary stats or your gear chasing, although those things are important. At the end of the day, no amount of secondary stats is going to fix poor play. Like, if you just fundamentally do not understand your rotation and you are making absolute errors, there is no amount of secondary stat that will or will not make a difference, right? Like, because I don't want to top damage. I'm specifically, because it's an M0 secret. Is it? Listen, hear me out. I don't actually sandbag, but also, I don't want to do well. The thing is that Guardian Druid is already on the chopping block, okay? Don't at me for this. I'm just kind of like, I don't want to do good damage. Like, because somebody might be logging this, and I just don't want to pretend. I want to pretend that Guardian Druid is actually worse than it really is, because I'm worried they're going to nerf it coming up. And so I'm just swiping a lot. It's a Mythic Zero. Blizzard cares. They kind of do tune off of Mythic Zero, man. They absolutely do. I would love to tell you they don't, but they kind of do, man. They did that last time. Guardian Druid was doing too well in the mid. I'm scarred from that. At the beginning of beta on Season 1, Guardian Druid was overperforming, and then they nerfed it. Do you remember? by 37%. There was a 37% Guardian Druid nerf at that point. Yeah. You think Blizzard will touch our... Yes. Pressing swipe to friend. Good. Thank you, Lionheart. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. Yeah, a lot of swipe damage here. A lot of swiping going on. Extra swiping. Missing Thrashcast. I will say, I wanted to get back to the previous conversation. You asked me, let me just scroll up here real quick. You were saying, hold up. Monkey Merrick, you said, do I have a free workout guide for somebody who wants to lose weight? No. I don't want to make content because as much as WoW gets individual, fitness is so individual. I used to think when I was younger, and honestly stupid, I really used to think that there was a best answer we were going to find. I really genuinely believed that we would find the best diet or the best workout routine, the best something. And it took me, it was a big maturity point for me to realize that I was wrong. There is no such thing as the best because it's for who and context. When I expanded my own understanding of fitness and stopped working with only people who are in their 20s and wanting to get absolutely shredded, and I started working with people who were older or had medical conditions, it's like, hold up. Are you telling me that the 80-year-old grandmother that I'm working with needs the same thing as a 20-year-old male? Bruh, there's no way. And it's the same thing. You think about supplements and you think about the fact that, you should just, we could make a really easy one. It's like, just take iron. It's like, how in the world does the Thai person down the road from me who grew up in the countryside catching frogs to eat dinner, how could it possibly be that they need the same exact level and dosage of a supplement that you do, being chronically addicted to World of Warcraft, living wherever you live? The climates are different, the environment is different, the way that their body, we are human beings, but fitness becomes so individual when you actually want to help people that I genuinely believe there are some general things that can be helpful, but it's individual. If you really want to help people feel better, move better, and love their life and actually get results as well, I think you have to customize. I don't think that it's fair to just be like, well, just do some squats or do some push-ups. I can link you studies that prove doing whatever it is there was a recent study that came out that people were quoting. I know a lot of female doctors were quoting the 10 air squats every hour, but there's actually no real basis for that as far as I know, but it's still nonetheless a good idea. Or the study that shows 3 intervals of stair climbs for 5 minutes was actually more effective in reducing certain outcomes compared to this. I can do that, but it doesn't matter because the answer is for who, for what, for where, for why. Does that make sense? It gets nuanced. So I don't have fitness content because I realized that if I was ever going to make it, it would have to be a conversation, not me telling you what to do. That's how I help people. That's why I'm good at my job, is because I don't come at you knowing what I'm going to do. I figure out what you need, and then we do that. I've got Crohn's, exactly. And I have also certain genetic conditions. Look at the camera real quick. My joints and my body and my stomach does not work like yours. If you applied the same type of... If I did what everybody else did, it wouldn't work because I have gastroparesis and celiac. Okay, what is that? It's a connective tissue disorder called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I've been diagnosed with all sorts of things, and the reason that I have a healthy perspective on, for example, health and fitness is because I grew up in the hospital. Like, I had so many problems that they could not figure out. Yeah, sorry. There's nothing there. It's just called EDS. My son has POTS and hypermobility. He's got all kinds of issues. So I didn't know when I was younger that was really what was going on. And it took me almost dying in the hospital when I was 23. Like, my stomach had shut down and they were doing all these tests. And I got lucky that I got diagnosed at the time. But once again, like what works for me is not necessarily what works for you. And hopefully you can hear my passion for this, because I'm actually really upset these days with the fitness community. The fitness and health community online. Like you asked me earlier, Biggs, I don't know if you're still here. You were telling me that you've been a PT for 10 years. There is the fitness community in the social media space for almost all fitness content doesn't actually aim to help you anymore. It's a game of how can I get more views and grow my business, which is great, and I'm happy for them. But almost everybody who started out with a genuine desire to help people has been corrupted to a certain extent, because fitness isn't that complicated. It's nuanced and individual, but it's not that complicated. And if you basically want to make it complicated, you have to come out with a new bicep exercise every 6 months, because otherwise nobody watches your content. So you need to keep saying, well, actually, this is the right one. And it's like, turns out this is the right one. And it's like, well, no, you were right 5 years ago, but you need a new video. And so they have a schedule. That's what you would do if I was any of the top fitness YouTuber. I would just have a schedule, and there's no way I can constantly one-up the last video, so I just recycle. I say every 6 months, let's do bicep, shoulder, this, and then we're going to say best push exercise, best pull, best this, best that. For athletes, oh, there was a new study here, there was a new this there, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to keep coming out with content because that's your job now, and it's tied to your income. And if that happens, then all of a sudden you're in this kind of situation of like, but I need to make a video, and that is a very different mindset than I need to help people. Then my goal here is to help people. Does that make sense? How many of those did resolve by taking action research? I got extremely lucky because most people with my condition didn't have access to the thing that really saved my life, which was, oh my God, I'm actually going to die. Wow. We died in mid-0. My bad. I was too locked in on the conversation. Basically, I found a guy who understood my condition to an extent that no one does. And the way that he taught me fixed me in about 3 months. Oh, my bad. We are being chain disoriented. Oh no, we're wiping an M0. Yeah, I got extremely lucky though. I would not say, I think that on average people would not have access to this. And it is a massive difference. Literally, it was like 20 years, nothing worked. 20 years, I just felt terrible all the time. And I couldn't figure out. I was getting MRIs and this and injections and whatnot, and I just couldn't figure it out. And then I had somebody who actually understood what I was going through, basically fixed me in 3 months. Oh my God, we're all dying. What is the effect, by the way, that's happening here? Heals for 5%. Okay, so what do we kill first, and what's going on here? What is healing for 5%? Because apparently this pull is Omega Band. For a real life season? Yeah. If you want to. I take those questions seriously. I know they're not WoW related. I don't have a kick. I'm a Guardian Druid. I had Vortex Typhoon. All right, I have Vortex Typhoon. I wasn't paying attention. This has spiraled out of control. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord and Lord. Yeah, you just go left. You're not. The route here is you go left. This is absolute left route. Left side route. Still viable? 100%. Chasing a dog is bis. I want a dog so bad. It is actually my ultimate goal. At the end of this year, Cheeky, I think it's dog time. This is like the reason for me. It's my motivation currently to do almost everything I'm doing. I told myself that when I had a certain amount of money in my bank account, I would get a dog. I set an amount for myself, and I basically was like, hey, this is when I get a dog. And why do I need money for a dog? Because 2 years ago, I fostered dogs in Thailand. but I didn't have the funds to foster the dogs with all of the resources that they needed, because if you rescue dogs in Thailand, that means they're from the street and you don't know what they've been through. So almost all of them had significant issues that they needed help with, but I didn't have enough money to really like hire a trainer properly or do things for them. And like a lot of them needed special resources, or like if I had to take them to the vet, I was like in pain because I was just like, money was a problem. This was a few years ago. And I couldn't afford, if it was like a few $100s at the vet, I was like, oh man, like this is gonna be really tough. I don't want to be in that situation again. I told myself if I ever got a dog, if I ever had the opportunity to have dogs again, they are gonna get whatever they need. End of story. Like if I need to buy a car to take them around, because that was a barrier before, is like it was hard for me to figure out how we were gonna get around town with them or like socialize them with other dogs, then fair enough. Then I need money for a car. And I'll also get my driver's license. I don't know how to drive, but I would learn how to drive for the dog. For me, dogs are life. I have cats, but for me, I love them. And I want to make sure they have the best life. That's like very important for me, right? So, yeah. Why did you wait until you're 20 million? Okay, the amount is not 20 million. So Blizz enabled the add request for NA, but not for EU. Anyone know the reason why? What is my Thrash macro exactly? It's Thrash after Iron Fur to prevent rage capping. But I have a few macros for Bear. Mouse over Moonfire is a good one. They're in Discord if you want it, Cineos. If you want any of it, they're in Discord. You can find everything there. And also, if you want a chance to win the mount, that giveaway will be ending soon. Maybe like another hour or something. Yeah, maybe like another 30 minutes, give or take. No, actually, speaking of which, I should do less damage. I'm owning right now. I'm doing too much damage. You're welcome. So yeah, just go to Discord and find it there. It'll all be there. But next season, it's very important that you basically you want to macro Thrash, and I have a guide explaining why, but do not macro to Iron Fur or Moonfire Swipe. If you only macro to Thrash, it's not a problem, and next season this is going to help you because we're swimming in Rage Gen. So the conversation about macroing Iron Fur on a Guardian Druid is always so weird. There are people who are against it. I highly recommend you just do it. Swipe. There's a guide coming out in a few days, Cineos. My Bear Druid guide, it was early access. I made one for Season 2 based off PTR testing and how we're actually going to play with the new talent build. That guide is in 2 days. 2 days from now. Tonight is basically the add-ons that every Mythic Plus player needs. I need Murder Row and what are the 2 dungeons I need still? Murder Row and I think Ruby Life Pools. Ruby for me. I don't know if Healer still needs though. Move to Moonrise because less press. You want to do it the opposite, Buitress. You want to do it to Thrash. You need to basically, yes. So here's the problem. You will waste rage. The biggest thing is that if I look at a log and you haven't macroed Iron Fur, even if you're mouse wheeling it, especially in Season 2, I genuinely believe that I'm going to find thousands of wasted rage compared to 0. Where would you rank Jazzercise on the tier list? Excellent. In terms of exercising, people should think more outside the box more often, Malden. There is nothing better than a good old horizontal mumbo jumbo, because if you are enjoying what you're doing, you're not thinking about the workout, and if you're not thinking about the workout, you'll end up doing it more. So yeah, the good old horizontal marathon is probably one of the best forms of exercise that you could do. If you were looking for something, that's a good one. The unfortunate thing is, since you play World of Warcraft, that might be not as accessible. So Jazzercise is a fantastic second option to that. No, Raid does not macro Iron Fur. Have you guys seen the tank sims? This is basically what people use for stuff, though. What are you talking about? I was talking about Jazzercise. Malden asked me a question. I feel like it depends on what your goals with exercise. Absolutely. And obviously, if your name is really buff nerd, I'm going to be honest here. Your name is really buff nerd. So with respect, there's probably some sort of bias here for a certain type of exercise. But in terms of general health, our human body needs to move. There are absolute benefits, but they're more broad. as in resistance training, especially past the age of 40, especially for guys after 50 and women after 40, is essential. But what you do for resistance training is completely dependent on what you like. If you enjoy doing it this way, do it that way. If you enjoy doing it, then do it this way. We need to move. Moving is important. And also, if you are struggling with many things, but the chemical catalyst for our spine rotating is untapped. We have no idea exactly what that really does, but it absolutely seems to really help many conditions that we would not associate with this. In the literature currently, one of the best antidepressants is movement, and yet it doesn't tend to be very described or talked about. Like, moving for your mental health, fitness for your mental health is underrated, not just for your physical health. And also, obviously, if you feel good, you'll feel better. There is, and that's why I'm saying, depending on the person, 100% really buff nerd. We've been talking about this for a while today, and I'm happy to get into it again. When I initially worked in fitness, I was so caught up in trying to find the best option. Yeah, I was so preoccupied with wanting to find the best potential workout or the best potential diet or the best potential this. Like, I was so interested in that, right? I can't medically recommend anything, Snugs and Claws. All I can tell you is that scoliosis has several degrees. I would love to suggest, not medically, just as a conversation for what it is worth, right? Most degrees of scoliosis can be solved without medical intervention. It has to do with your body. Okay, so it depends on the type of scoliosis and it depends on how severe it is. But in general, when you have... I'm trying to think about how to explain this. Give me a second. Wait, Murder or Ruby, by the way? I was in Murder Realm. My bad. Ask that one, please. I can port. I have had 3 spine surgeries, so this is why I clarify. 3 spine surgeries is quite different, right? This is quite different than saying I have scoliosis. Most people who have scoliosis, and they say that they do, they're talking about a relative curvature issue, and you can fix that with movement. 3 spinal surgeries is a little bit of a different story. I still believe that you would want to practice and figure out a way to load, correct, and let your body heal, but I don't know you. And this is a great example of it's extremely individual. Unfortunately, in today's world, we have so much access to terminology and many things are misdiagnosed. Many things are correctly diagnosed. But if, for example, you say, I have depression, I don't know what that means. And in the same way, physical things are not that different. If you say I have scoliosis, I don't actually know to what degree or what that really means for you. So I can't give you a recommendation. And I'm glad I clarified, because 3 spinal surgeries is quite a bit of a different story. I do believe you can get out of pain. I inherently believe, after everything that I have seen, you do not have to live with pain all the time. You need to find the right information. And somebody will be able to help you. I don't know if I could help you over a Twitch stream currently, or even if we were to work together, I'm not sure if I would be able to help you online. But somebody will be able to help you. How old are you, Snuggle, if you don't mind me asking? Snugs and Claws, how old are you? Oh, we're dying. What happened? Oh, we're pulling everything. Something's butt pulling. Something's definitely butt pulling. Hold up. We're dying. I'm alive. I've got these debuffs on me. I do not expect you to. Oh, the orb pulled. I knew it. I knew something butt pulled. I knew it. Arcane Mage Orb. I got scoliosis 60 degree. I never wanted a surgery. If you can avoid surgery, especially for your spine and your joints, you absolutely should. They exist for a reason, and they help a lot of people. If you can avoid any, like, for example, doctors are way too willing to prescribe replacements for people who are above the age of 50 and even sometimes before, but it is so helpful. Oh, we have no healer. That's why we're dying. Oh, the healer never got a summon. I see. That's very funny. That's why I was taking so much damage. This makes sense. There's no healer here. I was like, I'm working kind of hard here. You're 49. Okay. You still got a lot of life to live, Snugs. You're only 49. I hope that you do not have to be in pain for the rest of your life. Too much time. You're too young to accept the fact that this is now the rest of your life. If you have the resources and the funds and the potential, don't give up on finding somebody who can help you. The right PT with the right resources can make a big difference in your life. I have seen way too many conditions get reversed. And I have seen way too many people progress where they should not have been able to. As long as you have the right input. And you need the right input. You need the right information. That's hard to find. I can't tell you where to find that right now. Just don't give up. What's up, Midori? Hello, hello. Hello. The mage's name is oh boy. He does? I'm in the Netherlands, so luckily healthcare is really good. Just beware of when you say healthcare is really good, it's not just about finding a doctor, it's about finding the right doctor. I would want to say that although general doctors help a lot of people, there are many who fall through the cracks. And you have to find the one who has the right information. We basically apply a gold standard to all doctors, but the truth is that most doctors use general practices to help people. That's great for the people that it helps. If you've had 3 surgeries and you are not better, and you therefore have been in the medical system like consistently, like working on this for a while now, and you're still in a lot of pain and you haven't significantly improved, okay. You need to find the right doctor. It's not just about finding the next doctor. It's about finding the right one, if that makes sense. Hello there, Papa Dion's. Hello. Hi. And how are you today, Papa Dion's? And how are you? I'm excited for next season. Hello. 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 Are you prepared? Have you done all of the work to prepare for season 2? Massively excited myself. I'm actually just excited to have a goal again. Honestly, my goal at the moment is to just work on the Discord stuff, though. What's up, Mr. Shadoff? Do you think there's a lot of pulls in Mythic Plus where Starfall is needed? I think it helps more in pugs than it helps in coordinated groups, to be honest. I actually think that Starfall is really helpful. Like right now, for example, if I were to Starfall, then I would have this. You have 7 tunes, though. I'm still working on my first. I didn't get... My price for wanting to make content this season was that I knew I would only be able to do 1 tune this week. And I haven't even finished it. I'm still working on it. I need to get like Mythic Zeros done for Vault. On the other side of that, he's specialized. Great. I hope that it helps, Snugs, and let me know how it goes. There are many conditions that I've been able to help myself and work with. There are some that I haven't. And very rarely, like I would say it's pretty rare for me to take somebody on and not be able to help them. It's quite a little bit though. But yeah. What's up, Chow, in real life? He said Petco, even with his video, are ignoring people who call him out. There's plenty mine to salt from at TH, and I think it would be a good addition. Feel free to read this post. What? Wait, hold up, Chow. I'm missing YouTube drama. What is this? Wait, Chow, in real life. What is this YouTube drama? Hold up, I'm missing something here. I don't know about fitness universe drama. Well, I missed something. If I miss your comment on YouTube, please, and especially if it's juicy drama... Okay, I'm not actually that into drama, but I'm kind of interested in what you're saying now. Just out of curiosity, like hit me up on Twitch. You gotta come to mainstream because I missed that, and now I'm interested in what this was about. Anyways, Henry, they wanted to do surgery on your spine for when I was a kid. There are a few factors that I wish people knew about how surgeries are prescribed. It's a little bit disturbing when you learn about how medical practice works. it helps a lot of people. It really does. And I want to clarify that with whatever your complaints about Western medicine is, it has helped more people than it has hurt. However, surgery is overprescribed like crazy because oftentimes they have not explored other options, but surgery makes them a lot of money. And that bothers me because I don't inherently trust people to not be greedy. And I don't know about you guys, but most private practices, a orthopedic surgeon can make, literally they could just be making casually $10,000 from a single knee replacement. I know statistics from the US, and so I'm clarifying that this is US statistics, but you can be making thousands of dollars, maybe even upwards of 10, depending on how good you are and where you're from, for doing a single replacement surgery. So if somebody above the age of 55 comes into your office and says, my knee's really been bugging me, and they go, okay, let's take a little x-ray MRI, and they're like, okay, so we can see that there's inflammation, let's just replace that shit. They would love to because they make a payday, but that's not almost certainly the right idea. Great, I'm glad to hear that, Saffron, for what it's worth. And this is pretty niche, but you should get a second opinion. If somebody is willing to do surgery, get a second opinion. And second of all, really consider if that's your only option. Because when you start working on joints, they don't tend to be the same. And those are consequential decisions that I wish were given more weight before being prescribed. In the US, there is a massive problem, Saffron, where many people, I think it's like a statistical unlikelihood about how many people over the age of 60 or over the age of 70 have a joint replacement. And they are significantly overprescribed. It bothers me because as somebody who works with this, it's like, oh, I can fix that. You give me like 3 months. Like you give me 3 months and you don't have to do surgery, if that makes sense. Like I'm almost positive that you give me 3 months, maybe sometimes a little more than that. But like I can fix your problem and we don't need surgery. Like you can avoid all of this, but people don't know. How would they? People's health should not be a common. Look, man, I agree with you. I agree, and I think that basic information about health should also be more available, but I don't find that it is very often. And the hospitals in my country have 30 don't even diagnose it by the time that I'm sorry to hear that. There's a lot of stories and conversation, even about in my own story, there are a lot of stories. Hold up. I'm talking over myself. My own life is an example of this. The only reason that I am functional and healthy today and not in a wheelchair or not here is because I got lucky. Because I found people outside of the medical system who actually fixed me and who could make a significant difference in my life. If I never found them, if I never found the people who actually fixed a lot of my problems, I would be in a wheelchair. Like I would not be here. I have degenerative diagnoses that are not supposed to get better over time. And yet I am the healthiest today that I've ever been. How does that make sense? I am way healthier, stronger, fitter, calmer, more productive than 5 years ago. So how? But they're degenerative. That means they get worse over time. And ultimately, I had to effectively ignore most of the advice that I received by the medical system. When I was originally diagnosed with EDS, the current guidelines at the time, this was like 6 years ago, I don't know if it's changed, but they were like, hey, you got to stop weightlifting. And I was like, oh, man, like really? And they're like, your joints, your body's not designed for it. Like you're going to mess yourself up. Like you have to stop weightlifting. Terrible advice. Absolutely. It was destructive advice. I did it for a year and I felt way worse. And they recommended I do this. They recommended I do that. And they're like, you're going to land yourself in a wheelchair. And I was like, I trusted them. And that was not the right decision because actually learning to weightlift even better is now a functional part of my life that keeps me symptom free. Otherwise, I was like, hey, man, my shoulder's dislocating pretty much daily. What do I do about that? And they're like, well, stop weightlifting and it'll stop dislocating. And I was like, oh, okay. And that it was the wrong advice. It was, in fact, the opposite. I needed to learn how to use things better. Like, my only weird health condition doctor was really helpful with was just a weird form of reflux. Well, the thing is with reflux, like, that's a pretty miscommonly diagnosed one as well, by the way. I don't think so, Papa. I'm not sure about that, though. I don't know the answer to that. As well, Saffron. Yo, what's up? Yes, Genjo. I have it for Bear. For Prop Pally, I don't actually feel like Prop Pally has that many build variety right now. Because they combine Sentinel and whatnot, actually, I want to say, I genuinely think that Prop Pally is pretty straightforward with the build. I think there's like 2 options, and it's in the Discord. If you go to my Discord right now, Genjo, you will find the Guardian Druid build that I believe is, as you describe, big dick energy. That is the words that you have used. Oh, Chow, I might not be seeing the link. Let me check. I don't think any mods are here right now. I'll have to do this, though. Yeah. I've come up with 2. You can still play no Apex, to be fair. But, yeah. This build I'm playing with right now, I'm trying to do less damage right now. The Lias, let me see. Let me read your message here. I just wanted to say I've been watching your content for a while now. I want to let you know your mindset approach, especially regarding Mythic Plus, has been super interesting. Inspiring. I actually stopped pushing for a bit on 3900. You hit a wall with imposter syndrome. After reflecting, pushing past that feeling, and focusing on your own gameplay, you managed to finish the season at 4100 EU. Congratulations on the 1%, by the way. That's huge. Oh, Soap, it's okay. There was like a YouTube, somebody was commenting on YouTube, and I was curious what they were saying. They said they were commenting a link, but it wasn't going through. I am glad that my content and mindset helps. You know, I've had the luxury recently, and it's been a luxury, by the way. It's absolutely, because I'm trying to sandbag PK, because I'm sandbagging. I don't want to do well in these M0s. I'm straight up, like, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a pretty honest individual. The reason I'm over swiping right now is because I don't want to top the meters, because then they'll nerf Guardian. That's it. That's because we're not on PTR anymore. On PTR, I know how much damage I do, and I'm just straight up, I'm like, nope, not on M0s. Like, if you want me to do here, I'll do a proper rotation here, okay? I would Combat Potion right now, and I would Feral Frenzy on top of that Lunar Beam. But I don't want to do that, because now all of a sudden, look, I'm basically beating the Rep Pally, and I'm beating the Mage in a second, if I actually were to continue with this, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just swipe, more swipe. I gotta be less damage. I cannot beat the Rep Pally. They do not like it when tanks beat DPS in an M0. So just more swipe. Look, I got to make sure he wins. Swipe. That's it. That's the reason. What if the meta is to get nerfed earlier before tier set? And that's what it is. Chowder in real life. Oh, there you are. Cool. Swipe or no swiping? No, swipe or swipe in M0. Please swipe. Basically, allow me to give you a non-real piece of advice. If you are a Vengeance Demon Hunter, Brewmaster Monk, Prop Pally, Prop Warrior, and /or Blood DK, blast an M0. Use the best build. Definitely just go for it. Parse really well. But if you're a Guardian Druid, hit swipe more often. Just for this week. Next week, fix it. Not biased at all. Hashtag. Anyways, I have 1 dungeon left. Yeah, I don't know. I'm basically, like, literally just trying to overswipe a little bit, and intentionally. You don't want to do well at M0. All right, I got 1 more dungeon. Chowder, let me get you here. I see the link that you're trying to post. Click to show. What is this? It's a Reddit post. Dude, I made a Reddit. You know I made a Reddit? I actually did. Fun fact. I got to make a Reddit a few days ago, and I was thinking about whether or not I contribute to WoW Reddit conversations. Let me put this link in. All right. As a response to who bought... Oh, I don't give a shit about this. Oh, I see. You're linking me a Reddit post about whether or not people bought the title because the spreadsheet came out, right? I don't give it. I don't care. This is actually like the most lame drama that has ever occurred. First of all, it's not even the most accurate thing. On the NA title, who bought it, I know half the people because I played with them this season. And for what it is worth, man, it's just drama. I don't like it. It turns into something that it's not. Do people buy it? Absolutely. Can you find people who bought it? Yes. It's not who made the video? I think that his video didn't account for everything for what it is worth. It isn't accurate if you read it. I shouldn't see this as against the name and shame. I didn't read the whole thing, to be fair. What are you trying to tell me about this? Because this is a long Reddit post. What would you like me to see about this? I'm trying to call Hocus Pocus out. Is he the one that made it? All right. Compiling large amounts of Raider IO. All right, fine, let's read it. All right. He is but I don't care if he has a thank. I will acknowledge this because people really care about whether or not people have bought the rank 1 title. Okay, let's look at this together. We read the Reddit post together, fair? Okay. As a response to who bought titles, Hocus Pocus, also known as Great, played Blood-Decay during the War Within of World... Okay. You look at his character in seasonal history, an interesting contradiction emerges between the standards he applies to other high-rated, okay, API. He's focused So basically, the person who makes the who bought title tier list, you have determined that he bought his title at one point. Is that what this is about? My email is showing? Where? Oh, shit. Sorry. Thank you. Is this what this is? Is that what I'm looking at right now? Here you wrote, new Season 2 full Apex build. What's the build that is shared at the moment? Is not finite. No. Go to Guardian Druid in Discord and you'll find it. Servers make players consider suspicious. However, it is also possible that this project has developed into its potential to occur at broader cost. Oh, I agree with this. Okay, fair enough. Okay, all right. I'm glad I read this. I'll take it back. Let me read this. Let me think about this. Let's read this together. I tell you what, I see what you're saying now, and for what it is worth, although this is long, we'll go through some drama. Ilias, you told me that you appreciate my mentality for Mythic Plus. At the end of the day, I strongly believe that we need to restore fun to World of Warcraft. And that the more WoW turns into a lobby game, the quicker we move away from what it's supposed to be. The giveaway, if you would like to enter, by the way, all you have to do is exclamation ticket. Cool? That's all you have to do. Let me just tell these people in game real quick that I'm going to read this. Just do exclamation ticket and you get the Stoneforge Sentinel mount. It's a pretty cool mount, actually. It's the one. It'll end today, so I will decide actually in a little bit who wins this mount. Yeah, just do exclamation ticket and you can go in here. There's only one I can give away, but it is pretty cool. Also, hi, Toxic Rabbit. Toxic, the next... You have to be on in the next 30, 45 minutes, fair? Around then. Around 30, 45 minutes we'll do it. Yeah, you're welcome. This is the mount that you can win. Yep. It's very cool that I get to do this, by the way, because I am an official WoW partner, and they gave me one to give away. So this is very exciting. There are, however, I will tell you, there's 200 people in the giveaway, and it's pretty random. Do we have to be online? I keep falling asleep. I will ping you if I know who you are and you win. I will totally ping you on Discord and stream, and I have to give it away by tomorrow for what it is worth. So it has to wait until tomorrow, okay? But otherwise, yes, I will be here. Yes. Cheered 500 bits. Wait, Alexi Galuxi Moose Muscles. You cheered bits? Hell yeah. Wait, does this mean I get ice cream today? Yeah. Yes. That means I get ice cream. I'm super down for this. Wait, okay, I'm going to order ice cream then. The ice cream fund has been filled. Thank you. We now get ice cream today. Hell yeah. Yeah. 1006. Fantastic. Thank you for the bits. That means I can order ice cream, and I love ice cream these days. I've been eating a lot of it. It's good. It's good. Floor ice cream? No, I'm not going to drop it on the floor this time. That happened last time. That was a last time specific thing. Okay. Basically, I am not a huge fan of the M+ drama, and I definitely do not like... The reason I responded the way that I did originally, because I thought you were linking me some... I thought you were linking me something about the drama, like more drama, adding to the drama of who bought title and the resilient files and whatnot. I actually had... believe it or not, about 3 to 4 people DM me on Discord when that file came out because they used randomly my thumbnail for it. What was up with that? They stole my thumbnail. Did you see that? My picture was used in the Resilient files, although obviously I'm not in the files, but they used my picture. And I was very confused. Where was it? Hold up. Somebody sent me a message and it was just like, hey, your picture is in the files or whatever. Let me read this. Let me find this here. I got to figure out who it was. Who is the one that sent me the photo of this? I've been talking to so many people on this. Oh, yeah. There, look. How they use, what is this? How come my photo was used? Look at this. This was Dal. He sent me this. Look, my photo, how's my photo used? What's up with this? My thumbnail is randomly in this file. How was this? Somebody stole it. They ripped it. Yeah, I was like, I'm not participating. This was an unauthorized distribution of my photo. They just ripped it. They full on ripped it. I don't even know where they got it. I don't even know how that happened. Yep, they must have taken it from Discord or something. I actually don't know for what it is worth. It turned out to be pretty similar. I saw that video, although I don't know if it accounts for everything. To be fair, I'm not sure if it fully accounts for things, Cheeky. Chowder, are you going to be here in a second where I cover the drama? I think I'll do it right before this, and if I need to step out of this, that's okay. Basically, I want to actually rant about it is the thing. Can I finish my M0 run first? Or I'll just do it later. No. The right thing to do here is the drama. I gotta go. Actually, I'll do this later. Sorry. Good luck. Fair enough. Okay. Let me fill people in for what's happening here. Let me at least fill people in for what's going to happen. Every season, there is a person who compiles the list. Let me make sure I've got this information correct as well. YouTube people cannot participate in the giveaway. You have to come to Twitch. There is basically someone who compiles a list of all the people who bought title. It is a file that gets shared publicly, and that file contains anyone who has a suspicious history of getting IO fast. It calculates based off of metrics that are not necessarily accurate because it cannot factor having friends, having a social network, playing alts. It just basically flags anyone on Raider.io who has the 0.1% title. And basically what happens is they say, you only completed a few keys at plus 15 and then all of a sudden time to 23 and it flags the system. Now, granted, a lot of those people, it does identify bot title. That's correct. That's how it would look. Like a lot of people they do some 10s, they get their gear, they maybe do a few keys, and then at the end they want title, they have a lot of gold, and so they buy it. That is what the system was originally designed to do. However, I don't think it was ever actually about this. At the end of the day, I've always thought that this was just drama. It's inflammatory, and it's meant to be inflammatory. The file is not even designed cleanly. It's got memes and GIFs and this, and it's clearly meant to rage bait people. It's 100% designed to get people upset. And I believe this post here is talking about the fact that it contributes to a sense of shame and a sense of angst. It does not help. It does not help. Originally, it was interesting to see some people that I've played with myself and thought to myself, you know what? I can't say I'm surprised. And in my head, because on NA Realms, when I see who's bought title, to be honest with you, I recognize half the names. Because I do keys in NA, and I do keys at a competitive enough level to have played with almost every single person. So there's a lot of names where I was like, you know what? I distinctly remember being in a plus 22 with this person early on, and they didn't do very well. So that checks out. There are a few names I'll say there. But you know what I wouldn't do? Is tell you who they are. Because what does that accomplish? You don't interact with them, first of all. And even if you did, no, I won't even go there. It's just inflammatory. Boosting as a conversation, especially with the 1%, has become increasingly they versus me. And you've got to take a side. And I do not like tribal arguments. I do not like it when things become divisive. This is a game. And you know what? I'll say something controversial now. If somebody has 50 million gold to buy title, so be it. It has always existed. It's not new. It's easier with resilient keystones, but in many ways harder too, because the keystone's much harder and you get higher up than you used to. There are other factors to that. So what? If you miss title by 5 points, then you feel really bad. And I understand that. You are an extremely small representation. And then there will be people who say, but you don't understand. It pushes the whole thing up. Like everything goes up, which affects everybody because now it affects the 1%. We've looped in, first of all, boosting with buying, which are two different things. Buying used to happen a lot, but boosting has always happened. This game is a social game. If I don't play a season, but I am friends with some of the best players on my region, and I ask for keys, I will get title. I don't have to be the best. I don't have to be that good. What this post is about, and the whole purpose of talking about this, is that title has been devalued for a while. It used to mean something a little bit different than it means right now, in my opinion. And you're welcome to your own opinion on this. I'm not trying to tell you what to think here. But we fight tooth and nail. There are people who believe that the only way to validate their Mythic Plus skill is by getting title. And that's why this becomes such an absolute metric point of drama, because you believe to some degree that if you don't get title, your mother will never love you. And it's like, I'm sorry to say that the 0.1% is not going to get her to call you. It's a weird thing because a lot of people feel as though if they got 0.2%, so for example, if you had Resil 22 but didn't get the 23s this season, you did great. What a fantastic season. Congratulations. But you will feel as though it was wasted, as though you've wasted. What was the point? Because I didn't get title. It's like, what if you wanted to go on vacation for the last few weeks when power was relevant? The whole game has been structured into a weird late seasonal thing, which encourages networking even further than it used to. Because the thing is, the best time to do keys is the last few weeks of a season when everybody is fully geared. We have our folio, our Sporefall items, and also our turbo boost on top of our other turbo boost. Like, the game is quite seasonal like that. But people who don't have a network need to keep themselves above the curve, which is not talked about nearly enough. The pressure of staying above the curve. No one talks about that, by the way. Everyone is always like, well, of course you can get title. It's like, you can pug your way to title. Good luck. Do you have friends? Do you have people to play with? Do you have a guild? Who's taking you? Because you can't just log in late season and get taken to keys if you don't have a network. But it is something to know. And if you look at that, it should be a chase goal. The chase goal is not getting title this season, but figuring out, wait a second, you're telling me that guy who basically only did a single plus 20 in the season logged in on the last week and just got gifted 23s? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. That's your goal. That should be your goal. Like, this is telling you actually how to play the game, which is horizontal progression that lasts through seasons, which is not your gear, which is not your stats, which is not your ability to do keys this season. It's actually next season. The stronger your friends list and BNet and community and becomes, the stronger you're going to be throughout your entire time playing WoW. That's the real horizontal progression that doesn't reset seasonally. Some of those players might not play each season, but a lot of them will. And if you can instantiate yourself into the top end of the community, wow, congratulations. I made a video a few weeks ago. It was on Patreon and YouTube members, I think. I don't think I made this public, and I should have. But it was the most important Mythic Plus advice I can give. It was about 2 weeks ago before the season ended. And I thought to myself, you know what? People are not realizing that if you have Brazil 21 right now, it's the perfect opportunity to make friends because you are currently wanted and maybe you won't be next season. That's the problem, because you don't know if you're going to be meta. You don't know, is like Guardian Druid going to be okay? Well, all of a sudden, but you're wanted right now. And so you should be in, if you're not going to push for past that, you should play right now and then start looking at figuring out how to add people who are good so that you can play with them next season. That is the best piece of Mythic Plus advice I can give you. Now you can't do this. In Mythic Zeros, it's not a good time to add people because you don't know who you want to play with. But 2 weeks ago, it was the best advice. And if you do it in the first part of the season as well, you'll say, well, as you're getting into 10, some of them are going to feel impossible next week, not because they're hard, but because specifically people are going to be learning altogether. And that's... You really want to try to find people who are skilled and good so that you have actual parity in your team, etc. And that's hard to do. But that's what progression in WoW means, and I wish people knew that. And as I'm doing the podcast, like I asked Banchers this question, and I've asked all the people that I've been able to talk to. It's interesting to get their take. For people who barely get 0.1%, they really think that it's all skill and time in this. But if people who are getting world first keys, which is a completely different realm entirely, who are past the 0.1%, ask top players what really matters. And they will almost always tell you what I'm telling you right now. So much of success in World of Warcraft is social, even if you don't want it to be. Because you can't get to the world first level without a community and people to play with, especially consistent people to play with. So right away, I don't like the resilient files and the whole conversation that happens about boosting and all of this. It's good drama and it farms clicks, but it absolutely does contribute to a sense of public shame, and that doesn't help anyone. Let people, you know what, if, like I said earlier, and it's a hot take, but if somebody has 50 million gold in this game and they want to buy title at the end, let it go. Let it be. There's no point. It doesn't affect you. Not really. And even if it does, there are other ways to fight against this. It's just yelling at the wind and blaming people is not going to, it's not the right solution. And I absolutely believe the resilient files contributes to that for those who care about it. But to be honest with you, not many people care about it. I got so many Discord DMs saying, yo, did you see the resilient files? And I was like, I don't care. And they're like, did you see that one streamer was boosted? I was like, I don't care. Why does it matter? Why am I being DM'd this right now? Like, it doesn't matter to me. I don't appreciate the name and shame campaign. I agree with this post, basically. I didn't get to read all of it yet, but this is the whole rant about this system and this game, because I don't think that people realize just how far down this goes and how it's actually insidious. Like, it creates tendrils of negativity and toxicity and takes away from our enjoyment of keys. It used to be fun to push title. Like, back in the day, like 2 years ago, it was fun. It's not fun anymore. Like, the game has changed, the community has changed, and I will strongly say that, like, it was a big chase goal a while ago, and I have zero desire to do it in the future. I don't care. Next season, I think 1% is super fun. I'll get my 1% early, because I like to push hard early on, and then I'll stop. And I have zero desire to go this far. Unless I've got people to play with, I have no desire. I would so much rather focus on many of the other things that I do in the community than try to get 23 Seed of the Triumvirate. 21 is fine. Thank you very much. I'm chilling. Like, 1%, super fun. Great. Good competition. Fair. Encourages you to learn the game. Encourages you to build the network. Still has all of the factors of progression. Competitive, surprisingly competitive, very competitive this season, to be fair. And yes, we can all agree that note tippers are terrible and they should get, that's a problem. 0.1% is this weird, I swear, people attach so much of their success in a 6-month season to 0.1%, which, by the way, resets now. You're going to do it again, and you're going to do it again, and you're going to do it again, and you're going to do it again. And you will be doing this for the next 50 years of your life if you don't actually realize this isn't the end game necessarily. If you love this, then do the things that will actually benefit you to get it. But don't start raging at the resilient files because it doesn't matter and it's going to exist no matter what you do. You're not changing this. You're not going to basically cry and get Blizzard to start banning people. It's not going to happen. Those are my genuine thoughts about the resilient files and the drama that I'm reading right now on WoW Reddit. You know? And also, last thing I'll say, by the way, Chowder, the only thing I will disagree with on this, Peko is not responsible. Peko's not. I didn't watch his video. He's not responsible. The people that are responsible are the ones who click on the video. You can't... This is the same... I will say that is the one thing I disagree with here, and here is why. God damn it, there are so many people who are like, you know what I hate? Tier lists. Tier lists are the problem. The reason the meta is so bad is because of these damn streamers and their damn tier lists. And they keep telling people what's S tier and what's F tier. You click on it. People want it. People lust for it. It is the most successful content that you could possibly make. If you are trying to be a WoW content creator on YouTube and you do not make a tier list, you are trolling. You are actively trolling if you do not make tier lists going into a season. Now, granted, I hope that you actually do the work, play the PTR, get accurate information or potentially interesting information, and make a tier list that benefits people, that actually teaches people something. That's what I would ask. But you are straight up trolling. If you have a WoW YouTube channel and you do not make tier lists, you are trolling. It is not, you cannot blame the creator for basically trying to game the system a little bit. People love tier lists, and they're also good content. Like, they're entertainment. If you click on a 1-hour tier list, that's a whole movie, and you are entertained for that hour. People want it, man. People will watch 10 hours of tier lists. Now, I don't know what his video is, Chowder, but I understand. Like, Chowder, okay, but let me put it this way, and I'll fight back against that just a little bit. I have a question. If I turned that rant that I just had into a YouTube video, am I a problem? What if I just turned that rant into this? I can link it for you. I just don't like this is at Peko, to be fair. I agree with the whole like public shaming thing. I don't agree with that. I strongly agree that this is not good. But the Peko is not the problem. I don't know what his video is, but come on, man. He's putting out like a video a day. Do you know how hard that is? It's a Peko video. I just disagree with that, to be fair. But let me ask you a question. If I turn that rant into a YouTube video and I put that on my channel, am I part of the problem? Your answer better be yes. Because that's now you're getting way too biased. I haven't seen his video, to be fair. But my point is, the answer is I am now capitalizing. If I were to take that rant, which I am giving my own opinion, but I'm using drama to farm clicks. So if I were to take that and put it on YouTube, even though it's a kind take, even though it's a hopefully productive take, and even though it's a unique take, I am farming drama. Now, granted, I might do that because it's a good take. I actually don't have time. I have a schedule. But like, if I were to clip that and put that on YouTube, it would get clicks. And people would be like in the comments saying, oh, I disagree and you don't understand it does. Or simply people would be like, I agree completely. This is the thing. The problem is not about farming clicks. But that's what he's doing. And that I don't think you can fault people for doing that. I just don't know if he's like, if he's antagonistic and... maybe that he has some responsibility for putting out a video if he is antagonistic, sure. But I don't think that it's fair to put the pressure on the fact that he didn't make the resilient files. I don't know. I didn't watch his video. Exactly. Right. Clearly creators, they have to, indeed. They do, Gore-Tex. Like, it's part of it. I don't like the whole conversation that, like, you can't ever do, like, the tier list conversation is basically that, though. Is vigilantism. I think you're taking it a little too far, Chowder, because the truth is that what are the consequences of this actually? I agree with the concept. Like, I agree with the point. What happens because your name is in the resilient files? Like, tell me the actual things that occur. Do you think there's actual vigilantism? Vigilante. Oh my God. How do you pronounce that? Vigilant. Oh my God. How do you, wait, hold up. Vigilantism. Do you pronounce the T-ism or just the ism? I'm great at the ism. People's reputation in each guild and community will be fueled against players only because of this. I bet you that not a single person remembers that list in 1 week. I'm almost positive that very few, sub 1% of the people who watch that video are going to keep that spreadsheet and not invite someone next season. I'm almost positive. I don't think that it will actually turn into that. It's not, I don't think that's the consequence of this. I mean, Iron Wire, that's too harsh because I think that people's opinion matters. I just think that people get banned for less for violating. I mean, I don't know. I think that Blizzard is almost sometimes selective with who gets banned for stuff like this. People might start spam messaging or reporting people on that list. I think that doesn't happen. I'd be surprised if it did. I think that in 2026, every week there's some inflammatory news article about something, and then people get up in arms and they say they're going to do all this stuff and they almost never do. And sometimes it happens, and I think that sucks. But for almost everything, you watch something and you go, oh my God, and then you move on. Like, that's the nature of our world that we live in today. And this has happened for a bunch of stuff. I think that there are bigger problems than this. Yeah, like the fact that the Nightman video came out in Classic and that didn't immediately, for example. Yeah, but people comment on the video because it's a video they just watched, and then they want to comment on the video, but they'll forget about it in a week. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you fully here, Chowder. Keep in mind, I don't know if people are really contacted in game, but the truth is that if somebody is on the list and they don't deserve to be on the list, and I got a message, then it's all right. That's fair. Here's the log. I'm fine. I'm chilling. And if I bought the key, and if that was me, then I would just not respond. If I bought it with gold and I have 50 million gold, I'm kind of not really offended. I'm sitting here with my 50 million gold. I'm quite happy. Like, what are the two scenarios that happened here? Most of the people on that list end up buying a single key or two. They've already progressed the season, and they just don't want to do the last 23. But they want their 0.1% to mean something. I think many people on the list tend to be like that, where they've actually played the season, they progressed keys, they stopped at some point, and they said, I can't be asked to buy. I don't want to do 23 Seat of the Triumvirate, but it turns out I need this key, so I'm going to do it. Yeah. I probably do to a large. I know communities even throughout a season are busy calling people out. I just don't think it happens that much. I agree with you that you don't need more of this, but I also think that us talking about it right now has now highlighted this even more than previous. You know that we're gamers, yeah? Let me ask you a question. You're a gamer. How long have you been playing games for, Chowder? Mithy, how long have you been playing? Let me ask you a question. Be polite. If I go into this conversation because it's something I want to say, be fucking respectful. Listen to me. It's my stream. You should know my stream is a place of we're not going to go too far here, okay? Be respectful, but I'll still talk about this regardless. Just know I will mod you. Somebody is going to mod you if you are not careful with this. But just let me ask you a question. How long have you been gaming? I've been gaming my entire life. As a kid, I never went outside. I had medical problems and I was inside. I've been playing games for as long as I can remember. When I was 9 and 10 years old, there was a way that I interacted with gaming. And part of it was if somebody told me that I wasn't supposed to say something, what did every gamer say in 2000? When you were playing Halo 2, 23 years, you remember what games used to be like? If somebody tells you not to say something, what is immediately the first thing you do? You say the thing. If we make drama out of, like, if, for example, if you're in a community and you remember old school gaming, we were all, every single one of us has said some stuff that we don't really, we would hope never sees the light of day. Not because it was really that funny, but just because it was part of the process. Like, I genuinely think that every gamer to some degree has probably mentioned a word or a statement that they would rather not have public. But a large part of that, no, not you. I don't know. I'm like skirting around the topic here. I can't actually mention the words that we're talking about. I'm just saying that if you grew up in a house or an environment where nobody told you that that was a problem, you would move on immediately. The only reason you said stuff like that was because it evoked a reaction. And if you understand this, then you understand that highlighting these problems evokes a reaction and keeps it in the loop. If you really wanted something to phase out of existence, you would just quietly let it go. Raising a fuss actually makes the problem where if you were a truly ethical person, I am generalizing a bit. That's right. You're right, Orko. So you're very fair on that. Yeah. Sorry. I'll link the Reddit post. But just know that if you were truly serious about fixing the problem, this is not the way you would do it, in my opinion. You would actually just let it go. Because if you're passionate and you're feisty, that means it worked. You see this in all sorts of things that we're not going to get into. You see it in politics, you see it in religion, you see it in real life, you see it in absolutely everything that we're being fed nowadays. If you open your Instagram, something is going to evoke a reaction, and that gets you to click. God damn it, I didn't see a single trailer for the Odysseus movie that just came out. All I knew about it was that there was outrage about the casting. And I was like, wow, I was thinking about this Odysseus movie. It took up more brain space because I heard about the outrage. I didn't know I never saw the movie. I don't know if the movie's good. Supposedly it did very well, and it was actually not a problem. But god damn it, I knew about the movie. Their advertising worked. Holy shit. I would not have known about that movie otherwise. The only reason I know is because there was backlash and outrage. And it's the currency that we operate in. And I hate that shit because I have a YouTube channel and I don't want to do that. I don't like operating in hate. I don't like operating in that. But I seriously think I should. Like, sometimes I wonder if I just posted a video that was clearly rage bait, what would happen? It's a thought process I have. I ultimately don't think I will. But if I ever do, just know I'm getting paid. Those are the nuances to this conversation. Good morning, Assis. Good morning. Does that make sense? Does that hope? I hope that I have not singled you out here, Chowder. I appreciate the fact that you wrote this, and I think that I agree that this resilient, like, as a whole, I'm passionate about it as well. I don't think that adding the person, like, I don't think that Pecco is responsible. And I haven't seen his video, but unless his video is, like, crazy inflammatory, which is maybe his bad, guess what? He's human, and he's been posting a lot, and it's a business for him. He's passionate about it, clearly, but this is a business. But maybe he didn't think about it that much, and he's a human being, in which case, sorry. Or perhaps take the video down. It's like, I make videos almost every day. I have a real job, Chowder, and I've got a lot of stuff going on. I really quite like, this is really that inflammatory. Yeah, it's like, you have a big influence. I appreciate that I have an influence. I don't think I have a big influence. I'm new at making content. I think recognizing it is, talking about it, but adding people is probably not the right thing to do. Pecco's doing pretty good on farming. He's doing great. And to be fair, but like, let me think about this for a second. I'm in a unique position because I'm right here with you, but now I've been making content for a year and a half, if that makes sense. Like basically, let me put it this way. The only reason this is coming up is because as I was reading the post here, yeah? I'm reading the post here and I'm going like this and I'm going, great. You're talking about the guy who makes the system. I'm reading this and I'm like, oh, this is great. You're basically talking about a broader culture of public shaming within the 0.1% community. I 100% I agree. This is people have their identities exposed, reputations damaged based on the interpretation of their seasonal history, regardless of whether wrongdoing has actually been established. You're making great points. Agree. Hard agree. Completely relevant. We're looking at Hogan's own competitive history. Okay, you can call him out. Fair enough. This is a hypocrisy. Okay, but this is a buzzword. This is you are doing, for what it is worth, this is where I disagree, because you're doing exactly what he's doing. You're fighting fire with fire, and that is not productive. This right here is fighting fire with fire, just so you know. I get what you're doing here, but okay. All right. Don't play the game. You know what I mean? Like hocus pocus. You're calling him out. You're telling him basically, don't make this list if you ain't willing to play the game, playa. You don't? You know what I mean? Fair enough. Okay. Is not effectively closed when the ordinary position handed. Yeah, I got this because of that. All right, hocus pocus. Well, I do not disagree, but this is only to tell Petco. If you were only trying to tell Petco, why are we talking about it in my stream for the last 30 minutes? I don't know if you're only trying to tell Petco this because you would have sent this to Petco. Or like something. It's not my post. No. But hold up. That's what I'm saying. Like, hold up. Because we're talking in my stream. I'm not... Because don't play... Hold up. I'm not going to be able to send it to him either, and I won't. Hold up. And that's fair, and he's allowed to do that, Chowder. Well, hold up. If we're going to talk drama, this is why you have to be careful with drama, because I am not the sort of person... I think so, too. But I just want to let you know... I prioritize... Do you know Doctor Who? I'll give you my worldview real quick. You know Doctor Who? I really love the quote, always try to be nice, never fail to be kind. It is a guiding principle of which I live my life. People oftentimes mistake that a little bit. I'm not a nice person, I don't think. I think I'm a kind person because I try to consider where people are coming from. But in terms of morality, in terms of like niceness, I don't take sides that well. I don't let myself become tribal. And so even if you're right, this is calling him out in the same way that he's calling other people out, which is a hypocrisy in and of itself. So if you really wanted somebody to be on your side and be equally as inflammatory, I'm not the right person for that. Because I will call it doesn't matter what your argument is. It doesn't matter how right you are. If you use the same methods as the people you're criticizing, that's tough. You're putting yourself in a situation where you have to be open to that criticism as well, if that makes sense. I know what you're saying, but you're walking backwards circles here a little bit, Chowder. And I just say that because you keep saying this is for Petco. It's not. I understand it's not for everyone. It's not meant for everyone. My dude, you made a public Reddit post, so this is for everyone. And you've got me to talk about it for 40 minutes. So to be fair, that is very true. You're absolutely right, and it worked for what it's worth, because I'm talking about it right now and engaging with you. But you save the word hypocrisy a lot. As I just wrote, I want everyone in. So it's not for Petco. If you want everyone in it, it's not for Petco. Then what you're doing is you're trying to hear me out. And I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying that you are essentially... That's why you were trying to get me into this earlier, and I didn't like that. The first part of this, fair. The second part is a witch hunt. You are asking me to do exactly the same thing that you're criticizing other people for doing. This is a witch hunt. And I don't love that, because I won't witch hunt people. Does that make sense? I'm realizing there's a lot of talk about you're literally doing what he's doing. So I think I will end this drama now. As I read more about it. Is that fair? What happened just got back? No, I think I'll end the drama there. I don't like witch hunts. People have reasons for doing what they're doing. People have immense reasons. And there is a world where you can be contrarian for the sake of argument, and you will always win. If you are arguing for the sake of arguing, then you can poke holes at any logistical thing I could have said there. As an example, I could have said, well, the methodology that you're using is very similar to what you're criticizing. And you could say, well, there was this time in history that we should have done that, or there was a time that it didn't work. Both are correct. The whole purpose is to drop the conversation to begin with. Yeah, of course. I agree with you, Chowder, but that's the end of that conversation. Because I hope you understand that I've made my thoughts pretty clear on it. I'll link the post. Fair enough. How is Bears in Season 2? What hero challenge will be the play? Fartovi, I believe EC is the play. I think EC does a lot of damage, and I will also show you this, by the way. This is something very interesting. Sims are out for tanks and raid. So let's go back to tank, by the way. Thank you, Love a lot. I appreciate that. I'll show you this. When we go back into the game, Sims are out for tanks. I don't think Brewmaster was being calculated very well, to be fair. But these are the current Sims for raid. Tank Sims are out. I told you that EC Druid is very good. I was saying this on beta, and I don't think people were playing the right build. Granted, these are raid Sims single target, so this is you don't know it. I think they do have a spreadsheet, to be fair, of what build this is actually linked in. There is a spreadsheet. You can check the exact build to see what they were playing, and it might be degenerate. And some of this is a little RNG. Yeah, Brew, I don't know what happened to Brew. I'm a little confused by the 66 that Brew has, to be fair. But normally, if a tank is that good, then yes. Keep in mind that oftentimes this might assume for Colossus that you never press Ignore Pain, you never press Shield Block, and that you are, battle stance, full executing a boss. So keep in mind that it's not always accurate, these Sims, to be fair. Does that make sense? You're welcome, Chowder. I'm pretty sure nearly every big online community attracts enough angry people. So no, I don't think it's fair to say they're garbage. They're reasonable. Sims aren't how you actually play. 100%. And any tank that is balanced around sim-based play will almost certainly be absolutely bricked in keys. Because you can't balance tanks like it was the old Prop Pally Wings argument, right? Is that like, if you play Prop Pally Wings, you'll do big damage, but you never play it in a key because you can't live. This is one of those things where like Druid normally does not, for example, use Ironfur in a lot of these Sims. In a key, this is a pure raid build. It might be using things like Red Moon. You don't actually know, by the way. It's not clear what they will or will not be. I think there's let me find it. The tank Sims are out. Let me actually go find them here in the actual spreadsheet for them. It was not in general. I think I asked in general. Let me see. I asked him if he has the chart. I might have DM'd him. If I'm up early enough, I would probably do a liquid split, to be fair. I would, and the reason I would is because I don't want to have to actually pug, what's it called? Because I don't want to have to do the whole pugging heroic early on. Yeah. This spreadsheet wasn't updated properly, I don't think. I tried to look at it earlier, but I don't know where that was coming from. Let me see. Introduction, breaking news, sheet has been renamed. I don't actually think the original spread. Where was the list of all the builds? I'm going to be late for my first raid. Go window replacement because they're coming down by 5. I can show up. Oh, you want to, by the way, here, let me get some ice cream and then let's do the giveaway. And help Echo. I bet ping will be lower too. If you're not in guilds, there's even a points of pugging heroic first week. The points of pugging heroic first week is that you'll get AOTC, and then AOTC will probably be required to get into it the second week. That's why. Yes, if you want to enter the giveaway for the mounts, this is the last call I will make for it. When I get back, we will end the giveaway. This is the mount that I'm on right now. If you want to enter it, you got to do exclamation ticket. Exclamation ticket, last chance. There are like 200 people in it. Only one person can win. If they win and they're not here, we will give them a while. We will ping them. We will at them. And if we can't find them, then it will go to the next person. Is it NA only? It better be cross region. I'm almost positive it's cross region. That's what the thing said. If the code doesn't work, I will personally buy you this mount. If for some reason you win this giveaway and it is not cross region, I will personally buy you this mount because I would feel actually terrible for debating you. That is not the intention. That is not my intention here. But basically, do exclamation ticket if you want to win, and I'll be right back. It's only on, you have to do it on Twitch. Have to come to mainstream. It is not on YouTube. I don't know how to set up stream commands on YouTube, to be fair. I actually have no idea how to do that, though. You can only buy one ticket. You can buy a single ticket. You cannot buy multiple tickets. No, I'm sure they will, but it's okay. It's okay. All right, let me just run an ad. I will go get ice cream from downstairs because I have actually ordered ice cream, and I'm going to go get that real quick. All right. Okay. You can give them both crickets if you want. They can both have some. Hello. Hello. I'm back. Okay. I've got some ice cream here. I'm gonna hydrate, and we got this. Play last season. Not sure how the new UI changes will work. Oh, that they've changed it a lot, especially going to season 2. We don't even know if Xbox is gonna work. That's the biggest question. Xbox is a question. What's up, Jeff? Hey, Gleno. Two things. Before I actually do the mount giveaway in a second, I just want to say it is super cool and exciting that I even get to do a giveaway. I get to do this giveaway because I'm a WoW partner. I hope that for as long as I make content for World of Warcraft, that I can provide reasonable, calm, cool, and collected takes. If things happen in the community, it's not that I won't comment on them, but I hope that I can be reasonable in those comments, and I'm glad that my videos help people. At the end of the day, I do not make nearly enough money from stream to sell out. My personality is such, I don't know if it's the best personality for online existence, by the way, because it would probably be better if I was just way more contrarian, you know what I mean? Like, it would probably be better if I was just willing to come on and be like, oh my God, those guys, you know? Like, if I could do that, I would. But God damn it, I can't. It's not who I am. Even when the GM drama happened, the thing that frustrated me about that was how everybody focused on the fact that Yara was in the key. That's what upset me. Like, more than anything, that's what I got. According to Kira's Discord, Xbox creator is now working on it. It will be posted on the 18th. Do you think he's going to be able to fix it, GT? Because Mini CC was bricked. Mini CC is not coming back, I don't think. But Ellesmere UI it is able to track things. So I set up my own Ellesmere UI profile, and I finished it today. And I finished it yesterday. But if I go into a dungeon right now, I can see defenses. I just can't see them being tracked in the same way. Mini CC wasn't working, but you know what is working is Ellesmere UI for this. It was the only way I could figure out how to do this. Delia's, I'm glad you can't. WoW needs more people. I hope I'll just do my own thing. At the end of the day, just gotta wait and see. I made a video tonight that is the 2 add-ons every Mythic Plus player needs. I mentioned Xbox at the end. If they update it, I will update a separate video about it. I mean, Xbox is very helpful, but look, I can actually track Barkskin, and this is a follower dungeon, but the idea is I can see things. If he uses a defensive, like, I can see it. I can see who's targeted. I have all that information still. I just only found that with Ellesmere currently this week. Watch the video, Gleno. I cover it really well. But effectively, the actual big thing, you can watch the video, but oh my God, if you are a new WoW player or you don't use add-ons, please listen to me. At least watch the first part. There is a section of that video which is sponsored. You can skip that if you want. It's actually worth it though, and it does help. The major thing, oh my God, please do not use base Blizzard enemy nameplates. That is, you have to understand that base nameplates are just not it. It's the only real complaint I still have. Everything else is playable. Then it's preference. It's optimization and preference. But base enemy nameplates just don't tell you what they need to. It doesn't matter what you can use. Plater, you can use Ellesmere for it. You can use Platinator. I have a Platinator profile that I like. It works extremely well for me. It makes things super obvious. I like it. It's in the Discord. That'll be there. But you gotta use something. Because you literally can't see. You can't see anything that's happening in a key. And it doesn't matter if you're a tank, DPS, or a healer, but like, you gotta, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if anybody's played with base UI recently. You want to see what it looks like? The default nameplates are so bad. Okay, Waka, if you're just coming back, listen. Here. I don't use Plater, I use Platinator. Watch this. When I walk into this poll, and this is kind of what the video covers, so I don't want to spoil it. If I give you the video now, you still watch it tonight if you'd like. But the idea is that if I walk into this poll with my Platinator, and I actually gather this, and I'm doing this right, look how clear this is. Just look how clear this is. Where's the mini boss? Right there. Oh, he's casting something on me. I can see it because it's highlighted in green and has a shield icon. Look at that. Shield bash, tank hit. Oh my God, where's the caster? Oh, I can kick right now. Oh, this is a purple? That means my kick is up. This is so helpful. And it's also aggro and everything. It's unbelievably helpful. I cannot imagine playing because let me show you the same exact thing. I'll do the same poll, except that I will do it without anything enabled. How do we get that? I'll show you. Watch the video. You just download the thing. You go to my Discord. You just literally go to my Discord. You import. Easiest thing in the world. The video comes out tonight. I walk you through it. You literally just go under my UI in Discord. There's a thing. You just go double click. You import. That's it. Done. That's it. You literally just go boop, and it's over. You now have this forever. Just like that. It's not. There are a few things that it doesn't flag, but that's just base UI stuff that has a problem with it. Yeah. There's a lot of things about this, but if I disable it, oh boy, I don't even want to see it. It's pretty rough. If I actually were to disable this, and then I go back into the same dungeon, I want you to tell me what's happening. Because there's also, I think the biggest thing about that video for new tank players it teaches you how to route. How do you discern aggro not having I'll show you. Mine has a flag for aggro, although it doesn't work perfectly. I show you. There's a section for it like this. Yeah. You just go in Discord. It's all there. I made this for people to use. I made it for myself and then shared it with people. And then I use Ellesmere now for party frames. But now, base nameplates. Tell me what's happening here. You tell me what's happening. This is actually not bad. I still feel like this is, I think, Ellesmere UI or something. Will you tell me, what's the mini boss? What's the caster? Where is everything? Where's the tank hit? You tell me what's happening. Tell me, where is it? Where is the, oh, there's a cast. That's actually not that bad. Is that a tank hit? Where, do you tell me anything? In a big Mythic Plus pull, it's pretty tough. This is actually better than it used to be fair. I remember that when they were really thin. I feel like something is actually still affecting this right now. Is this base nameplates? Because these are actually thick enough for me to click on. I remember when these were so thin you couldn't even see anything. And also the cast didn't even appear properly. This actually does look better than it used to be fair. I think Ellesmere is I think it's on right now. I don't even think that this is default. Is this default? Because it used to be a thin line. At least there are blocks that I can click on in the middle of a poll. But I remember how bad it used to be. This is default now. This is better than it used to be, but come on. The difference of just all you have to do is basically just get one thing. Oh, that's actually much better. Okay. All you have to do is just install this. It takes 2 seconds. You go to my Discord, you find this or any profile, and it's just done. Now, all of a sudden, watch this next poll. Look at the difference between this. I think that sometimes it lags the game when you re-enable it. Now check this poll. Which is the mini boss? Which is the caster? You tell me. Look at the difference. This is insane how different this is. You see this? Like, I just think that there's so much. This is an actual, you are at a disadvantage if you are not using this. In my opinion. I don't think that this one is so optional. Yeah. Because now you see, that's the main guy. He's got an important ability because he's blue. It's that simple. The big, bright red caster, don't overpull those. That's a caster. It's that simple. And then the thing that's just not a color, don't worry about that. Yes. I actually think that it's basically mandatory to have this. While the UI is not so good. I am a big Blizzard fan. Don't get me wrong. The reason that we can debate about the game is because we like the game enough to play it. However, with respect, the fact that Ellesmere made this is a shining indictment on Blizzard. Because they should have done this. His UI should have been what we should have gotten when they said they were going to do this. This is so good. It's good enough, by the way. It's so interesting. Bro, I colored my own Iron Fur bar. I could color exactly what stack of Iron Fur I'm at. I'll go to my UI. I'll show you the Discord here. My Discord is going to be filled like this. Bro, do you know I could customize to the degree that I could actually get my own Iron Fur? Let me get this up. My Iron Fur, I could decide what color I want this if my team doesn't kill this fast enough. I have it set to a darker shade of green, and then yellow, and then red, and then blue. My Iron Fur will change color, and I could set it... Sorry, Iron Fur, I know. I could literally set this color myself. Customizable. Isn't that crazy? That's insane. That's actually like he thought about that for Guardian Druid, let alone all the other specs. Yeah, okay. In the Discord, it just looks like this. All good. The way my Discord is going to work right now is like this. What's the color for? Just how many stacks? Yeah, there's a number, but there's also a color, so my eyes can identify it faster. Here. If we take a look at my Discord, this is what we're looking for right now, by the way. So there's general. I don't know what's going on in general. Bro, who made... Wait. First of all, I don't actually look that much like this. I just want to point out that I don't see it. It doesn't... It's not me. No, it's not. I don't actually look that much like this. Well, hold up. Listen. No, well, no, like his face is not the same. It's not the. It happens to be a similar color shirt. No. 95%. Damn. Did we do the get? We're about to do it, Spec. We're about to do it. I don't see it. I'm just gonna say I don't see it. Where are my gloves? If I had the full outfit. The point was, that's awesome. Saying it don't look like him. I don't look like him. It doesn't. I don't look like this. What are you talking about? I don't think so that much. I don't think so. Okay, Spec, I got you. What I was going to show you for the Discord is the same picture. It's not the same picture. But that's very funny. I happened to scroll into Discord. DV, that's you. You made that, right? I don't think I look that much like that. Well, I don't know. This is you, right? I don't know about... Okay. Fine. Hi. Yes, I know. I recognize your name. I remember. You used to be the only exception, the Paramore song. Okay. What I was going to show you in Discord is that over time, I'm going to update this with all the information. If you want my Season 2 UI, it's literally right here. All you have to do for the Platinator that we were just talking about, this is all you have to do is go here and double click this, Control C, Control V. That's it, by the way. And then my my Ellesmere profile is right here. Control C, Control V. Done. All the other add-ons I use are here. But that's it. That's actually all you need to know about this. It's super simple. And then in terms of other things that I will eventually do, if you have any questions, you can type it in here. And then I also want to make this for builds too. Keep in mind. Yes, I'll get it in a second, Mez. I saw it. You see Prop Pally, whatever build you want, you go to Brewmaster, and there's going to be the videos to learn how to play it. For example, Bancher's, the Hunter video. You're just going to scroll down here, and then you're going to go bam. Hunter, just like this. And then it's just going to be whatever you want is going to be here. Demon Hunter, Jedith. I made this with him here. If you want to learn Havoc, Devour will be here as well. And then DeWilkes, Boomy, Cybear, Feral, etc. Like all the things I've made, I'm going to basically categorize them so you can find them. Tank builds, healer builds, DPS builds. And the whole point is that this is going to be the information you need. If you want to learn Prop Pally, you watch this video, you should be good to go. Here are some macros that will help you. Here are the things. You use Platinator, you'll have all that information. Whatever you want to learn, I want those resources in here. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's true. I actually should update my Discord. You're absolutely right. I don't think I'm in any weird Discords here, so I don't mind showing you this, but just keep in mind that I definitely should be careful about showing you my full Discord. Definitely can't leak the DMs. If I leak the DMs, then, you know, the dream is over. With your VDH testing, Raguru, I don't actually want to answer that because I don't feel... I did not test VDH this PTR cycle, and I don't want to tell you something I don't actually know. Just straight up. I don't want to actually comment on something I do not know. I did not test VDH because I know I don't like it right now. And so I cannot comment. I don't want to do that. You want to see what elements is actually controlling it? What's up? You have to tinker. For what, Cortex? What am I missing? Thank you. I'm trying. I've been... It's been a while, huh, DV? I've been streaming for a bit. No. I tested every other tank to varying degrees. I did not have enough time this PTR to actually do everything. Thank you, DV. I appreciate it. I'm just eating some ice cream. I also am an official... I got to be an official WoW partner. Oh, my ice cream. Stay. Okay. On your mouse cursor, add on Blizzard UI element. Got you. I don't know about using that currently. No content in the rogue yet. Well, because the people, I wouldn't be able to make a rogue guide myself, Piri, but I happen to now, one of the things I want to do with this newfound success that I've had with stream, I'm in a position where if I message people, they might actually say yes. So for Rogue, I was going to message Shindig. I already did, and I asked him if he would make Rogue videos with me. He said he's busy currently with Prague, but afterwards, sure. So it might be a month later that I get a lot of this because many of the top players are going to be busy with their Prague and Race to World First and Blizzard stuff and the BlizzCon and whatnot. So some of it will be after. But I was thinking about who I could get for all of the things. And I had messaged, for example, this morning, I messaged Kyrasis. No, I want to do everything. I even have this weekend, I might have a podcast, probably will post it, the podcast with Mr. Loyal X Dice. I don't know who here plays Shadow Priest. I don't know if we have any single person in this stream at the moment who currently likes Shadow Priest, but that'll come out. Yep. I seriously, there's like 5 people who play Shadow Priest. However, I got to talk to the #1 Shadow Priest on NA Realms, so it was very cool. And he is a character. He's very interesting. You did Sailed? Do you know who Loyal X Dice is? Thank you, Piri. Oh, I got raided by Banshers earlier. That was part of it for sure. That got hosted today. You're a Shadow Priest main, so you should know who Loyal X Dice is. He's cool. He started making content more recently, but he's very good at it. I like Legion Shadow Priest. Does that count? Kind of. I just hope what I've been enjoying recently, me checking my DMs. Well, hold up, Lovelot. I was thinking for Holy Priest. I want to get Jack. I would love to ask Jack to do Discipline Priest with me. I don't know if he'll take my call. He's kind of, he's a set up from there. But I was thinking about Holy Priest, actually. Okay. Shall we do the giveaway? And Zolkin, if you want to enter the giveaway before I actually do it, let me make sure that no ads are going to run. All you have to do is do !ticket and you will enter the giveaway. There are a surprising amount of people who have entered this. I was not expecting that. I will show you. The winner of the giveaway, basically, is completely random. Stream Elements decides it for me. It's under, they have their official giveaway thing. Once I end it, there are 245 people who have entered, okay? So when I hit close giveaway, it's going to choose from one person up here. That's, you're basically in a lottery at this point. Here we go. I will show you how this works. The person who wins it, I will ping them, and we're going to basically like kind of at them and make sure that they're here. But this is how many people have currently entered the giveaway. Quite a bit. Macho Nacho, yeah, it's cross-region. Doesn't matter what region you're in. So if you want to enter it, it's about to hit the 100 hours. And I've been given some requirements for this. Yes, it is for the new mount. It's for the new mount. The Stoneforge Sentinel. Let me get out of a follower dungeon first. I will show you the mount. Here's the mount. It's pretty cool. It's the new one. All right. This mount. This is the one that you are fighting for. It's got some eyes, is a bird, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of Skyreach, which is why I can't say it's my favorite mount that I've ever received in this game, because it is reminiscent of the Skyreach bird, and I don't really want to remember Skyreach that much. But otherwise, he's got some cool glowing eyes. He got the crazy eyes, and he is kind of a cute bird. But this is the Stoneforge Sentinel. Yeah, I would say overall, W mount, but I would say the 1% mount is definitely cool. Can we give it to someone else if you win? Sure. I guess, sure. I just have a code, and I will send you the code, basically, if you win. All right. The giveaway. I believe we are at the point now where I can do this. I have to scroll down, and then I have to make sure that I end this properly. I think I just hit close giveaway, and then we just basically figure this out. I pray I do this right. This is kind of a new experience for me. I've only ever done one giveaway before, and like 10 people entered. So this is a little bit new for me, all right? Yes, we'll do it together. We're going to do it together. This is your last opportunity. I give you 1 more minute to basically !ticket. Yo, what's up, Chilsy? Long time no see. What's up, Chilsy? I remember you. What's up, Chills? Yes, you have just this last moment though to enter. You see the name come up, but this is it. You have like I will give you one more minute just in case people actually want to join the giveaway. In fact, if you're as long as I see people entering, I will give it a second. The other people are in despair. You can only buy one ticket. It will not let you buy multiple tickets. You cannot buy multiple tickets. Remember, if you don't win this giveaway, it doesn't mean that you're entirely unlucky. It just means that you didn't win this time. There's always next time. I'm going to give it a say. As long as I see people entering, I'll just eat my ice cream here. There are quite a bit of people in this giveaway, and I can only give away one, which I almost feel kind of bad about. I wish I can give away several, because all of a sudden there's now 264 people in here. I'm quite surprised. It's stream elements. The easiest way to do giveaways for me was just the stream elements. But when I hit close, it should pick somebody, technically speaking. And if you forfeit it, it'll go to the next person. But I'm just praying that this is how it works because honestly, I can't say I'm 100% certain. Close it now. You can't do it on YouTube, the Flathead. I'll give you another second. You have to come to Twitch to do it. You have to come to the main stream to do it. There's a lot of people in here. So statistically speaking, you have like a 0.3% chance currently to win. You can only buy one ticket. That's the other person won. That was the other thing I realized. They told me I had to run this for at least 3 days, and I was like, okay, so there's over 72 hours. But the problem is if no one's here for this, they have to, we'll ping them, and we'll see if we do it. All right, YN is here. What's up, YN? You have like exactly, let's put a timer on this, 60 seconds from here. Does it, Nevi? Oh, fuck, I didn't know that. It's my first time doing this. I thought I had to run it for 3 days. No. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought the email was very ambiguous. No, I didn't know. I thought it was 3 days. Oh, well, I misunderstood that. Oh, yeah, my bad. My bad. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was stream regardless. I didn't mean to debate people. All right, that's it. No more tickets. Here we are. The winner of the Stoneforge Sentinel mount, which I will give you a code. Nope, you cannot buy the tickets. That's not how this works. It's a fair system. It is an actual lottery. Closed giveaway. The winner is... I don't know what button to hit now. Okay, the giveaway is closed. What's the next button? Hold up. Wait a second. How do I thought, what do I do now? Wait, what's that? I thought this would kind of just work. It closed. You have to wait. Well, how long do I, oh shit, how long do I have to wait? Oh, the drum roll's not working. Delete it. No, that's why I was really scared I would do this. How long do I have to wait, Nevi? Well, I was kind of hyping people up. Well, this is not working now. It totally bugged while I tested it. Boy. Okay. Well, it worked the last time I did this. So what? Okay. What if I hit close giveaway again? It says closed. It still says, all right. Oh, wait. Okay. It worked this time. Ready? No, not rigged. Not anti-rigged behavior. All right. 3, 2, 1. Draw winner. Ashy, you win. Are you here? Ashy XOXO. You won with a 0.3% chance. It's not rigged. Ashy, are you here? It's not rigged. Anti-rigged. Are you here? Oh boy, this is going to be one of the problems now. Hold up. We have to actually ping this person. Ash. Hold up. Not there, reroll. Left the chat 2 days ago. No, hold up. No. We're going to ping this person. This is the fair winner. We have a fair winner. Congratulations to Ash, except for the fact that I don't know if they're here. They have to, well, no. So here's what's going to happen is basically I'm going to give them 20 minutes. I'm just not familiar with them. I don't know when they entered. How can I see when they entered? Was this like 2 days ago that they entered. Well, how was I supposed to? Okay, wait, they're right here. No, that was today. It was today. That's today. That's today. All right, ping them. Ping them. This person. Here. You can see them? Are you here right now? I'm pinging you. I'm pinging. Ashy, are you here? It's not rigged. Hold up. Hold on. Wait. I gotta find this person now. Let me find them on Discord. Ash. How many people can be named Ash on Discord? Probably a lot. No, we're gonna find them. I think that's today. So well, I didn't think about this. I'm here. It's my second account. Good try, Esparta. I don't believe you. Okay, hold up. They're not here right now. Oh boy. All right, hold on. Let's. Ash. They're there in chat. Hello. I can message them on Twitch directly, right? They're in here. I see them in here. They just want to stream and leave it active for. Well, this is the thing. That's why I thought I had to. And I couldn't have done yesterday because it wasn't enough time elapsed. I didn't realize. Okay, here we go. I see them here. I can ping them right now. Okay. They're gonna like go back to Twitch. They're probably AFK. All right. Okay. Now I am learning for future giveaways that I'm sure will exist at some point how to do this even better. Of course, I'm gonna give them like 20 minutes. I'm not ending stream anytime soon, so I'm good. No, I'm going to give them like 20 solid minutes and more than that. And then we could draw another winner. I won't close the giveaway yet because we can still always draw another winner. But first, let me try to ping them on Discord. Direct message, Awoo, server member. How do I find them? Direct messages. Discord, find or start a conversation. Ash. There's a lot of Ashes on here. EXO. Okay, Ash is... No. Nope. Just send me the code and I can get it to them. No. It's not. This is a fair and just thing. Ashix, XO. That's what I'm thinking. No, normally, people's Discord is not the same, but I can at least type it in and see. Ashes... No, there's no one on Discord named that. Okay. What do we do? They're offline currently. Now, to be fair, I can trust... There are a few people I can trust with the code, of course, but the code is still active until tomorrow. I wouldn't know their name in Discord is the problem. We could do another round, but I'm going to give it another 5 minutes. I don't want to, like... We've just pinged them. We're going to give them another little bit, okay? You could have renamed yourself, technically. It's not... Listen, guys, a giveaway is cool. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so let's talk this through, Soap. What if we message them and then they are in fact asleep and they don't respond? Then they're going to wake up to a Twitch DM and saying, "Oh, hey, can I collect the mount?" But then what if I've already given it to someone else? So what if we don't Twitch DM them, but we've just pinged them actively for the next 20 minutes and see if they respond this way? They're waking up... Well, so here's what I would do. To be honest, no, that's not their fault, Monk, and that's because it's actually my fault for having to run this for a few days, and I didn't realize that I actually have to do that. That's actually on me. I tell you what, if they respond after I have given this away to someone else, I will personally buy them the mount. Is that a deal? What about that? If they're not here right now, and we ping them, and somebody's messaged them, and they come back later, I will personally buy them the mount. I think that we can give them like another 20 minutes, though. I don't think we have to be in that much of a rush to close it. I think we'll give them a little bit, because they enter today. What happens if the next does the same? Then I apparently am going to be very poor tomorrow. You know, but let's do 5 more minutes, and we'll do it that way. Yeah? And then hopefully the next person is here so that now there's probably some 4,000 IQ play. I would give 5 minutes. Just do another giveaway. Let it run for 1 hour and be done. No, Nevi. Well, because like I don't know if we've messaged the person now. No. No, it's not a crazy amount of money. It's okay. It's not worth like causing a fuss over. The mount is cool, but it's not like it's the most expensive thing on the shop. There are more expensive mounts. This mount is $30, right? How much is it? Stone, where is the Sentinel? Oh, I already bought it, so I won't be able to see it. Isn't it like $30? It's not. That's not crazy. The 8 mounts are so cool. I've actually never bought a mount off the store before. I don't think I've ever done this. I don't think I've ever bought this before because the coolest mounts in the game, in my opinion, it's not 30 baht. No, baht is, that would be $1. Thailand currency is weird. Do you guys know what Lao currency or Vietnam currency was crazy? When I went to Vietnam, $48 Australian. Yeah, I would buy that for someone. It's okay. And then by that, I totally would. Here's the thing, that I'm a druid, first of all, so A, I have travel form, but B, the other best mounts in the game, in my opinion, is Farok. Like, I feel like I'm not really a mount collector myself. Nonetheless, what I will do is I will buy the person the mount, if they respond in time. How on earth you're playing US server with lag so far away? Well, actually, yeah, I only ever use this mount, the auction house mount and repair mount. Once I got this mount, it was basically, this is the only one I ever wanted. And I'm kind of a druid main, so although I play other characters a lot, I ultimately, this is sort of my jam, you know what I mean? This is sort of my thing. Wait, a hype train, I don't know what I missed. Thank you for the sub. But yes, just so you know, I would do that. I want that for your druid form. There is a travel form with this, a flight form, but I have the glyph that makes it random, so we'll get it in a second. Here. There is a one. You have to get it from Farok, though. This is actually a travel form. You can get this. And I have the glyphs that every time I go into a druid form, it will give me a random form. Yeah. This was cool. I mean, as a druid player, obviously, I like druid forms. Yeah, so every time I go into bear form, I have a different bear form. If you did not know this is a cool thing. It's very cheap to get this as any druid. You just go to the auction house and you type in glyph. There's a lot of specs that have this. But you go here and you just type in glyph of the whatever. And then this one, the bear form is Ursile Chameleon, and the other ones have their thing. It's 44 gold on the auction house. Very easy to get. Extremely easy. I spilled ice cream. 1 second. Delicious. And we somehow have the Mage Tower Bear form. That one is cool because you feel very victorious for getting it. I remember it took me a long time to do Mage Tower. I think I did it back in Shadowlands. I had to go back and do it there. They messaged back and said I can have it. Okay, wait a second. While we're all here, I had this crazy cook. We were talking about the new gearing system in Discord a few days ago. And a lot of people are rightfully upset about it. But I had this idea. I think that one of the problems with gearing is the fact that it's temporary. And I cannot be asked to go mythic raid for an item that I will only get to use for about 2 months because it will take me a while to kill the last boss and farm it. So I'll use it for like 1 or 2 months and then it gets replaced going into the next season. So I was thinking to myself, what if there was a way for them to somehow include a boss that you had to prog in the first season of an expansion that actually stayed with you for the whole expansion? And then I was thinking, what if they somehow introduced a Chimeras type boss, solo pug? You can do it in season 1, and then the boss scaled for season 2, and then your Onseer basically stayed. And you just scaled. And so people in season 2 would still kill it because they would still need it. And I think you would still have groups because people were still killing heroic Chimeras even at the end of last season. And then season 3, I'm not sure. But if you just actually made a separate encounter and it was somehow consistent, like one piece at least, I think that'd be really cool. I was thinking about that. That was a weird cook that I had. I don't think it would work. I just think they need to revisit gearing. I had another cook too, which is less controversial. I tell you this cook. I think that I spilled a bunch of ice cream on myself. 1 second. Anyways. All right. Easy. Wow. Thank you for the subs. I think in another 5 minutes we're gonna just do it. We're gonna do the next giveaway, but we can message Ash and see if they're here. I'll give it 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, but I don't think they're here. I think they have probably either went to bed or they're just not currently into Twitch. You won. The problem is I can't find them on Discord either. I've been looking for different versions of Ash, and the only thing I can think about, the more that I say Ash, I just think to myself, I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. But do 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 do. Do 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 do. Anyways, I probably would have sang the whole song, but it mostly would have just been do 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 do. I'm still not looking forward to having to farm out these trinkets. The gearing strategy that I'm gonna use is that because of how the bonus rolls work, you're trying too hard again. That was surprisingly me not trying hard because I get very self-conscious when I sing. When sometimes I know I'm on stream, I cannot stand other people hearing me sing because I think I'm bad at it. I feel very self-conscious actually trying to sing. So you could hear myself catch myself when I started actually singing the song because I think I'm bad at singing. Like I think I'm tone deaf. So I'm scared to sing in public, even though I like singing. And like I'll blast Disney music and sing at full volume. I just can't. I don't know how to do it, you know? Delineus subscribe to tier 3. A tier 3 sub, Delineus. Yo, thank you for the tier 3 sub. That's awesome. You aren't bad, but I'm deaf. Are you actually, Billy? In a genuine question? Wait, Delineus, thank you for the tier 3 sub. This is very appreciated. Be who you are. Oh, yeah, I actually just, I'm quite. You've been tier 3 for over half a year? Well, I didn't see your last resub. Thank you for that, Delineus. That's very nice. Will I be making guides? How is your wife, by the way? Been making dungeon guides this next season. Oh, interesting, Billy. I felt that once upon a time. Then my chat eventually hit a goal for me to do a full Elsa cosplay and sing. It was quite an experience. I would do that. I think that the more comfortable I get streaming, Lion, I am more and more being okay with just truly being myself. You'd be surprised perhaps about how little I try on stream. I think I just have a weird personality. Like, I don't think people understand that I would wear this hat even if I wasn't streaming. You know? I think that sometimes people don't. I'm just very awkward. I'm a super awkward person. I will make dungeon guides. They will come out not this week, but next week. And I will make the dungeon guides based off of the first week of playing the season. And the dungeon guides will feature footage of what I actually do in my runs to get those initial keystones of whatever 10, 12, or whatever we do in the first week. What item level is random heroic dungeon? No clue. I have no idea, Animal. I actually don't know the answer to that question. The more you feel at home with the community instead of Yeah, I don't feel like that when I stream. Lionheart, the problem for me is that sometimes my humor is too dark and I have to filter myself because I'll come up with a joke that I'm not supposed to say on stream, you know? I genuinely worry about it all the time. Ben the Fox subscribed to the Prime. Yo, thank you. I mean, what item level does it drop? I don't know. Can't you check? You can go like Shift J, Dungeons, Altar of Fangs, and then you can go here like Heroic, and then check like this. 276. 276. What's up, Ben? Just finished setting up with the add-ons with your settings from Discord and was curious if you used threat colors for Platinators that didn't appear to be there when I imported it. I am curious. That is telling me when tanks are coming. The big text in the center was X-Boss. X-Boss is currently broken. We don't know if they will fully update it next week or not. That was the big text in the center that just goes tank hit here. The video tonight explains Platinator. the main issue I had with the threat settings on Platinator, for what it is worth, is that when I try to put them as being too obvious, because I made this myself and I'm not that good at making stuff like this, so it was just mostly something I wanted to do for myself, is that I can tell very clearly when I have lost threat, but threat as a mechanic in Platinator, you have to order them properly. And if you don't order it properly, it's over here. Reaction. Where is I have to remember this now. I set this up before. Hold up. It's the second bar, I think. What is it? Where? Hold up. Sorry. I'm just trying to remember this. I remember setting this up before and it's there, but I couldn't make it higher. I could make it higher because when I put threat as higher, it flagged everything as that. And that didn't actually work. Unless they fixed this, and that was actually something completely different. So if threat, you want it to be safe and untapped, but you need it to be lower than this, and you need it to be about here. The transition's supposed to be yellow, the warning, and then the actual losing threat is supposed to be red. Let's see if this works. We can just go into Ruby real quick and see if this works, actually. I'm glad people like my stream. Dude, I love streaming. I've actually decided it was a big financial decision for me to stream, but let me see, because this is seeming to work right now. I would need, hold up, let me recruit somebody here. Drabs isn't a delve. Mr. Drabsy, are you listening to stream right now? Are you very busy right now, or would you potentially, or Soul Soap is on? Would you potentially consider joining me in a quick dungeon, or I'll go into a different dungeon and see if I can tell if I lose threat and just mess with this profile for a second? What else can I do? I can go to a follower dungeon, see if they'll steal threat from me. Could do that real quick. I am noticing that you're right. No problem. I think the follower dungeon is probably work. Let me see if this works first. This will be an easy way to test. I've got the mob name set to color via threat and health bar via mob type. Let's see if this works real quick. Because you're right that it should be there. But I'm glad I'm going to draw another giveaway winner in about 3 minutes. Actually, we'll just do that first. But first, I want to tell you something. I was being genuine about this because I had a thought. First, let's just draw another giveaway winner. I'm actually going to do it. Yeah. I think Ash is gone, so let's just do this real quick. We're going to draw the second winner, and hopefully this person is here. I don't want to debate you too long. Let's go. Second giveaway winner for the Stoneforge Sentinel. If Ash responds, I will buy them the mount. But the second winner of this mount hopefully is still here because they are going to be, draw another winner, draw another winner. K Gremlin, I do know who that person is. K Gremlin does win the giveaway. Are you here currently, Mr. Gremlin? Or I will message you on Discord because I do know that you're in my Discord. There's the second winner. Fantastic. I only have to buy one mount. Congratulations, me. You win the mount. There you go. 0.37% chance. This is actually a crazy amount of people who won this giveaway. I was not expecting this many people to join. This is the first one I've ever been able to do as an official WoW partner. I will send you the code on Discord. You go to the Blizzard website and you redeem the code and the mount will be there. Okay? Not rigged. This is literally the most unrigged system. You can buy one ticket. There's no cost to buy the ticket. And that's how it works. All right, let me go find the code. I'll give it to you and you tell the people if you like the mount. Sweet. There it is, Kay. It's not rigged. I was going to say outside of that, how to buy a ticket. The giveaway is now over, Delayus. Unfortunately, I had to close the giveaway at a set time. There's no current giveaway. But the next time, get in it. Let me find you the code. Let me do it. I was going to say, there was a long time in my life where I was trying to be somebody I wasn't. And I was good at it. I got really good. That's all I ever wanted to be was normal when I was younger. I spent my entire life trying to be just like a regular person. I never felt like that. I always felt like an alien. Like I always felt like I wasn't really meant to be here and that I was just super weird, you know? And I had a weird childhood. When I was actually surviving and living my life and realizing I'm going to be here for a while, I thought to myself, how can I make money? Like, how can I find a job that I get to be myself? Because I don't want to have to act like somebody I'm not. And I realized this because when I first moved to Thailand, I was modeling. I did fitness modeling, and I hated it because it was just a world that I didn't want to be a part of. I was good at it, and I actually got jobs, and I managed to like pay rent. But I absolutely despised everyone I met, pretty much. Like, I could not stand the people that I was working with. We just didn't get along. Like, I am actually the opposite. I don't care what you look like. I am weird. I don't smile the way other people smile. And it really taught me, as well as some other things I've done in my life, that if I put myself into the wrong environment, I just won't be valued for me. Streaming and my actual job are not like that. Streaming is like the only place, and my actual job too, I really like my real work. But streaming is like the only place where I get to be myself and then have people. It's the ultimate bias because people actually come and hang out with me while I'm being myself, and it's fucking awesome. It's super cool. Like, it's imagine that. Like, I just think that's actually really amazing, and I find that to be such a cool thing. I would love to stream more and make some videos. I actually am not a huge fan of making the videos as much as I am the streaming. I for what it's worth, I really like streaming. I don't love filming videos. I like filming videos if I can do it in one take, but if I have to edit a video, not really my thing. All right, K Gremlin, I have the code for you here. You go to battle.net. I'm going to send it to you on Discord. Congratulations on the giveaway. But yeah, I genuinely do enjoy the streaming. Where can you message me really quick, K Gremlin, on Discord? I don't think your name is spelled the same way, potentially. Message me on Discord. I will send you the code. But yeah, that's like a big, it's really cool that I basically get to be myself, and that if people like me, they like me, and if they don't, they don't. And I'm getting way more comfortable over time, Lion. The longer I stream, the more comfortable I am with being myself. I used to be, I think, a little bit harder about this. Like, I used to try harder, I think. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. It makes me want to do it more, realizing that I can be myself on stream. And even the way that we had that conversation earlier, which I thought was important about the resilient files and the whole that thing, I don't let people bully me. I did not fight 29 years of my life to survive only to be somebody I'm not. Like, I'm pretty strict with myself. I like being who I am, and I want to be valued for who I am, you know? I don't want people to like me for somebody I'm not. That's actually, you lock yourself into a very interesting little corner if you do that. I think people forget that sometimes. Like, if God forbid you're outside and you're flirting with somebody and you think you have to lie to them for them to like you, what if you win? You ever thought about that? Or if you're trying to make friends and you're outside and you're somebody that you're actually not because you think that's what they're going to want? What if you succeed? Now all of a sudden you have to be that person permanently. Because what if they say, oh, you're awesome, let's hang out again. And you go, oh, shit. Okay, that's really cool. But now I have to do it twice. And then what if the second time goes well? Well, now all of a sudden they have to do it 3 times. But then what's the end game here? There you go, okay. Here's your code. Here's the code. Let me know if that works. All right, Kay. Whenever you exchange that and you get a second, let me know. How long do you have to maintain the mask? Yeah. And I think that I realized, luckily in my life early on, that was not for me. So now I just don't mask at all. I do filter sometimes. Oh, yeah. Holy fans. There's a service that I use to maintain decent ping. It is a YouTube sponsor for tonight. It is my first ever YouTube sponsor. I can't tell you what it is right now because that video is literally coming out in 4 hours. It is part of the video. Like, it's one of those things where you have to put it in the first 2 minutes of the video, 60 seconds, but it is a sponsor I actually use. Like, I genuinely, like, right now from Thailand, look at my ping. This is the best ping I have ever had. I almost always had to play with 200 plus, and it isn't perfect. And I still think that on some NA realms, especially this week, it's been a little spotty. But because I'm waiting for because I'm going to have a link in the bio of that video that I cannot share with you yet because contract. Because you actually sign a contract to do this stuff, and the contract says that it will be in the video 4 hours from now. So it does help. It has reduced my home ping. The world ping still spikes a little bit in groups, but the home ping is much better. And I noticed on PTR that I actually got more globals in a key. And it is better than what I was using before. Let's see if I lose threat, if we can flag this on Platinator. My follower dungeon, let me see if they actually do something and try to... I won't do any threat for these guys. Let me see if they'll steal from me. On the Platinator, what I'm trying to do is get them to hit something and see if I can flag on the actual Platinator itself whether or not I have threat. It looks like it's not quite working well enough, but I don't mind experimenting with this a tad bit more. Okay, so I got to go back into settings. No problem. Why am I in Thailand? I've lived here for 8.5 years. We're actually coming up on 9 years now. November. Well, December basically is 9 years. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. I'm from the US, and I did not plan to move here. It was not a structured thing. It just sort of happened. It literally just happened. But yeah, I have lived in Thailand a third of my life, basically, at this point. Wild. What made me move here? Waka. Have you ever been to Thailand? FD, have you ever been to Southeast Asia? The best answer to that question is, have you ever been here? Yes. It's awesome. The people are amazing. The culture is amazing. The environments of Thailand is something that I love. I find myself to be more at home here. In fact, this is the only place I've ever felt at home. I moved around a lot as a kid. There's no place in America where I'm like, oh yeah, LA is home. Not really. Like, Colorado was home. I lived there for 3 years. Ohio is home. Well, I lived there for 2 years. Connecticut is home. I was there for a year. So I don't really have that identification with any place except Thailand. This is the longest I've ever been in one area, actually. I have never spent more time than in one area than this. Is it cheaper to live there? Yeah. It's not that much cheaper, but it is, yes. I mean, okay, the house I live in, for example, I mean... You're not... I'm not affording this house in... Well, how do I say this? I'm certainly not affording this house that I live in America. You know, there's no way I'm paying for this house in America. There are some things that are cheaper here. All right. Here's the thing I'm not understanding about threat. If I move it up, then it doesn't actually work on the class colors, no? So if I have to move it up, do these guys rip from me? Or maybe I do actually need a real person in my party. Because if I have this here, and this guy comes into the poll, I see change target, I can identify that he has threat, but it doesn't actually change colors. Is follower dungeon perhaps not the right place to test this? You're welcome. Did it work? Fantastic. Very exciting I got to do the giveaway. Thank you guys for participating. I will probably get to do more at some point, and when I do, I will try to be better at not making... I thought I had to do it for 3 days. I really thought I did. I heard the Thai people are very warm, friendly as a rule. I think it depends, because Thai people are honest. I like the honesty of the culture. There is a respect here, but it's not like what many people think Asia is. Cortex, where are you from? A lot of people think Asia is very traditional, very kind of regimented, but that's a weird opinion that I grew up with growing up in the US, talking about Japan or China or like different... Asia is a big place, and Thailand is the most expressive country I have ever been in. There is no place where you can feel more at home walking outside with this Pikachu hat. If I went outside with this hat, nobody cares. This is actually the place I would feel the most comfortable to simply be myself. Like if I went outside with these mittens and ears on, nobody cares. I would draw some looks for sure, because I'm obviously a foreigner doing this, but nobody cares. Yeah, I think it's basically like we lump Asia in together. But do you know what Bangkok looks like? The city I live in. You want to see what it looks like? Yeah, I'll show you. People don't realize that this is actually the most metropolitan city I've ever. I mean, this city is massive. It's a crazy big city, but on top of the fact that it's a crazy big city, look, I'll do IRL tie streams again at some point. This is the city I live in. It's got intense infrastructure, a public transportation that runs vertically across the city and below the city, mega skyscrapers that are 50 stories tall and above, plenty of them. The city never sleeps. It basically, you can just, like, there's always something. It's definitely, I would say, if I was to be more shallow on this conversation, Cortex, unbelievably, it's a great city to move post-divorce. Yeah, I would almost say that it's too good to be here post-divorce, and you might get yourself into trouble. But if well, it's interesting you say that. To be fair, technically speaking, I have also been through a divorce in Thailand. Technically speaking, I also lived here post-divorce. Which is weird now that I think about it, because I've never quite said it like that. Yeah, that's true, actually. I, as a foreigner, also technically lived here after I got divorced. But that was just because I was married to a Thai person, and then we got divorced. And I was already here, so it doesn't really count. Okay, let me see if I can get the threat plates right. Obviously, I'll update this as well over time, and that's okay. If we don't get it, like, perfectly right now, that's all right. All right. I don't think we can add a part here. So I'm not? No. Not that that has ever really mattered to me, though, Phonic. I am a person who has had many experiences in their life. I would not classify myself one way or the other. It is not important to me to classify that one way or the other. Nightbot deleted your message. What did you say? Oh my god, it flagged South Africa. It flagged South Africa because you said it. I think it actually flagged the first part. I think it was actually, it either thought it was a link. It either thought it was a link or that. Now, fun fact. All right. I can't really do this accent, but interesting fact, I am African. Is your salary good enough for your housing? Yeah. It is. You living here it's pricier than it used to be. But yeah, actually, fun fact, I'm African. My mom and her whole side of the family for many generations has been from Africa. She's an African citizen. So that makes me, my dad's American. His whole family was in America for a long time, and my mom is from Africa, which makes me, ethnically speaking, African American, which is a very strange thing. But yeah, I just can't do the accent very well because I didn't grow up there. Yeah. We have a house. It's a pretty nice house. Sometimes I do IRL stuff. Yeah, hold up. Hello, my darling grandson. Better? Did that convince you? That was pretty good. That's not bad. Wasn't terrible. I just have to start speaking like my grandmother. Was that all right? Was that decent? I just basically, the only way I can do the accent is if depends. You did the grandma accent. Yeah, I mean, like, what else? Because I just have to start speaking like my grandmother was a very thick South African accent. Your mount finally put you over 150. Congratulations. I do think the mount giveaway is pretty cool. I'm just honored that I got to do it, to be honest, though. How much do you need monthly to live there? I'm in the UK, too, and want to move. Technically, this answer depends. Because it depends on what your lifestyle looks like. Like, I don't really like going outside very much, so I need good internet, a PC, a place to play World of Warcraft, and, like, basics. But if you go out and drink, if you go out and, like, all the time. Obviously, that inflates it. Pounds converting to dollar. Can I give you in US dollars? I would say that it's way more expensive than it used to. When I first moved here, like you could get by on 1,005. You really could get by on 1,005. I think that nowadays it's a little bit more like 2 or 2.5. I don't think it's actually as low as like 1, where when I first moved here, it was a lot cheaper, but things have gone up like crazy. I think rent increased by 35% last year because it's so awesome. So I think that now if you made like 2K, you could skimp. If you made 2.5, you could live kinda. But if you actually made like 3K plus, you'd have a good life. I don't think the answer is less than that though. And realistically, like most people who do well here, I think are making like maybe something like 3 to 4K. I don't know if that's quite accurate these days. It's been a little bit since I've socialized. Something like that. But houses are pretty nice, and your ability to find stuff is good. Average Thai person makes like 900 USD. I think, Macho, though, I wouldn't say that you could live here as a foreigner because they wouldn't be able to live here like that. And there are visa fees and travel fees and like other things that you have to consider. And maybe the fact that you buy chicken breast at Villa Market, Macho. So, you know, those things add up. And I think that it's basically like kind of minimum, you're talking like 60, 70K Thai baht, if that makes sense. What's up, Teller? I did big time made to rank 1 shaman and ZK equip-wise. Yo, congratulations on that. I am so far behind on this. It's actually insane. Speaking of which, I got to complete my last M0. And then I got to do some more delves too, right? There's one M0 I got to do. And then what's the easiest delve today? Anybody know? I don't have the thing that speed checks it. Does anybody know what the easiest delve to do right now is? Redeem stretch? I should, actually. Was make routes. Oh, I'm supposed to do that too. Hi, Bellagio. Hello. I'm going up. I'm going up. I'm standing up. I got to stretch. It's a good point, actually. It's a good point. Oof. I might not stream tomorrow, by the way. May or may not stream tomorrow. Don't think so. I will focus on making some stuff and setting up for next week. The question is whether or not. Might not be the easiest. New one, Ring of Glory, is like killing a few mobs and a boss. I bet. I'll do that. I can do this. The one in Silver Moon Harbor is pretty swift. I gotta just basically fill out this vault. So I've got, I think that what's the minimum tier I need to do? 8? Now we can have underground caves. So I need to do like tier, I think this is bugged. It's 8, right? Yeah, so I gotta do like a few more tier 8s basically. It's not the end of the world. I just gotta do it. It's not that bad. All right, Harendir, I can get there. Ring of Glory, tier 11 with the class. There's learning with surprise. Oh, I'm not sure. I think difficulty's fine. I just got to do it. Not a problem. I know in southern Maine, I make about 4,400 before taxes. With wife disability, we get about, management money's pretty tight. So it depends on how many expenses you have in America, Delinius, but if you were to come here, that would be enough, of course. The question is, there are other things to consider, like medical expenses and health insurance. You don't need health insurance to live in Thailand, but you would probably want it given your situation. Have you done the quest to get a treasure map? Nah, I don't think the treasure map I'm too interested in because I know that next week I'm going to go right to 10s. Like, the treasure map is not something that really, I don't think it matters that much, but I think I finished the campaign enough. I just got to do this thing, right? Where does the treasure map come from again? You do, I didn't care a lot this week because one hero track item, I'm just going to replace it next week, but if I wanted it, it would be, you have to go do this part of the campaign, Altar of Fangs or something, right? You have to do this. I'm medically needed and said that's cosmetic and they charge me 12K. Yeah. It's in the underground area? I don't think so, man. That's true, Holy Fans. It did take me, the other day I was streaming and I was like trying to do one quest and I accidentally talked to people for 5 hours instead of completing the quest. Yep, that happened. I have Southeast Asian roots, mainly from Indonesia. I learned Indonesian language from the community here in the Netherlands. Found it interesting. A white boy wanted to learn the language till they learned about my roots. Yep. I mean, it's cool. If I can speak Thai with people, it's cool. Get map from Altar of Fangs, meta quest, complete patrol, invasion, etc. I don't think I care enough about that. That doesn't seem like something I need to do. No, I don't need to even level my Valera. At the end of the day, I will be able to do 10s just fine next week. I'm not worried about getting invited, even if my item level is low. I don't think it matters. I think it's all right. But the one thing I will do is maximize my chance at tier out of this vault. To me, that's the biggest thing. It's very important that I try to get a tier piece in the upcoming vault, because that would effectively guarantee 4-set afterwards. So that's what I have to do right now. That's going to be the most impactful. For gearing reasons, if I can get a tier piece in this next vault, then that'd be good, though. We talking healthcare? Yeah, we were talking. For Thailand healthcare. Would you realistically? Yeah, I mean, I could do it. I could do 12s next week, no problem. What is this guy? Oh, I never turned in my Rotmeyer quest. 2K gold. Sure. If you were fully geared season 1, absolutely. The thing about dungeons and doing 10s early on or progressing early on is that it has almost nothing to do with your item level. It has everything to do with whether or not you played PTR or watched guides. Because people who are learning, it doesn't matter. You could be 300 item level and a group who's 280 but just is better will smoke you. Because item level doesn't guarantee success. Is this the delve right here? The grudge pit? This one, right? Is this the delve I'm supposed to do? The Ring of Glory one, yeah? This is just, I kind of remember this one. But yeah, the idea is that it's actually knowledge that carries you more than item level. Good morning, hello. Good morning, good morning. With crest caps, will you still be able to just upgrade any random crap? So there's going to be some gearing decisions with heroic and mythic crests. Otherwise, you can basically just do whatever. Like champion crests, you can basically just send because you will do this, though. What am I missing? One from Vault, one from 2K, one from Catalyst. The second Catalyst is basically a week from now. We had one Catalyst this week. Next week, no Catalyst. Third week after that is Catalyst. Bro, I'm lost. I'm lost. I'll find it in a second. Yeah, what's up, Finn? How was Baron Season 2? Very good. In fact, it's too good, and people have been sandbagging it a lot, but it's actually really good, and I'm worried it's going to get nerfed. Where can I get Veteran Crest this week? Not the right person. I don't actually know how to answer that because I have not min-maxed this week enough. I don't care to do some of the things that people have done because this entire week I've been setting up my Discord to be a resource, and I actually haven't done a lot of stuff. I'm supposed to do a bunch more. I have to... Bulletech arrows, burrows entered. I gotta enter somebody's burrow. That's okay, I like doing that. Yeah, it won't be that important because as long as you spam keys next week, you're gonna be just fine. As long as you are able to do plus 10s early on, everything that else you do is gonna be irrelevant. Basically. People like to min-max, and there's nothing wrong with min-maxing. If you want to min-max, like, by all means, go for it. It did finish Aggie. The first person, we still have to find who they are, and if they come back, I will buy them the mount. The second person was here, and they did obtain the code. I have confirmed that they have the code now, and all good. Destroy the poison towers. Okay. Oh, shit, I'm dead. What the hell? Yes, and I was very... Honestly... I'm just excited. That was pretty hype that I got to do a giveaway. I'm excited to make more, though. It was you? It was not. Also, I have learned that people are apparently, they love the giveaways. They fiend for it. Because many people were like, interesting. I am that person. And I was like, no, you're not. Entering this. This delve does not seem very fast. What? There's a whole ass burrow. Wait, hold on. This delve does not seem fast. I feel as though I have been debated. This does not seem fast. This seems incredibly long. This seems arduous. I'm in the wrong delve. This can't be the right one. This seems like it's going to take me forever. I have to do 3 of the... Well, how much? I mean, okay, we pull all of this. All good. I'm kind of getting hit sort of hard, too. This version sucks, apparently. That's okay. Well... Today is not that day. Noted. So what's the best one now, though? I linked you the Quink Delve. Okay. I got you. I check. After this. No problem. I just have to do this before next week. I think the only thing that matters is this one, though. We were talking about in the coiled owl. Oh. I didn't know. Coil dials equal Ring of Glory. I thought the Ring of Glory was this. Wait, I can't even... How do I break this pillar? Okay, I would just like to point out that my intelligence does not extend toward delves. So I'm going to die. Yeah, listen. All I want to say is that I can't leave right now. Uh-oh, I'm dead. It's over. It's over. Leave delve. Why can't... Oh, no. Look for little mushrooms. Force Hearthstone. Oh, my Hearthstone's on cooldown. It's over. All I want to say is that my intelligence does not... Oh, this one. Mislaid Curiosity. Nope, that's Valera experience. Inventory is full. That's not good. It's probably really weird watching me tank a +20 Algathar Academy upside down and then like playing a guitar riff on my keyboard with one hand and then watching me do this and be absolutely stumped. My gaming knowledge is highly specific. This is the thing to understand is like, it doesn't work like that. I have specialized myself in one category and only one category. I mean, I can also do like rating and stuff, but the point is I'm really bad at this. This is why it takes me forever and I don't normally like first weeks of the expansion. Because I'm actually, how do I get out? All right. Do you know the term island talent? No. Okay, let's try a different delve and see what Soap sent me on Discord. Where are you? Oh, yeah. No, in BNet Whisper in game. What? I didn't see anything. My chat might just be broken. Wait, you sent me something here. Map pin location. Oh, I have to go. Wait, how do I get back here? I didn't set my hearth. Do I have to fly all the way back? Rough. Is there a portal I can take for this? How do I get back to... I thought I was just there. Oh. You did max 20? No, I did more than that, Holy Fans. I just was saying the other day... So the thing is that people have been telling me about the housing stuff, but the problem is I don't have a house. I never did the housing. I can't... There is no house. There's no house. You currently do not own a house. I don't have a house. I have got nothing. Port to my house and fly to town? All right, bet. Invite. You can portal to an empty plot? How? You can? This is a good... I need to learn this. I see. Open friends list. Home interior. Remove friend. Interesting. Set note. View friends. View houses. Got it. Can't do that ability while pacified. Okay, I can do this. No problem. No problem. Do you have routes for season 2? Isaac Achilles, so I normally do make guides and routes. This last PTR cycle, I got the flu and then I got really sick. So I didn't get to actually do as much. And that was kind of going to be my next thing that I was going to do at the start of next week or start of this week. I wanted to make weekly routes so that people had something going into next week. I have a video coming out tonight explaining an add-on, not just that add-on, but also how you can use it to understand routing. So I have to go back to town. Town is over here. Cool. So the idea though is there is like a secret routing hack that's not really a secret, but is a general recommendation, and it does not require you macroing MDT. Like, you don't have to be opening MDT and checking things and memorizing and watching guides. If you use the add-on Platinator, and I go over this in the video, there's a general rule where if you follow that rule, you will probably route correctly. It's a general rule, and it works well. Okay, let me see if I can find a portal here. Portal to the coiled isle. Nice. Just press W. So the thing is, brawls, if you press W, you're going to end up pulling something, either too much or too little. And I think there's a much better recommendation that I have. I cover it in the video, so I kind of don't want to spoil it. Basically, hold up. I got to stop spoiling all my videos. Because normally I film a video after stream, but this time I filmed the video before stream, so I know what it's going to contain, because I had to do it for the new sponsor. to start, even if you do a few wipes. Well, it depends on what level you're trying to do. I think that people will be trying to get to 10s, and I think that people also underestimate what happens when people don't know mechanics. Don't spoil the video, but tell us about it. For a lot of new tank players, there's a general piece of routing knowledge that will make a massive difference to your success in dungeons. If you understand, not based on percentage, but based on the polls, it will help you set up every poll. If you just understand like one simple thing. Oh yeah, this delve is good. I remember this one. This was the same one from earlier though. Either way, there are always more tips to pick up from within. I go over a lot. I tried to keep it this one nice. I actually filmed it. This one is important because I know that it's a little annoying. That's fine. It doesn't matter. I go over what you need. It's not about using Platinator specifically. It is far more about, yes, Snugs. I highly recommend that you get either this or something. Just don't use base name frames. I think that the biggest thing is the best, that's the problem though. Give to a new healer. Many videos are coming. I will give you a sneak peek as to what my YouTube channel will contain for this next upcoming week. I am going to int my own algorithm. I tell you this. Statistically speaking, what I'm going to do is probably the wrong thing. Because if I just kept posting videos that I know will work, then obviously my channel would grow and I would succeed. However, I believe that there is a series and a series of videos that I would like to make that I've been working pretty hard on, which means I have to like set up times to call people and like take time out of my morning in between work and then just go do stuff. Thank you, Maury. I have got a series starting next week and it is super cool. I've been wanting to do it for a long time. I just didn't have the resources for an extremely long time. I couldn't do it for a long time. Because I am not qualified to make a guide on every spec in WoW. But I'm telling you that starting next week, I might even post twice a day for like a week, which is totally going to kill all views on the channel, and that's okay, because these resources should exist. If you want to learn a spec in World of Warcraft, you can learn it either on my YouTube and in my Discord. The resources will be there. Like, let's say you're like, I would love to try Hunter. Then I got Banshers. Literally Banshers to make a guide with me. Like, obviously, if it's Guardian Druid or Prot Pally or even Warrior, like, I'm pretty good at Warrior, and I know almost all the tanks. Nonetheless, I can still ask people to collab because I am now in a position where people will respond to me. So earlier today, for example, for DK, I actually asked Kyrasis if he would make a DK guide with me that fits what I want to do, and he was like, sure, but not yet because he's busy. And I said, sweet. So then all of a sudden it's like, you don't just have to learn Blood DK from me, learn it from the literal best Blood DK in the world. Because I have access, like I'm in a position now where they might actually say yes. And then it was like, dude, you don't just have to take my word for Hunter. Literally, I've got the actual best, like, he's so good. And he's also, the thing is that being that good at your spec in game is one thing, but he's also a great teacher. Because the guide is perfect. Like, it's exactly what I would want. If I was a new hunter, I want to do, this is exactly what I want. And it will help people. Same thing with Boomy. I did a guide with one of the best Boomies in the world. And I'm like, hey, I just have him on, I was like, I just messaged him. I said, hey, I've got this idea for a series. Can you do it with me? And he said, sure. And I was like, sweet. I want to reach out to more people. And then also continue making my own guides, of course, for things that I know. I know a lot of specs in WoW. But yeah, I think that series is super cool. Just know that you might see some random videos for the channel. I think I'll make an actual update about how to learn things in WoW. In general, I am not a fan of how things are taught in World of Warcraft. I think that it doesn't always help people and doesn't set people up for success, where I think that I can solve a lot of that. I think that my ability to communicate is very strong. It's my strongest skill. I've spent my entire life learning how to get better at talking to people. So I would like to use that skill set to help people. That is going to be what you're going to find on the YouTube channel next week, is just an absolute metric ton of just, wow, okay, state of Boomy, understand the spec a little bit better, and here's a guide. Super cool. I'm very excited. I'm basically announcing this early, and that's going to be next week. The following week, okay? The following week, I will be posting dungeon guides. And I will work on them next week when I'm actually in the season. Yes, I hopefully can do a good job at that, Holy Fans. That's what I'm trying to. Now, the best advice I can give to healers... I would want to separate what healer. I think there are some general rules you can follow for healer. I think that I would clarify what healer. That would be the first question I ask. Yes. Yep. Well, I mean, I could do some more on my own teller, but yep. New camera? No, I just cropped mine. What is the current state of the tank meta? Have things changed? I think that Colossus Prot Warrior is still the dark horse pick from the actual tier list and stuff. You understand people play the game at different levels and for different reasons. I hope that I can do a good job at that. 1 in a million. Also, by any chance, is your name actually a My Hero Academia reference, or are you just 1 in a million, which is a good name? What's up, Ramen? Tips for Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is understanding where your healing comes from. I think that many new Resto Shamans get into the habit of just relying way too much on spamming Healing Wave or Chain Heal, but you have to gain totems. Resto Shaman is effectively a cooldown-based tank where your big buttons do healing, but outside of the big buttons, you don't necessarily have a lot. And so it becomes a resource management of getting your big buttons when you need to. So totems are where you're healing. Cooldown-based tank. A cooldown-based tank is Prot Pally, VDH. Those are cooldown-based tanks. Whereas, and also Guardian Druid technically, but mostly Prot Pally and VDH. As in VDH, if you walk into a pack and you have not planned your cooldowns appropriately, you die. You said Resto is a cooldown-based tank. I meant cooldown-based healer. I am a little tired, sorry. Cooldown-based healer. My bad. I did say that. You're absolutely right. I gotta sell some stuff. I can't mount it here. Do I need anything of this? I don't think I really care too much. The point is that I do think it depends on the advice on what healer you're playing. For the sake of Resto Shaman, it's about planning your totems better. I think that's actually how I would really go over Resto Shaman, if that makes sense. And yeah, Resto Druid, don't over obsess about your hots. Way too many Resto Druids rejuve when damage is happening because they don't understand where their healing really comes from. If you are playing Resto Druid, I think you have to understand, and it has changed a lot, and I even know the Season 2 changes, or they might even change more. But effectively, way too many people don't actually know where their healing comes from as a healer. And so you have Mistweavers who are dotting people, like hotting people in the middle of a pull, and it's like just spinning crane kick. That was this last season. Where it was really the advice for Mistweavers a lot of the time was actually just, hey, don't stop DPSing. You gotta be DP, like constantly just be hitting the mobs, if that makes sense. Charge so much for coaching these days. Holy fans, I don't know if I would personally agree with that. I had to raise my coaching prices because I am actually just hella busy. I realized that like I had to actually, I recently, just like yesterday, I had to raise my coaching prices because I have so much coaching and my actual real job that I'm like, I can't fit everybody in. And then if you get to a point of distribution where you're just so booked that you don't have time for people, then you raise your price. And my time is valuable. If you book a coaching call with me, I'm very good at what I do. And I would like to say that not a single person who has ever done coaching with me has ever regretted it. But I'm not cheap for sure. I know some people do coaching for much cheaper than I do. However, I have a real job and I cannot justify it. Like I won't take a call if I don't actually earn. I'm sitting down with you for an hour or 45 minutes from Patreon. It's like you will benefit from this and you will get what you want. I'm very big on quality. That's how I've built my entire business anyways. Is like, hey, if you work with me, I fix you. That's my actual job. What is your real job? I work in health and fitness. I get to help people with interesting medical problems or basically just progress in their life. And I do everything online. So I do not train people in person anymore. I swapped everything online back around COVID. And that ended up being a fantastic decision. Like, it was a scary decision, of course, at the start, but it ended up being the best decision I could have made because my entire business transformed around that period. Just because I get to work, the people that I want to work with cannot actually go to a gym. The whole point is that when you get to work with people online in this space, you are getting access to people who effectively are locked to a couch and never leave their house. But it's like, well, that's great because that's where you call me. You don't need to leave your house. You call me in your actual room. Yeah, like you just literally call me from your bedroom. Let's get it. And that's what I'm good at. So I've gotten very creative over time of thinking outside the box and getting people whatever results they're looking for, whether it be aesthetic, health related, or just progressing in your life. I figure out what you need and then we do that. But I think that there's definitely a lack of understanding that just because you're a rank 1 player, as an example, does not necessarily mean you know how to teach. Because people don't... Understanding what people need is a skill set in and of itself. And that's a difficult thing to explain. It's not so easy, actually, to really think about what that means, I think. You know you're fucked up if you have an interesting medical problem. That's fair, actually. Yeah. Especially if I think your problem is interesting. Because a lot of times people are like, I have an interesting medical problem. I'm like, oh, tell me about it. And they're like, oh, I've got the IBS. And I'm like, all right. Do you, like, what's unique about your situation? And they're like, well, sometimes I have diarrhea. And I'm like, okay, like bleeding or like what, like, do you, like, what else? And they're like, oh, when I eat this, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, if I think your problem is interesting, then it's definitely interesting, With your training background, have you thought I'd make fitness videos for gamers? I've thought about it, and I've considered how I would do it. I thought a long time ago about making social media for my actual business, and then realized quickly that it was a trap, that it wouldn't help me, because when you do social media fitness stuff, our brains are completely rotted for what to expect, if that makes sense. Our brains are wired to think of somebody like, we're so used to seeing these absolutely insane physiques that back when I was doing fitness modeling, I would at least be able to stand on some form of ceremony and be like, oh, like, look what I have. Like, I'm going to take off my shirt and you can say, wow, whatever. But I hate the whole proving yourself part of it. And I like the whole helping people part of it. You can quiz me on anything and I'm happy to have a conversation because I love talking about this type of thing. I am not shy or concerned about my level of knowledge. I know I can help people. That doesn't bother me. But trying to prove yourself on social media is a level of effort that I absolutely don't want to engage with. It's not my thing. I'm in the business of helping people, and the idea of making social media content for this would just be absolutely unreal. What I can do, and what I have thought about, is actually just randomly putting fitness content on Patreon for fun. Like, I think that I could put some stuff that a lot of people don't know. Fitness is super misunderstood. And one of my big problems with it is that in the online space, we call it fitness and health, but there is nothing healthy about it. If that makes sense, though. Like, more like focus. Well, because, like, I'm not trying... So the thing about my business is that I am like a... How do I put this? I am a luxury. If you hire me, it is a luxury service. Like, I go above and beyond for my clients, and I won't take you if I don't like you. I'm in a position where I have the opportunity to do that, right? Is I'm good at what I do, so I can charge people appropriately, and I'm fairly flexible on prices. Like, I will take somebody, oftentimes if I want to work with you, even if you can't pay me my actual fee, I will probably still work with you if I want to, or I will just give you information on one call and then send you on your merry way. But I'm pretty big on that. But I don't want to like churn people. Like, I'm not trying to make a course and have 50 people sign up as a business model, because I don't like that. And that might, I mean, maybe eventually I'm like, if I thought that would make me $10,000, I might consider it. But even then, it's not really my thing. What I want to do is work one-on-one with you and get you somewhere you've never been. And part of the joy for me is actually figuring out your puzzle. So I'm a very one-on-one type person. I would never do group classes. I would never do that type of thing. Like the workshop, I have a lot of friends who have been in this industry for a while. Every single one of them, long-term, either shifted their business to make millions of dollars. Like, if they want to actually be, when I was younger, I had the good fortune of having contacts who got to teach me a lot that many people don't get to know. So when I was 17, one of my mom's best friends owns he owns a chain of gyms in America, and he is massively successful. Not many people get access to somebody like this. He's also a coach and started like that. When I knew him, he was already in his 50s, but he owns like a whole chain of gyms. So he franchised, and he was wildly successful at this. Very cool, very cool. And I got to stay in his house. I got to learn from him. I got to ask him questions, etc. How cool is that? And then another person I had access to, which I got to work events for, and that's when I got to meet Jillian Michaels and Cassie Ho and all sorts of people. I never got to meet Arnold, but I got to work fitness events because it was a contact, and that person works with celebrities. I won't give you their name. But at the time, he was flown out to an island to train like Zuckerberg at the time, a long time ago. I don't know if he does or whatever. But like, these are like big names, basically. Like, these are people that you don't get to meet. And it was a huge motivation for me. And I got to learn from them, which helped set me up. And then I continued my education on my own, and I just got lucky with who taught me. I think a lot of it was luck. But it's interesting that I had that opportunity, because most trainers, most trainers don't get to have that path, if that makes sense. And it's one of the reasons that I have more knowledge about this stuff than many people. Because training is both simultaneously not complicated, but nuanced enough that people get it wrong often and frequently. People get it very wrong. And I could fix that for you in one day, probably. Like, if you want really good health and very good results, it's not that difficult. You just need to correct like a few things, this is highly individual, and that's why I can't make this a video series, because if I say that, it's like, where are you starting from? Very context dependent. But most likely, you are wasting a lot of effort. You're putting your eggs in the wrong basket. It would be like saying, Shakov, I would love to improve at World of Warcraft. Good goal. And then you say, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to really understand secondary stats. And I say, okay, that makes sense. Like, show me your logs. And you say, okay. And I see your logs, and you have like a 9. Like, you're parsing 9 in heroic. Shakov, if you are parsing 9 in a heroic raid, is 2% crit going to help you? Let's be real. Let's have a moment of honest admission here. You know? Oh, I parse 0? That's impressive. That's actually, you got to teach me how you did that, because I don't think it's so easy to parse 0. So the point was not just starting from the fundamentals. It's figuring out what's going to actually get you the most bang for your buck. Jimothy will be mine. I love raccoons. Jimothy is very cute. But the point is, you have to consider from the perspective of what is going to help. And I just don't think that a lot of people do that. Okay, this is almost done, basically. Once I finish, I need to do a few more of these to get all of these tier 8 for the max reward here. I need to do, what, 3 more? Okay, just like 3 more of these, 1 more M0, and I think I'm actually good, though. I'm an emotional eater. It's not dumb at all. Snugs, being an emotional eater makes perfect sense. You know one of the symptoms that we used to diagnose, I don't know if it still exists, but in the DSM-5, back when I lived in America, this was 10 years ago, but basically, one of the criteria for a bipolar type 1 diagnosis was sugar cravings. Now, I don't know if they still use that as a criteria. I don't believe that they would. But the reason for that is because food is a very easy way to regulate dopamine. It's a very easy way to regulate your brain because if you, for example, are saying, I feel really bad, I am overwhelmed, I don't like this, I don't want this, and then you eat something nice, it immediately goes, ooh. And no one can ever fault you for just saying, I'm overwhelmed. Whatever gives me the feeling makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Of course you would try to regulate yourself through anything you have access to. And food is super accessible. So being an emotional eater, that makes sense. I'm glad you found a way, by the way, to help yourself feel better because feeling like your mind is in chaos is terrible. So if food helps you with that, I appreciate that. However, if your weight, for example, has skyrocketed and you're not happy with your eating habits, then we can look at that. Then that's something that we would take a look at and say, well, how can we fix that? And so that's the thing. Well, many people use alcohol, Allegro. Many people use drugs. Many people use this. The one big thing about addiction is that any addiction is a attempt to solve a problem. If you are trying to get yourself out of this pattern of behavior, you need a substitute because you can't just you can't rip the Band-Aid off. You are using this as a way to feel better and regulate your life. If I take that away from you, what am I leaving you with? And that's one of the biggest things about dieting is that we don't realize that food is oftentimes if it's the only part of your day that actually makes you feel good, bro, I gotta make you do other things in your life that will make you feel good. Otherwise the food thing will never happen. I can't, for example, just be like, well, just cut out sugar. It's like, that's why. You're like, sugar's bad for you. It's like, you know what else is bad for you? Chronic isolation and loneliness. Like, you want to solve those too? You see? Like, you have to be careful about pretending that everything is too easy. A lot of people do that, and I don't like it. A lot of people are like, well, just do it. I did it. It's like, good. I'm glad that worked for you. That doesn't mean it will work for everyone. And there's a very strong reason as to why. Without identifying what that is, I can't help, you know? And that's what a lot of people do. They'll just say, oh, hey, like we can see that you're way too heavy or that you're this or you're that, but they don't offer a solution. The solution cannot just be, well, stop the behavior. Bro, if people who are actually so unhappy with their weight could stop the behavior, they would. If they didn't trust, I have never met a single I will never met a single morbidly obese person I've ever worked with who has not tried over a dozen times to lose weight. I've never met a single one. Not a single person. I've also never met a truly depressed individual who has not tried at some point to be happy. Imagine that you were like, oh, you have depression? Have you tried just being happy? Have you tried just not being depressed? It's like, the hell? I mean, in a weird way, that's probably not the worst advice, but actually the execution on it is not right. That's the goal, right? So I think that like how to get there is the important part. Does that make sense? Not playing violin, but honestly, no family relationship. I often go weeks without actually speaking to anybody. Loneliness means you spend too much time in your head. In a year, got everything back and some extra. Bellagio, you and many others, right? It's a story I've heard once before. If you are at any point, if you want to change, all I want to tell you is that you can. very, very few people are in a situation that they fundamentally cannot change. The only thing that I have learned in my brief existence is that hope is not overrated. I have seen way too many times people able to fundamentally change their life and their reality beyond what doctors said could happen, beyond what people said could happen. Like, it's, you need information and maybe a helping hand. You might not be able to do it alone, but somewhere out there is information that will allow you to progress in ways that you might not have otherwise known you could do. I promise you. Thank you, Cortex. I enjoy this type of stuff. This is why I stream. Like I said earlier, me streaming is the only time I get to be myself, because if I was at an office job, I wouldn't get to have any of these conversations, and I love this stuff. I wish it was more talked about. I wish more people talked about it from a perspective that wasn't absolute, because Balaziel, and what you were saying, by the way, Tiny Tusk, of course you can be here even if you don't want the mount. The mount giveaway has actually ended. I should change the title. We ended it a while ago. Very cool. I got to do that. But my mental health is way worse than my physical. Absolutely, Balaziel. And the truth is, they're not separate. Your physical health and your mental health are inherently linked together. You know, the way, if I pass by a mirror, what I see in that mirror is going to affect how I see myself. There's no way around that. That'll happen. I don't know if anybody is truly capable in today's day and age of actually not caring what they look like. The way that you look and the way that what you see, like, does matter. There was Allegro. I got to give away the Stoneforge Sentinel. I'm an official WoW partner now, so I get to do giveaways on expansion drops and stuff, season drops. I'll get to do another one probably next time. Maybe even mids. I don't know if they do more. This is a new thing. It's brand new, by the way. Thank you, Tiny. Yeah, moving up in the world. It's pretty cool, huh? What do you think is the best tank for pugging Mythic Plus? At the end of the day, I think that it's tuning dependent, Frap. Like, I don't think it's actually just a one-size-fits-all answer, and I also think it depends on what level. Pugging what keys? As example, like, pugging to plus 10s or pugging to plus 20s? Like, to 1% or to plus... You can give me a key range? Because I think that changes the math a lot. Or often are also worst critics? Not always, Cortex. I mean, sometimes. But also sometimes you live in an environment or a family, or so you have some people in your life, and sometimes, I don't know, man. I actually feel like a lot of times there are other people who are your worst critic. There are some very judgmental people in this world. And although I think it's a good saying for sure, and like, yes, normally we are our worst critic, but hot damn. Sometimes actually it is in fact the other people who are much stricter and much more negative than we are, you know. It depends. Not like 20, but max 15, more likely 10. I think Prop Pally is really good for that level. But I also think that at that level, to be honest with you, it's the tank that can get all the kicks. However, the truth is that the tank that's the most consistent will be better for you. They do, Cortex, so I've heard. I think that the biggest thing is that whatever tank you're the best at will be the one that you get to express your most skill, and that tank will be the best choice, technically speaking. Because a good VDH at that level is still better than a bad Prop Pally. However, if I had to pick, Prop Pally. It would be every tank is fine, but I think Blood DK is also really good. I think Prop Pally, Blood DK, it's just because they have a lot of opportunity to help control the key. But that's the main reason. It's not like because they're super like tankier than others or anything like that. Because Tuzulan, you totally can play every tank, obviously. But I think like Blood DK, Prop Pally, Blood DK being just very independent, and you'll never really have to depend on your healer, and you could still grip is really helpful. Yes. Although, you know, I've been making content for a little bit, Tuzulan. And I'll say, there's a lot of people who care enough to watch guides, think about what's going to be good, but don't ever push past the plus 10. The community is highly underserved because everybody assumes that you're either a rank 1 player or you never step foot into Mythic Plus. But like, there's a lot of people who care about this game and want to learn more, but don't do plus 20s. Does that make sense? So I wouldn't say it's like, oh, the answer, oh, any tank can play it. It almost invalidates sometimes because there's a reason that question is being asked, right? So I think if you wanted my actual answer, as a Guardian Druid, I would be super tanky. I would do good damage. But you know what I can't do as a Guardian Druid? I cannot solo kick a pack. I have no grips, so I can't position things. I sometimes, as a Guardian Druid, you're in a pack and there's a caster out in range, and you're just thinking to yourself, you're like, man, I wish somebody could kick that, but I can't. So as a Blood DK, I can grip it. As a prop pally, I can shield it, and I think that those are really great tools to have. That's like Guardian Druid's biggest weakness, is even if you're powerful and you're strong, at the end of the day, you just don't have the CC package. You do have to help your team basically perform a little bit sometimes. Enrolled Guardian for I stopped pushing before the point where it would have been good to play for meta. Could have pushed 18 Resil. Yeah, that's true. You didn't need to play Guardian, although it would have made your life easier last season in particular, right? What about Prot Warrior? Prot Warrior is the sleeper Dark Horse tank right now. If there was one tank that was going to be like an upset, I also think you might see it in Race to World first, but we'll see with tuning. Colossus Warrior is very high single target. Even before the Sims came out today, which I can show you, the tank Sims have come out, but even on PTR, we knew that, though. That's true, Chars. You know Char. Hold up. How do I pronounce your name? CHXSRD. Chars? Chard? How do I pronounce your name? Listen. What do you think about a 5 Guardian Druid key? Do you think that's trolling? Because I may have done that. That was me. On North American Realms, that was me. I wasn't the Chinese team who did it, but there may or may not have been a day where me, Squish, Dalgroth, and 2 other bears that were really good basically went and did 20 Mysara Caverns and then 20 Algathar Academy as 5 bears. I did do that. It was super fun. It was very, very fun. It was a very good time. Giga Day. Chris. Okay, fair enough. I mean, no problem. Focus on your Overwatch gate. I did do that. I wasn't trying to get it nerfed, but it was super fun. It was an omega good time. Probably one of my favorite days of the entire season. I actually, yeah, that was me. And the comms were hilarious because the thing about the Mysara Caverns is we basically just went in and one-shot it. And then literally in Discord, we were in a Discord call. And it was actually just like, we were just like, oh, just pull whatever you want. We didn't know the route. We didn't plan for it. We actually just went in. It was like, I don't know, I have Incarn. It was like, okay, pull. It was like, pull more. Like, okay. What are we doing now? I was like, I don't know, pull that. I was like, okay, I'm going to go left, you go right. We had no plan. We just went in and timed. We timed it like 2 minutes left. Yep, that was a good key. I've got that log somewhere. We'll see 5 Blood DK. Blood DK is a weird problem. It had this problem on PTR, and I talked about it in the tier list, but now it's confirmed, by the way. We can confirm it. The logs, the sims are out. Blood DK does not do good single target. Its single target was not the reason it was so strong. That's the thing with Blood DK. I don't know about that. I mean, it's good, but it's a lot of AoE pad. If you watch the tier list, I went into stuff like this, though. What's up, Mr. Barnabas? Going a first-time main tank this season. Nice. Coming from years of range DPS is a big mentality shift. Correct. Step 1 was removing your DPS meter from the UI. As a start, probably a good call, Mr. Barnabas. Eventually, it's a good idea to understand your breakdown. I would say, eventually as you get more comfortable, it's not a bad idea to just be like, okay, this is where my damage comes from, and etc. But honestly, I strongly believe that your individual DPS as a tank is not what's important. All right, one more of these. I think I'm good. Will you be trying for the Delve Hall of Fame achievement? Normally I don't get it because since I live in Thailand, I start the season too late. Like I log in 12 hours after a patch goes live or whatever it is. So yeah. Yes, but I think you have to pick the right spec. Don't Various. If you want to get 1% using one button rotation, you have to choose a spec that can do that. What do you think about Brewmaster this season? I didn't play a lot of it on PTR. I think I did like 1 or 2 keys as Brew. The truth is about Brew, it is clearly the tank where if there was going to be a buff or a set of tank tuning, it would end up being the tank that gets buffed. Numerically, I think it's just a little bit low comparatively. However, the main thing, as Shaw has stated, as many brewmasters have stated, the Celestial Infusion change made no sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like fundamentally, it was a stupid change. And at least if they just wind that back and put Celestial back to 45 seconds, it would still not be good. Like it would still technically be the bottom tank even with that change, but at least it would feel better. I don't know where that change came from. It doesn't. I don't think that made a lot of sense. So from a playstyle perspective, I think that really does make Brew feel weird, and I don't think anybody has liked that they did that. I haven't heard a single take about that being positive. But also from an actual power level, it's not quite where it needs to be to just be considered like very good, if that makes sense. I think the only reason you would want in a meta comp want to play Brew was Mystic Touch. And that would mean that you do in fact need Arms Warrior or Fury Warrior to be meta and really want Outlaw Rogue or Hunter or whatever benefits. And then have Resto Shaman be good as well. It depends. There's a lot of factors that go into it if Brew is not individually tuned high enough, where it was in Season 1, but I don't think it's going to get that again. We'll see. What I can tell you is that if you want to know about tank tuning, you should look at this. What's up, Rumble? I would say very strongly that this is how you should look at tanks. I will show you something in general chat of Discord. Here. This is the current Sims. Oh, my camera got moved. My bad. This is the current Sims in Raid. Single target Sims. Pure single target build. I don't know what happened to Brew here. I've been linked this today. I didn't find the source, so keep in mind. I don't know why Brew is 66. I obviously think that it's somewhere above that, but show it on the screen. I am showing it on the screen. You can see it now, right? But basically, yeah, I don't know what's up with Brew here, but you can see that the other tanks in full single target, that was always the problem with Blood Decay. And that's why I don't think it will get nerfed further, because it's not overperforming in Raid. I think that the biggest way to understand tanks, if you want to predict what's going to happen with tanks, the actual biggest way, pretty much by far, is very simple. Look at the Race to World first. Check Raid logs. If overperform Raid, bye-bye. If underperform Raid, ooh, good luck. That's the problem. If there is a discrepancy in Raid and there is a tank in the Race to World first and you bring 2 of them, bye-bye. Bye-bye. You don't want that. I know a lot of people are actually going to be excited. The problem is this is Sims. And also to clarify. Very strong clarification. That's Sim. Sims are not accurate because they account for 0 defensive. 0 defensive. As in, the Prot Warrior Colossus Sim right here is probably I don't know. But it's almost certainly 0 ignore pain, full execute, no shield block, absolutely degenerate playstyle that probably wouldn't actually work. I just want to clarify that. So sometimes like certain tanks sim higher than they actually are. The Guardian Druid sim oftentimes accounts for 0 Iron Fur. Sometimes I think there's nuance to that, but oftentimes they're playing builds like this would be a Guardian Druid playing Red Moon potentially, or like some single target talents that realistically ain't no one gonna play, right? Practically. You could play it in Raid, but you never play it in Keys. So this is a Raid sim, single target. Sims are notoriously unreliable, but I think Blizzard looks at them. I actually do think that Blizzard oftentimes does tune based on Sims and Mythic Zero Week, as per the last beta cycle we had. That is not an opinion. That is actually just referencing Season 1, which is a shame and stupid, but that's what happens. Dorky had made a video at the beginning of this last season that was actually the best video about this. Okay, so my camera, my entire monitor actually is held up by a ruler that is keeping it from tilting that way, and that's why the camera got messed up. That's my conspiracy on Brew, is to make using Blackout Combo and Keg Smash Receiver an interesting option instead of just a damage loss. I don't know. Oh, Nicholas, sorry, the giveaway has ended. The giveaway has ended. There is no longer a giveaway. It has already ended. And you have to come to mainstream to do it next time. The YouTube stream is there, but it's mostly just for like people to hang out. I will say, here are the other Sims that were out. I think that Sims are unreliable at best, but at least they show you something. So this is the DPS Sims. But I will say, like, if you saw, check this. I tell you what, out of curiosity, they said they would tune again, right? They said they would do tuning on, what was it, the 25th? 1 week from now. All I'm saying is that all I want to see is if these specs get buffed, like this down here, if you see a buff to Affliction Warlock, Arcane Mage, BM Hunter, Dark Ranger. Where's the BM Hunter pack leader? It's at least middle of the pack. Okay, funny. Haha. But if you see buffs to these specs, they tune off Sims. That's it. If you see a buff here and nerf here, that's because they tune off Sims. We'll see. We'll see exactly what happens. We'll have to find out, right? But I think it'll be interesting. That's basically where we're at, though. Yeah, surprisingly, Arcane Mage is actually down here, and I'm surprised about that because it's so good on keys. Like, it's the S tier spec in keys, right? But keep in mind that this is pure single target sim. And so that doesn't account for other things that the spec can provide. It is important to note that Sims are notoriously not the most reliable thing. Also, I haven't mentioned this in a second, but if you want a free way to support stream, this web browser is actually super cool. It will be in a sponsored segment of a YouTube video at some point. That is actually a cool browser. It is a way to support stream. It is completely free to download. And if you have not tried Opera GX and you're on your computer and you want to support stream, you can download that. It helps out, makes me a little bit of money, and makes a sponsor go well. Sponsor go well equals I get more sponsor. I get more sponsor equal I make more content. Soap, you want to know something exciting, by the way? And Soap's been here from the start, by the way. I don't know, Cortex, when you met me, or Power to Zulan. I don't know how you found my stream or when you found my stream. But Soap, you want to know something cool? I've got my first ever YouTube sponsor tonight. Papa. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I got my first ever, I've never had a part of a YouTube video like this. I returned. What's up, Queen? Yo, how'd the move go? Didn't you just move? Yeah, it's really cool. I want more of them now. They're pretty nice, so I kind of, now I want more. You give a mouse a cookie, and I'm like, oh, wait a second. Hold up. But I think I did it well. I think I did good. It was my first time ever trying it, but learning as I go. Nick on the hard work. Thank you. I work way harder than many people realize, especially when you consider that if I didn't stream and I actually just did what I did for work, I would be significantly more successful. Like my index fund would look a lot better. I don't have an index fund, but I'm supposed to get one, supposedly. Getting old. You know, the point is that my bank account would look a lot healthier if I chose not to stream. Yeah, thank you, Soul, for realizing. I don't go outside, and all I ever do is either stream, work on videos, or actually just do work, and then I go to the gym. Do you pay taxes to America or Thailand? I find it uncomfortable to talk about that subject for some reason publicly on stream, so I don't like to talk about that on stream. If you can respect that answer, don't. I'll keep finances like relatively to myself. Yeah, thank you. Yep, thank you. It was basically because, like, you know how when you're little, you're like, Mom, Mom, and she's like, what's up, Timmy? And you say, Mom, I wanted to play video games. And she's like, okay, Timmy, eat your cornflakes. And you're like, Mom, I'm going to be a professional gamer. And she's like, okay, Timmy, I get it. You can do it, honey. I believe in you. Please eat your cornflakes. You're late for school. And you're like, Mom, one day I'm going to make it. I'm going to be a professional gamer. And she says, okay, Timmy, I get it. You got this 100%. Please eat your cornflakes. You're late for school. And you're just like, Mom, I can do it. That's basically what's up. I'm the Timmy success story. Although I don't consider myself to be very professional. And this is still not actually my main source of income. It's a helpful source of income now. It's something. It's not nothing. It's not nothing, but and make money? Yeah, I know. TH, I'm aware. Yeah. I know. Yeah. And I am a US citizen. Wow. Mostly Utah. Utah. Not quite Cortex, but I still don't really want to get into it at the moment. There's like a rule for it, and I follow the rules. I'm a rule follower. Okay, did I finish this? Is this that was the last kill, right? Oh, I gotta do one more. What time is it anyways? It's late, right? Let me check the time. Let me check with Kitty. Okay, so once I actually finish this, and then I also get the other thing though. Oh, thank you, by the way, TH. Yeah, these are gonna be rare. I don't know about the next stuff though. How about we increase it to 20? No, there's no. I have work tonight. I have work every night, except there's like one night a week right now where I don't have work. But otherwise, I work effectively 7 days a week. And I work mornings and night, remember, because of time difference. So my work starts at either 10 p.m., 9 p.m., some days 8. But the idea is like I work also in my morning. I can't find what tank spec you're going to use anywhere in your Discord. If you go to Season 2 tank builds, you will just find all of the tanks listed there, and it's right there. All right, bet all of my delves are done. Okay, done. All of these are tier 8. Fantastic. We have the maximal chance at tier now for this, and then I need to do one more M0 and then basically spend the entire thing after this, though. What is your work exactly? I get to work in health and fitness, Chris. I work with people online, so I get to work from home. But because of the time difference in Thailand, basically it's either morning or night my time because I work with people either in the UK or Europe or America. Most of my clients are in the US. So US time difference is kind of tough to work around. It gets late. Do you have a link for all that table with all the Sims? I was linked something and I can link it to you, but no, because it wasn't updated properly. The link that I got for it didn't seem like it worked very well, but I can link it to you for what it's worth. It was just Sam linked it in Discord. Sam being a giga Frosty K, one of the best Frosty Ks. Well, actually, I would say the best Frosty K. I don't think there's... Holy... Dude. So I wear these tights to stream now. I wear these leggings, and sometimes I look down and I'm like, wow, they are very tight. Look, as I wear these... You see these leggings? I've got these compression leggings on. It's kind of how I've been able to long stream as well, because my health is better. I couldn't do long streams before because I would get so lightheaded after stream. I was like, oh, what is going on? I'm just like that I'm healthy right now. I like my health is good. It was tough out there for a little bit, TH. It was a rough few months. But yeah, I work online as a trainer, Chris. Hoping they continue because of time zones. Wait, hoping they continue what? Sorry. I missed what the continuation was. I remember I was kind of there. Dude, yeah, in May, it was tough. I was not feeling great. Okay, so we finished this. I need to do M0s, and then I need to make routes. The routes are the problem because those take me a while. I got an ad, but I heard the last bit. Oh, yeah. I work as a trainer. I get to work online, and I work with people in different countries. So from their bedroom or living room or whatever. Are you going to Mythic Raid? Nah, I don't think so. Oh, longer streams. Yeah, I'm not sure, though. Do you hope to do this full-time eventually? I hope to make it more successful, Thor, but it'll never be full-time. Even if I won the lottery, because I actually like my job, I would still have all the clients I have right now. I would still have everyone. I would just not charge them anything. Like if I was a billionaire, like if I just had all the money, I would just do the same work. I just wouldn't charge people for it because I believe that my work is important, and I think that I would do it on my own time. I probably wouldn't call people as often. I think the biggest thing I would do is just, if I was that successful, I would basically call you and you would pick up. Instead of having to schedule time like, oh, we're going to meet at 10 p.m. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's 1 a.m. Get up. Get up, bitch. Like, I'm calling you, and I'm a billionaire, so now you have to wake up and do it with me. That'd probably be one thing I do. Not really. Actually, yeah. But I would still have my work. I'm fortunate enough to have built something that I enjoy doing. And I would definitely take other clients who couldn't afford me. There are many people who I wish I could work with for free, and I cannot work with them for free right now. But if I was wildly successful, I would work with them for free, especially kids. Especially teenagers. I never get to work with teenagers because they can't afford me. And their parents, it's weird to do it online, so I don't get to work with teenagers. But I think that when it comes to health, if you set yourself up when you're younger, teenager or like early 20s, there's just so much to learn that's so impactful, and starting earlier is much easier than starting later. And especially people who are struggling with different conditions that I might be able to help with. But most of my clients are older. I don't work with many people in their 20s. I have 2 people I work with in their 20s right now. Almost everybody else is past 40. What's up, Shinline? Since Quasi left, there's a lack of dungeon guide in depth. I did masterclass before. I don't know if you watched them, Shinline. I thought they were too much. I did like hour-long deep dives into dungeons. I thought they were a little much. But what I will do with dungeon guides is they won't be out this upcoming week. They will be out the week after that. That's the thing. They're going to be out the week after that. And they will feature my runs so I can do that. But if I have to record commentary over them, I don't know exactly. I'm torn between making them 10 minutes and basically just going up, hey, as a beginner tank, this is what you need to know. Just learn this and you'll be successful. Or if I make them, fun fact, here's an hour of your time where you get to learn all sorts of things that you probably don't really need to know. Like, I could do either because I like the second one, but I think most people like the first one. I mean, if you've watched my guides before, I think I made really good guides last season. They take time. Somewhere in between. Yeah, I liked my guides last season. I thought they turned out mostly right, but keep in mind that it's a learning experience for me. When I look at somebody like Tactics or Shaw and they make guides or whatever it is, they've been doing it for so many seasons. Now I'm kind of new to it, you know? Even setting up my Platinator and my UI type stuff, I've never really been in a position to share it. So I just do it for myself. And then if people want it, they can take it type thing. But Thoria, I think yes. If I had to answer you, I don't hold out a lot of hope for that. I don't know if I would ever be able to do that. I think the only path to making stream more like full-time would be sponsors, probably. Just like considering how much money I would like to make in my future. I think people significantly overestimate how much people make from just being online, which is nothing. So, yes, I think my answer to that question is yes. I would say yes. I just don't know. I'm still learning how I would do that or what the path to that looks like, because this is something that I did not study before I started streaming. It's not like I basically made a bunch of contacts, networked on Twitch, and then also studied it. And like, I didn't have AI and to ask like, what am I supposed to do as I start streaming? I didn't have any of that. I literally just hit go live one day, and I had 0.8 average viewers on the day. And I was like, one person stopped by, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then, you know, the next time, like, one other person stopped by, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. And we just talked. And then I just sort of, I haven't been streaming that long. It's just that once I figured out that I liked it, and once I figured out that I was good at it, and I was like, holy shit, all of the skills I ever developed in my life, I am supposed to be here. If that makes sense. If I'm looking up anything, I won't click anything over 10 minutes personally. I kind of believe about that too, for what it's worth, though. Hopefully you do the meta of streaming the runs and using the Twitch footage to save time. Yeah, I think that what I would do is I would just go time the dungeons next week and then make the guide from my own dungeon run. Not from PTR footage, but from the actual, like, because I can show you the route, the mobs, and everything now that I have a very clean UI, something that makes it super obvious. But also, you can literally just watch me play the dungeon as I explain it, and I can clip that. You know, I think that would be good. I think that would be solid. That would be the way I do them. So instead of it being like, oh hey, look, here's a plus 19 on PTR or whatever it was. This is the final version. Dungeons changed a lot, and last time that's what I did. This time, what I can do is just be like, hey, I timed a plus 12 week 1, and here's what I'm gonna do, and more than that. Are you going to raid or only Mythic Plus? I'm not going to raid in a guild. The question is whether or not I'm going to pug the first 2 on Mythic. I am going to have to kill Ulatek on Heroic for 4 weeks. The gearing strategy for Bear, I have it. I know what I'm going to do already in my head. I made the video yesterday. Very convoluted, very weird. It is what it is. The system is what it is. It's not actually a terrible system. We're just frustrated, by the way. Just to clarify, it's not actually the worst system, but I have an exact plan for my bear that will guarantee by middle of the season, I am full bis. And the only way for me to do that is very specific. Like, there's an exact plan. It does involve me killing Ulatek on Heroic for 4 weeks at the start of the season, which is kind of annoying. Not next week. To be fair, I don't actually need to kill Ulatek next week. I need to kill it the week after that, if I don't want to. But mostly I will be doing keys, Kuin, to answer your question. Yeah. That's what I think. That's what I'll do. Some of the dungeons too big of a loot pool. The answer for Bear in particular is I have the exact crest layout as well, because I plan this stuff, considering I'm not a Mythic Raider at the moment. I do plan all of this. It is very specifically, you have to, I think that's the only way to fix it, Basti. The only way I can see fixing this and still giving people dopamine if the item drops in your vault is if they actually change the lockout. If they're not going to remove bonus rolls, which they should not at this point, then the only thing is, if this weapon from Ulatek drops in my vault, I have to be able to take it. That's it. That's the way forward. They have to do it, I think. I don't see a world where this is received as favorably as it probably could be unless they do that. I think that that's the only way. I think that's the best feedback. In fact, I might give them that feedback. But before I do, if I were to message like the official channel, which I'm a part of, I could do that. Out of curiosity, am I wrong about that? What changes if that happens? Out of curiosity, like what changes? Yeah, the only problem with that video, 1 in a million, is this. Here's the problem with the video. I didn't realize. I was streaming yesterday, and I hit start record, but I didn't realize I had music on, so it saved. And I had to go clip it from stream, but I clipped it live. And then I had 2 clips, and I asked Claude, I was just like, yo, can you combine these 2 clips for me? Because I was streaming. I didn't go into a video editing software and do it myself. And it fudged the audio, and I didn't realize. It messed up the audio, and I was like, oh, I didn't get a chance to check it or watch it back, and I posted it, and I was like, it's okay. Is all good. It's not right or wrong, which tag concern how combos come together. So if that, you could do this though. Can we roll 5 items on Lilitech? No, it's basically 4. If you're a Guardian Druid, because you have to just swap to Guardian Druid spec. Shadoff, make sure, if I did not make this evidently clear, holy shit, before we bonus roll, please swap your loot spec. If this hasn't been made abundantly clear, before you bonus roll anything, you must check your loot spec. It would be an actual tragedy if you bonus roll as Feral and got this trinket that you never want to use. Holy, it would be really frustrating. Same with dungeons. So you can dodge trinkets and like game it by reducing a whole week. Probably this, I think right now, although keep in mind, Kuin, that there were trinket buffs about a few days ago. There were trinket nerfs and trinket buffs, which changed bits for some classes. And also, because on PTR, you can just buy everything, right? So on PTR, we just go to a vendor and we say, oh, yeah, I want this trinket and this trinket and this trinket, and they're all bis. However, many people, I don't think we really tested all the M+ trinkets. There might be some that are decent that no one ever tested. Because why would we? That's an interesting thing to think about, by the way. There might be some key trinkets that surprise us. Realistically, it's the Murder Row trinkets. These are probably the right ones. That one is decent. It's just a crit stat stick. And I think that this is, for on use, it's 130. 130 on use for Bear. This would be the Guardian Druid on use trinket from Keys. The other one is not so good. I think this one is decent. It's just agility with crit on use for Incarn. You overlap it with Lunar and Apex. With the new part, nothing really. Only thing is you don't need to be a Brainiac. That's what I think. And the thing is that you are excited. So basically, the bonus rolls become bad luck protection if the item you take from the vault removes it from the lockout, right? Then it's bad luck protection, because then you would actually bonus roll if you don't get the item. But if you do get the item, then you high roll and you go, yay, and the vault is good. Then that like saves the vault. It's just the weirdest thing to me that if in the second week, like, so I don't get it in the first week, remember, next vault we're talking this upcoming vault in 2 days, I do not get these items. But the vault after that, if that weapon drops in the very first vault, I can't take it. That's so weird. I mean, it's weird, right? Like, it's not the right option. Like, if my first vault is, imagine your very first vault is this headpiece and this neck piece. And you're sitting there and you're like, oh, no, because you can't take it. Like, you have to take it's like first vault. You can't just take it, Mua. You'd be trolling if you just took it. Like, I don't think that you can just take it. Here's I will. Thank you. I don't think you can just take it, dude. Mua, would you? Let me ask you, Mua, you're a pretty competitive player. You're fairly competitive. I think you're very competitive. Mua, would you just take the item? If your first vault is your Death Knight, you come in here and your first vault is this neck piece plus something. You take the neck? Maybe as a Death Knight you would, actually. Because considering that Death Knight, I think Unholy is going to want the legs, but maybe you consider this because I think that, I don't know how this trinket is for Unholy right now, but maybe you would, actually. That might be a unique scenario. But for Guardian Druid, there are 4 items I want. That trinket's best, so you need the neck and the trinket. So what are you going to... You're going to take the neck and not bonus roll it, which might extend your whole thing by a week? I don't think you would do that. I don't think so. I feel like if you're any minded competitive, like, you have to take the bonus roll. No, I'm glad you can get into it. Thank you, JJ. Hi, JJ. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. My health is better. Life is looking up a little bit. I want to get a dog soon. Dog is probably the most exciting thing. How are you? I thought they moved Font into Guardian Loot Table. Nope, that's Feral. Yeah. Swap it to Feral. Feral and Guardian are different. Yeah. How does bonus roll work? In in order to take a bonus roll, you must forego your vault. So basically, you either take an item or you take a bonus roll. You cannot take both. So it's your only source of myth track. The bonus roll is technically deterministic because you decide where to send it. Thank you. I wanted to catch up. I appreciate that. We're kind of talking like the new season of our game, JJ, is like just coming up, so we're very hyped about it, right? But also, I'll tell you this. Dude, look at this. This is crazy. I think I can show you this. You just keep it in your vault and bonus roll it next week. Where's your bonus roll come from, Mua? That's the thing, Mua. Where does your bonus roll come from? You can't keep it in your. You don't get to go raid first. That's the other thing about the system. Before, if you had an item in your vault, you were like, let's see if I get it from raid. You don't get to. And the other thing is that even if you drop it in raid, it's heroic. No, because you can only get it from vault. And the other part about this, by the way, is if it drops in raid, it's heroic. If you bonus roll it, it's myth track. And this is your Gigabyss item, so you need it on myth track. The only way to get that on, or raid Hall of Fame and be liquid and kill the boss in the first few weeks anyways, and maybe you get it there. No, I don't think so. Well, so they said, apparently people are saying that 8 weeks in, we get some bonus rolls, but we don't know how many. We don't know if it's 1. We don't know if it's 2. It's probably 1. And it would just speed up the progress, but you do the exact same thing. It wouldn't change anything. I don't think it changes the math. I think that you basically, how do you get bonus rolls? Mythic items with bonus rolls. No. When you bonus roll raid, it takes 1 bonus roll. It doesn't take 2 anymore. It does 1. If you bonus roll a heroic raid, the item you get from it is myth. But you have to forego your vault in order to get the bonus roll. And so, yes, that is your only myth track item. The main thing to think about is not how, and think about, there's another layer to this, which is you get 100 heroic crests per week, right? You also get 100 mythic crests per week. If you don't have a mythic item that week, you cannot spend your mythic crests. You have nothing to spend it on. You will have 0 items to spend it on. And so that week, not only do you not get your item, but you also can't gain the power of spending those crests. And the way that crests work for crafting is going to work out because the first week we get, probably next week, we get 100 mythic crests, but there's no myth track item we can spend it on unless you raid mythic, in which case it comes fully upgraded anyway. So basically next week, there is nothing to spend your crests on except a craft. So you take 100 myth crests and you spend 80 of them on a craft, probably a weapon. Then what happens, you craft next week with 4 sparks, because now they're giving us 4 sparks instead of 3. So we can craft a 2-handed weapon. So you probably craft a weapon. One-handed players are in misery because you won't craft 2 weapons, you only have 100 crests. I don't know why. That just sucks for one-handed people for what it's worth. I also like the new system. I want to clarify. The bonus rolls are not the problem. The fact that you can't lock out the item from your vault is the main problem, and the second problem is the fact that there are 4 cantrip effects you need in raid. The issue that people are having is the fact that I'm sitting here thinking, okay, honestly, and I'm going to be real with you, I'm the sort of player, if this headpiece was the only special item that dropped in raid, I probably wouldn't go through this. I would accept a 1% DPS loss by not having this headpiece. I'm okay with that. This months of my life are not worth this one item. The problem is that it's not just this one item. It is also this item, and also this item, and also this item. Consider not getting it. I'm kind of okay with that. I'm sort of the player who's like, I'm 1 item behind. Okay. All right. I don't mythic raid. I understand. 4? All with special cantrip effects that also catalyze into tier? This is pushing it. I don't know if I'm cool with that. I feel like I kind of need them. And you're like, well, you don't need them. It's like, I kind of do. That's a weird argument. I sort of do need them. You know, there's a lot of people who are like, you don't need these items. It's like, I mean, it's probably like 5% DPS or something. I don't know exactly what it is, actually. Maybe it's only 3 to 5%, but it feels like I need them. I don't think I would play I don't think I would like push this season and like play competitively and not get these items. So it's simultaneously just enough effort that I'm annoyed. Yes, all of those items are best for me by far. By far, yes. Well, I haven't done anything this week, babe, but I've been chatting. I've been yapping on stream, and I've been updating the Discord and making videos and stuff. So I'm low. I haven't done anything. I'm just getting my vault prepared. Oh, this tag on my shirt is actually driving me crazy today. Yeah. So the second to last boss, I don't think I need guillotine technique. Yeah, I don't think I think as a Guardian Druid, you don't need this trinket. As other classes, you might, but as a Guardian Druid, you don't need this. So basically, it's just here. Look at this. It's a cantrip effect. Mastery is not bad. It's not maybe my best stat. Which guild are you raiding? I'm not raiding. That's my problem. That's why I'm like, oh, it's annoying. Basically, because I am not raiding Beabut, I need to make a plan for how I'm going to get these items. Yeah, so DK is a problem. I think Prop Pally is the worst scenario. To be honest with you, I think Prop Paladin is in misery. I think the worst tank to be, maybe like that and Vengeance Demon Hunter. Vengeance is also in like a terrible spot. I don't know what you're supposed to do as Vengeance. Like, I don't know exactly what you're supposed to do here. I think that Prop Pally, though, is in a really tough one as well. Prop Pally's not having a good time. It's actually easy as a Guardian Druid. It's not easy as other tanks. If I was maining any other tank, I would be like, oof, they do Cortex, yes. Why don't I raid? I don't like it. It's not fun. Honestly, Beabut, it's just not fun for me. At the end of the day, that's it. It's just fun. It's just not fun. I don't enjoy it. I can. A lot of time, like I've been making some videos recently and people have weird takes on those videos. I'll tell you that. You roll end boss, then you roll second to last boss. Probably. I just want to show you something. And I probably want to make this video soon. I'm just gonna show off for a second, okay? Listen. Hear me out. That is me pugging Chimeras. I'm not in a raid guild. These are my logs from last season. I pugged Chimeras 4 times because it was my 4th bonus roll where I got Alnsir. I had to pug Chimeras 4 times, okay? That is my average mythic parse. Oh, you were in that raid. There you go. Oh, you were in that raid. Okay, there you go. It's not like I can't raid. It's not that I can't. I just don't like it. It's not fun for me. Like, I'm sitting there and I'm kind of in despair. If that was the raid that I also had to go then do Imperator or Virgian, A, I kept ripping Threat, which was sad. But I also I like to parse and raid. But also B, I start tuning out. Because I don't really love being there. That's like my main problem, right? I just don't love being there. And then the Sporefall was the same. Yeah, like, it's not that I can't do it. I actually think I'm very good at raid. I figure it out. It's a puzzle. I figure out the stuff that I need to do to parse really well. And then I'm just sort of, you know. Are you asking me to join your guild, Beabut? Wait a second. Are you trying to recruit me to your raid? Because here's what I am considering. I would consider finding people to do first 2 mythic. Playing due to broken arm. Ay, hack a 6. The broken arm. How's it healing? How's that broken arm? Oof. That sucks. I like how those items are so good. Even if they trigger all at once, oh, it doesn't matter, yeah. Yeah, it's still better. I mean, the thing is I think only the neck piece is actually overtuned. This neck piece, they want you to play it. Look how much you get 465 crit. That's a lot. This one is like a little bit more fair. I feel like this is like a lot of crit. But it's enough that you're going to do it, you know? What are your conditions if you will raid? $1 million. My condition is I only want to do the first 2 to 4 bosses. And I don't want to do them all season. Or I want to be allowed to bring ults. That's actually what I want to do. I wouldn't mind a quick first 2 to first 4 clear that has no intention of ever going past that, because normally the first 3 or first 4 are not that bad. And you can knock them out like in a good group in like an hour. It's not that bad. So I wouldn't mind doing the first few on Mythic. I would prefer to tank. I can play Resto or Boomy or whatever I need to do, but I would actually prefer to tank. And I think that the biggest thing is I don't want there to be an expectation that somehow I will be there for Prog on the last 4 bosses. I hate that shit. I do not. The feeling of Prog is not fun. Like, figuring out these bosses and doing them is not the end of the world. This ain't for me, man. I've been in that environment, and it is just not... I don't like the 200 pull wall boss. It's not fun for me. I don't get the feeling of victory. I get the feeling of relief. Like, if this boss is a wall, and then people are going to take, like, 200 pulls here in an average guild, and I have to fight this, and it's, like, not that bad of a tank fight, and even if it is, I figure it out. If I'm sitting here, the second we kill this, everybody goes, yay! And I just go... Are we done yet? Are we there yet? And they go, no, now we get to progress the next boss, which is even harder. And I go... And they're like, see you next week. And I'm like... I cry. I cry. I was like, I don't know if you've noticed, but we have 7 people in this raid who couldn't put their circle in the right spot on the previous boss. And the next fight has a lot of circles. It's not going to work. But these types of guilds that I tend to be a part of, they don't know that. And then they get surprised when it doesn't work. And I don't understand why they're so surprised. It was apparent from the start that Bob was not going to be able to do the mechanic. But Bob's in the raid group, and Bob's not getting kicked. So Bob's just there, and no one's having a good time, and everybody's yelling at each other. And then let's just say that we're on the next boss for a few weeks, and that's several hundred pulls. After they nerf the raid and give us more power. So then I think to myself, yay, we're free. But no, now we're on the second to last boss, which is Silken Court. And I think everybody has a circle now. There are 20 circles. Half the raid thinks they're squares. I'm not positive that these people would be able to pass the basic geometric test where you have to put the square shape and they're going to try to put it into the circle shape. Maybe, honestly, that it just reminds me of my childhood because I had a lot of mental challenges when I was younger as well as physical challenges. And I was sent to special schools when I was around 8 years old. And there was a kid in my class who ate wood chips. He wasn't allowed outside during recess. I remember his name because he would literally just beeline for the playground, the wood chips, and he would just eat them every time. He was not allowed outside. You could not let this child outside. He always ate the wood chips. It was like he was addicted to them. He loved them, and I don't know why. And that was one of the kids in the class, but there was another kid in the class And I remember his name too, but I won't tell you. He had hydrocephalus. He had a big head and he couldn't talk. He was completely mute and he drooled all the time. And he would splatter his drool everywhere. And it always upset me because I didn't want to be sitting next to him because I would get drooled on. And it just feels like when I attempt to mythic raid, these are the people I'm in the raid with. It does feel like that. I know that's a take, and I'm just saying that's not fair for me to say that. But that's how it feels. You know what I'm saying? You catching my drift here? It's tough. It's not easy. That's my problem. That's sort of the issue. Yeah. What kind of specimen school were you in? Dude, I was in some special programs. Yeah, no, I've been in some special programs. You have no idea, actually. People have no idea what I went through as a kid. I wrote like a medical story. If you're curious about it, go to Discord and scroll down and just read in my medical info. My medical story, just read that. It will blow your mind. If you would not know this. It was actually, I had a very unique childhood, let's say. I had an extremely unique childhood. Yeah, there's a reason I am so weird today. I don't know who that is. But I dropped out of third grade. Like, kicked me out, basically. Yeah, I was kicked out of third grade. And I spent, like, years of my life in the hospital and whatnot. I think that I've never really tested myself. I believe, to Zulan, if I joined a guild with actual skill parity and I was to challenge myself, I don't think I'm a very good raider because I haven't pushed myself to that degree. If I did push myself, the problem is that I don't want to commit the time. Then it's a time problem because the only guilds I want to join are the ones who raid once or twice a week. And I think that I would need to be a part of a guild that raids like 5 times a week for me to have an experience of Mythic Raid where I feel as though I am, you know what I mean? Like I can learn and grow and challenge myself. Like I really feel as though a lot of times that's where I'm looking. But the next problem is time. My time zone does not give me access. There are very few guilds like that who also need a tank because I would almost certainly have to DPS or heal. It's very hard to find a tank in this scenario. Who raid now at the times that I could raid at. Because where am I going to raid? I live in Thailand. The only guilds I could reasonably raid with are OCE. Because American guilds, I log in around 1 a.m. And there's not really going to be guilds that raid at 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. and also foster an environment that I want to be in. There might be some, but I don't want to be in that guild. So it makes it very hard. Like, I don't get to any Thailand raiding guild. I'm in the only Thai guild on my server. There is a Thai guild, And for what it's worth, I'm in a Thai guild, but they don't really raid. I'm in the guild. This is a Thai guild, but it's not exactly super active with like competitive raiding. Yes, by the way, I'm still thinking EC is better. I think DOTC is decent to play. Like it's not terrible, but EC does much more damage. It is too early for us siblings. Yeah, I kind of wish there was a Southeast Asian server actually. There's a video coming out tonight with a service that I have used to get my ping slightly more stable, and it does help. I hope I can work with them again because I would love to actually sponsor their product. Like I believe in their product. I use it. I'm using it right now, and it actually grabs my ping pretty low. Like it helps. It's the best one. I will use it in the season, and so long as that product continues to work, like I want them to sponsor me again because that's like the most natural sponsor. Like there's not even I don't even have to work for that. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not like trying to sell you a product that I don't want. So I ever use Maul. I think there are 2 situations for Maul. I will post the Guardian Druid guide that I made publicly. Currently it's early access on Patreon and YouTube members. I will post it probably in 2 days. Cineos Wednesday, most likely I will post the Guardian Druid guide, okay? Do I know how to speak Thai? Dude, Thai is a tough language. It's a tonal language, you know? So, ma, ba, like this. Also in SEA in a Singapore guild, planning to do. Do you play Nick Luca? Do you play NA? I think that's the only way I could raid, is basically finding an Asian or OCE guild that also plays on NA servers, which is hard to do. Yeah. Thai is a tonal language. It's hard. I get scared to speak Thai sometimes because it's not always that similar. Like, if you say the wrong thing in Thai, it's tough. Tichondria server? Maybe message me. Yeah, that's playable, right? Redeem Flex Redeem, I can do so. Maybe can you message me? Do you guys maybe have a spot? I'd consider it. Like, there's a world where first 2 mythic is very helpful. Flex Redeem. Ooh, I've been working out. I went to the gym this morning. I've been going to the gym most days. I've been doing good. I'm keeping myself active, keeping myself feel strong, hydrating, etc. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, Jag. If you're, I mean, I'm kind of interested in maybe finding a group. I still don't think I will. Like, I think I'll be all right without it. It'll just take a little bit for me to catch up. I think I'll still be able to progress early, but I'd be curious though. It's a Mythic Plus rank in Season 1. I stopped in May. I got 4K. I stopped in May, but I didn't want to go past that. I got this early. Like, I chained Brazil 21 in around May, or I think it was first week of June, and then I stopped. That was before all the stuff. If I kept pushing, I think I could have gotten 0.1% if I actually just kept playing for the last 2 or 3 months, but I did not want to. I was pretty happy with this. I honestly think that next season I'm going to do the same thing. Push hard, obtain early IO, be above the curve, and then stop. Yeah, I know, Jag. I got you. I don't think anybody in my stream would think otherwise. You know, that's probably what my goal is. I have no real desire to obtain 0.1%. It doesn't even seem fun. I mean, did you know people who had fun in the last 2 weeks trying to push for 0.1%? Dude, I swear, people don't have a good time with that. It's like, a lot of times, if you're right on the edge in the last 2 weeks of the season, you go into somebody's stream and they are in despair. They're not having a good time. Ugh, I gotta get this tag off my shirt. It is getting me bad right now. Stressing about it was crazy. Yeah. A week with health problems too in the start. Yeah, I mean, that happened before. To be fair, every time I say I'm going to do something, like every time I'm like, oh, I'll get 0.1%. The problem is, the first time, I remember in Prop Pally, the War Within Season 1, I was like, new expansion. I was like, bro, I'm going to go so hard. And I was. And then I got divorced. And I wasn't expecting that. And then basically I was just chilling. And then all of a sudden, my wife at the time was like, I think we should get divorced. And it was like middle of the season and I was doing really well. And then I was like, shit. So I didn't want to play WoW for a little bit. And that obviously I didn't want to be like, it was like Grim Batol Stonevolt season. And I was like, okay, the last thing I want to do right now is a plus 17 Grim Batol. Like, I'm sort of done. I was like, all right. Yeah. That was rough. That was bad timing. How'd you get Mythic Raid items last season if you're not in a Mythic Raiding guild? You game Vault and Crafting. Vault and Crafting. You just if you make a plan with your gearing, you can almost certainly guarantee things. And then I Mythic Raided Chimeras and I did some Sporefall. I did Sporefall the first day it was out. I have my logs pulled up. I think one thing I want to do is potentially make this video. I want to make a how to parse Mythic Raid video. Because I swear, if people just understood how to parse Mythic Raid, you would get very decent parses. At least very decent, but I think that people always focus on the wrong thing for Raid. Like, this was the first day of Sporefall. I did 3 kills on the first day, boom. And it's just average parse. But it's like, if people understood where this comes from, you would be able to do really well. You just need to know timings. Like this boss, for example, to parse here, I figured out by the 3rd kill that if I open with Feral Frenzy, then Starfall is up a global before the Shroom spawn, and Starfall is the right idea to pad damage there. The problem is that if I open without Feral Frenzy, and I try to amp the Feral Frenzy with Lunar Beam in the first global, then it's not up for that, and I cannot Starfall the Shroom phase. So it's timing. Yeah, this is basic. Well, no, I mean, it's degenerate. Like, you're not actually doing the right thing here. It's not like I do no boss damage, but you are, to parse and raid, to clarify, you must be super, 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 and look at me, super selfish. Definitely don't consider other people. That is the secret. That's how you do it. I don't want to ask you the wrong question. What advice would you give to somebody who is going to get married? Oh, no, I love talking about this. Positivity. I mean, it's something I'm almost glad, in a weird way. Obviously, it's been a while. I'm almost glad that I went through marriage and divorce, because now I got the opportunity to learn about that. I wasn't happy when I was going through it. I didn't even think I would. There was some dark times in there for a while. I got pretty lucky that I had support. I had some support that helped me, and I had some very fortunate timing. It was so, like, it was actually like the universe was like, hey man, your childhood fucking sucked. We're not going to make you go through something like this again. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. So when I got divorced, I was not expecting it. I'll give you the story, I don't mind. I was not expecting it. I didn't tell anyone right away. I didn't know what to do. I thought it was like a joke, or it would pass. I didn't know what happened. It happened in 4 days, basically. It was December 27th. And it was just before New Year's. And then I never saw her again. So we didn't get a chance to like work it out or anything. It was just like, boom, and then gone. And I was just sitting there in my house alone, and I had no family here. And I was just like, what am I supposed to do right now? So that time period was really hard. Kitty messaged me like a few days after that. And I reconnected with her about a week after. That was the universe in many ways just straight up telling me, we're not going to let you be alone. And then I had to take the leap and actually pursue that. But that was lucky. It was extremely fortuitous. There was that didn't happen in the reverse order. And I think I got lucky there. The advice is 2. Can I give you 2 pieces of advice? Getting married. Living with your best friend is the coolest thing ever. There's no such thing as the ball and chain. Old school. You're not, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Oh, wait, what's this? Food? Hi, kitty. Okay, the second thing I'm going to tell you after. We're not going to talk about the second thing right now.
Do they look good?
What is this? What is this?
Pork chops. Damn. They've got garlic and the Cajun spice that you like.
Cajun spice.
Is it the Cajun one that you like? The one that you used to use on your barbecue, on your bacon stuff?
Damn.
And then a little bit of brown sugar, salt, pepper. I finally have the day off, so I was like, let me cook you a meal. You're welcome. It tastes good. Do you want him?
Yeah. Thank you. Kind of proves the point, doesn't it?
Wait, what were you talking about?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, guys, what was he talking about?
Nothing.
Tell me. I want to know what he was saying about me.
I hadn't gotten to that part yet.
Okay, I'm here. Now you can get to that part.
We're talking about Legos. Yeah, you know that guy stole Legos. You know he made another video.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Is it good?
It is good. It's potentially better. Bea, but you're not helping.
Am
Bea, but
I?
you're not helping.
Am I the second wife?
The second wife, she doesn't know about the first.
But I'm the first in your heart.
First in my heart.
Aww. Living with your best friend is important.
Hi, Kyle.
But sometimes, if it's not like in a relationship kind of way, living with your best friend is also a bad idea because that can definitely ruin a friendship. Speaking from experience.
The other cat has also made her way in here, by the way. She's stalking the corner. She knows there's pork chops on that plate. She's technically in range of them. Yeah.
You guys want to know what the word in Thai is for cat? It's just meow.
Yeah. The Thai word for cat is meow.
But weirdly, the Thai word for pork is moo, which
Yeah.
you would think is beef because cows go moo, but it's not.
Yep.
It's a pig.
It's true. It's very confusing, actually. Hey, one of the cats is about to eat the pork chops, by the way.
Yeah, you might want to get to that yourself.
Okay, I do, but look, he likes this.
He
He's been
is
kind of
very
attention deprived recently.
Well, today and tomorrow, it is all him. We only have 2 cats for now. Can I expose something that I find really cute on your screen?
Yeah.
It's cute that someone said, "Morning, baby cakes."
Yeah, on YouTube. My Canon does that. Have I released the bear guide yet? I'll release the one publicly tomorrow.
Yeah, I want to see your reaction to it. It is well seasoned.
Well seasoned. This is very different than my normal food.
Yeah, it's better.
Do I ever call you meow? No.
My aunt
I
has
normally
the same,
just call her.
my aunt has the same name.
It's different. She's older.
But like the Thai version, so her name is Mao, and then but like she gets her foreign boyfriends to call her Kitty, and then I was like, wait, hang on a minute, I was Kitty first. That's true. That's a true story.
Got a little spice to it.
Yeah. It's well spiced.
That was well spiced.
Seasoned. But it's not the spicy spice. It's like the barbecue spice that you like. I gave you the thick cuts because I figured you need protein. You need big protein. And this is like lean-ish pork. It's just like, remember I got that big log of pork loin and I just chopped it up? Yeah.
That was good.
Alright, I'm glad you like it.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
It's got a little kick to it.
Is it Cajun
It's
spice?
spicy, yeah. I'm not ethnic.
Because, yeah, sometimes I forget. you find things spicy that, to me, that just tastes sweet.
Yeah.
Really? Wait, actually? Oh no! Wait, because I didn't think it was spicy. I'm like, oh, this is like the one that he likes, so he can have a lot of it. Are you gonna be able to eat all that?
Yeah.
You see,
Not as
I am
good.
slowly building up your spice tolerance because, living with me, you're gonna need it. I didn't put any of the other spices in there. This is just the barbecue-ish one.
What Cajun spice are you talking
No,
about?
there's not Cajun, but you use it so much that the label came off. It's the other one that you like.
The chipotle spice?
Chipotle.
The chipotle pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still pepper.
Yeah, but it's like sweet. It's not that spicy. Okay, give me like a proper bite because it is. I want to stay up a little bit on the screen.
It's tingling. I feel it. I'm not gonna be able to. I feel it.
I mean, I'm not doubting you.
It's a little spicy, right?
No.
Not spicy?
No.
Are you sure? We should take another bite.
I have my own whole one.
I think it's spicy. Is that what it is, the wise man?
I thought Chipotle pepper is his own pepper, yeah.
I thought so too, actually. I'm not very well versed in peppers exactly. I normally just don't. I usually use salt.
But I also put a lot of brown sugar on it. And garlic. There's a lot of garlic in it. No, I feel bad now. It's good. You don't. It doesn't. Your body, your mouth is saying one thing. Your body is saying something else.
Oh,
Hello. I accidentally nucleared a woo's mouth. Wait, I said that wrong. I meant. You guys know what I meant. I didn't mean to.
that's okay. I'll nuclear your mouth later.
Nice. Don't leave me hanging. I don't want to be on screen.
Okay. More good.
Okay, no, I'm gonna go eat my dinner downstairs. Are you streaming late?
A little bit.
Okay, no worries. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Love you.
I'll make sure. Thank you for the food.
I'm locking Jew in there with you.
Okay. You guys want to see an orange cat before she screams and bites me? You have 3 seconds. She's seen the door, actually. I can't pick her up now. While she's roaming around this area and I have food next to me, I feel like she might potentially let me pick her up. Whew. So who's she? That's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. We lived together for a year now. I'm dating a little bit more than that. You play the EC Raise build now? No, the EC Raise build is not the right build in my opinion. Basic strategy. All right, 3, 2, 1. I have confidence. Watch this. She's gonna jump up for some treats. Hold up. She might get up there. Wait. If the orange cat, she's the spicy one. It's possible that this is the end of my life. Here we go. Okay, never mind. I tried. It was close. Nope. You heard it, right? I basically went to pick her up, and she immediately said no. Some random. Actually, there is a 1 out of 4 Apex build, to be fair. A lot. It was close, yep. There are 2 cats. They're very different. They have opposite personalities. Genuinely, full Apex does more damage. The 1 out of 4 Apex variety is fine if you want to play it. Just does less damage. Full cook in the Discord if you want. But basically, this is the build. I'm like 100% confident. This is the build. Maybe this. Maybe that. Or like this. Oh, that was a good bite. I like the parts with the sugar. More sugar is good. And the bill is also cool. She is very ethnic. But I am very extremely simple with my food. I don't chance my food because part of the conditions I had when I was younger means that I eat a very specific way. As EC, I'm going to post the guide in like 2 days, basic strategy. 2 days? Give me 2 days. I have the guide right now for early access on Patreon and YouTube members, but I will post the guide that I made. That because there is no changes on the 18th, I'll post it in 2 days probably. I have an important video coming out tonight, which is more important than that, about the 2 add-ons that every Mythic Plus player should have. And then I've got another video later. Yes. Yeah, you have Mangle. Mangle is a huge part of your rotation now. Yeah. And then I've got tomorrow is like a video I want to make about learning World of Warcraft and some news about stuff. Whew, if possible. And then from there, it's just guides. All of next week. Positivity. I didn't get to say the second thing because I got distracted by pork chop, cats, and actual kitty. It is spicy. It's not spicy. I don't know what she's on about. It's spicy. Juju, no. Hey, ow. I have something important to say about this. Okay. I think having been through a marriage myself, and a marriage that ended in divorce, the actual thing I've learned is that a known quantity is not a recipe for a long-term life. If your partner does not surprise you and you can predict their actions, I believe that is not the basis of a successful marriage. I think that there has to be an element of unpredictability. And as you get married, that's a rough time for ads. This is a really seriously, it's actually good to, I'll wait for the ads, I'm sorry. Oh, the ads did just come. Positivity, are you in that? What's up, Kane?
With the spice. Also, that's your last milk. You need some more.
Okay. Listen. There are. I'm gonna wait for the ad. Give me a second. Let me just get a little milk. Ooh. Hi, my squiggles. Oh, that is nice when the food is spicy. That is actually very nice. No, I don't have any family in Thailand. I am all alone here. I talk to my family a lot, but I'm all alone here. Okay. Assuming that we go over the basics of what a healthy relationship looks like, trust, communication, compromise, etc. Those are all obviously important. Past that, I think something that people don't talk about is it's not the actions that are surprise in terms of like bringing flowers randomly or asking to dance, although I think those things are cool. That's not quite what I mean by this. I just mean that you want to make sure that your partner brings their own identity to the table and you bring yours, and then those come together. Basically, two halves don't make a whole. Two wholes make a successful relationship because then you have options. You want to have done the work on yourself to know a little bit more about who you are so that as you go into a marriage, you are able to represent yourself as much as they are. And then you can come together and just create something wonderful and beautiful. Assuming that you have the basics, like you actually like each other and there's a reason for you to be together and you have trust, communication, like assuming all of the basics. I just think that that is kind of the piece that doesn't get talked about enough, and something that I learned the hard way, which if you're going to ask me a question about getting married, that's, I think, where I would say that's sort of my thought process. Does that make sense, positivity? Hello there, Happy Warrior. Hello there, Silicone. Happy Warrior, are you a warrior player? Silicone, have you ever been married? It's probably a good question, actually. So true. Two whole people who self-actualize together. Yeah, exactly. Now, granted, two whole people that self-actualize together and also really like each other, they end up being very close. It's not codependency in that sense, but you can be like best friends that are always together. I don't think that codependency has the elements of like negativity, but I actually feel as though, right, I feel as though like if you like the other person, that you'll end up being together in a lot of things. It's almost like you're codependent, but not quite codependent, maybe. Maybe something, you know what I mean? It's like a healthy codependency instead of an unhealthy codependency. You know? Maybe something like that. I don't know if I'm saying that right. But basically, I mean, I think that you should marry your best friend for what it's worth. I do. Like, I do think that you should marry your best friend. However, I don't know if everybody thinks that. I don't know if that's actually a common... I don't think that works for everyone. I think there are some people who actually need different things in a relationship. I don't think it's the best advice to say universally and globally, everybody, you should like definitely be best friends with the person you marry. Also love your content, especially collab with Artemir. He is great, isn't he, Silicor? I love him. He is fantastic. I like watching his social media too. And I'm glad that that was the first podcast. I wasn't expecting that to be. I actually told him 5 minutes before the call, I was like, hey, can this be a podcast? And he was like, sure. And I said, sweet. I hope that I can continue to make content with him at some point. I'll have to get him back. I'll have to contact him. Now that I have a bit more understanding about what I want to do with the podcast, I feel like I would get him back for an episode at some point. Oh. What's up, Amaze? Yo, you amaze me. Not really. I don't actually know you that well. Amaze. Food? Yes, food. Home cooked food. It's good. A little spicy. Amaze. Do you run? Okay. There's a very popular series that involves running and your name. No, but I cycle. I just think that a cycle runner, it kind of has implications. A cycle runner has implications that go beyond. I don't think that quite works. Fair enough. Do you actually cycle? So do you cycle outside or do you cycle on a bike, Amaze? Because you know something, Kitty found this out the other day. I don't know how to ride a bike. I've never learned how to ride a bike. By the way, I mean, I can cycle inside. I have a bike right there. I've got a cycling bike inside. But I have never actually learned how to ride an outside bike. At some point, I should probably learn that. But I never learned. I never did it. I've never ridden a bike successfully outside. Yeah, like a proper bike. I think I understand. Is it normal the person changes massively in relationships? Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, when I give my opinion, just know positivity. It's my opinion. You should not look at me like the gospel, for what it's worth. My name is Stephen, not Jesus. I'm not here to spread the good word, you know what I mean? Like, mine is just an opinion. I don't know, it's important. Fun fact, the reason I always struggled with it is because my genetic condition actually means that balancing is hard for me. That's why I struggle. It's not the physicality, it's the balance. Because of the EDS. I'm in the UK. I moved to Finland where your girlfriend lives. That is a nice story. How long have you lived there now, Amaze? How long have you lived in Finland? And Silicone, thank you for saying so. And I appreciate that you appreciate the fact that I'm willing to talk about this. I know that, like, when 6 years, that's a long time. Can you imagine what your life would look like if you never moved? I enjoy talking about these types of topics. I don't mind. I'll go back and forth with them. We can talk WoW stuff. We can talk Guardian Druid. We can talk marriage and divorce. I think it's interesting that I had the opportunity to go through it and learn, because I was blindsided by it. Like, I didn't know. And I'm a human being. Holy shit. I caught it in midair. Am I Jesus? Holy hell, that was good. I think so too. Sometimes I wonder what my life would look like. That's true. Sometimes I wonder what my life would look like if I never moved to Thailand, or if I lived in a different country. I mean, sometimes you can play the game of what if, and if you ever play that game properly, you will realize that your life is a series of crazy coinkydinks. It's wild that any of us are exactly where we are today. If you think about how many of the factors that had to line up for you to be where you are, it is quite miraculous. You stop and think about that sometimes. Yeah. It was pretty crazy to think, oh, what if this, what if that, what if this? Because it just goes on and on and on. Yeah, I'm sure it is. If you want to tell me some of it, Amaze, you're more than welcome to. I like hearing people's stories. It is obviously Twitch chat, so you could type a paragraph, but maybe not like 7 paragraphs if you can summarize. I think the biggest one for me is just when I was a kid, man, I don't know how I survived. Like, I don't know how I made it through. Like, my life was on such a clear track of, hey, I'm sick, and I have this failure in my lungs, and then this, and then my mental health, and then dropped out here. It's like nobody who has that track ends up being where I am today. It doesn't make sense. It's quite rare. I did type it up. I talk about it a lot, and I have no problem I like talking about it. I wrote it up in here. In my Discord, I wrote up a little thing to explain what I mean when I say that. Discord. On Guardian Injured build. Right there. I think the build's better. Man, yeah. Literally, my medical history. Bam. Just like that. Just like a little... just like a little history. In case anybody was actually curious. Hungary being the two hardest languages to learn as adults, but it fits. Yeah, did you have to learn the language, Amaze? That's a good point. That's a good question. I was only on a 3-week holiday from work in Finland, but it was during COVID, so my flights to go back were canceled. So you couldn't get it back to the UK. You just applied to stay in Finland, and it got accepted. Wild how that works, huh? That's all Bulbasaur. I still think Thai is pretty hard to learn. To be fair. I mean, I'm still trying to learn Thai, right? But I'm not very good at it. Giveaway has ended, Frap. Sorry. Giveaway's over. It was the Stoneforge Sentinel. This one. Bro, I think words change meaning depending on context is still better than words change meaning depending on how you pronounce them. If I'm at a restaurant and I want to order more sauce, I have to be so careful in Thai. It's so hard for me. What if I'm at a restaurant and that's why I don't eat out, and I want to order more sauce? This could get real bad real fast. Because if you, for example, in Thai, you would say something like, "Kha nam jim kap," which is, "Can I have some more sauce?" But if you say "Kha nam jim kap," it sounds the same, right? It sounds exactly the same. I just said the same thing twice, except no. The first time I asked for more sauce. The second time I asked for pussy juice. I don't know why they're so similar. It's literally the same word. It's just that one of them goes up, down, and one of them goes down. It's really difficult sometimes. It's very difficult. That's the same sentence. And Thai people act like this is normal. Thai people act like this, oh, of course, you just go up, down. You just go up, down. And I'm like, no, it's very difficult for me to go up, down consistently. Sometimes I just go down. And they're like, oh, no, you can't do that. Here's the thing. You see? I try my best. What's up, Maury? Maury, are you Thai? Wait a second, are you Thai? You know that I'm being serious then, right? This is not a false story. Are you Thai? Wait, Ben kon Thai mai? Oh, okay. But wait, do you speak Thai? Is anybody here Thai? Do you speak Thai? Then you know I'm telling the truth. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's what I'm telling you. This is not a false thing, Kitty. You don't speak Thai. You don't count. You're not Thai. You don't count. You don't count, and you know it. That's the thing. This is a real story, man. Where tone matters a lot. It does. And there are some things that are there are some more PG ones. That's fine. Fine. The more PG one is basically this, where if I want to say, excuse me, you say, "Kha thod kap." But actually, I said that wrong because I think I went down with the tod, and I'm supposed to go rising. It's supposed to go up. It's supposed to go down, up. But I went down with it, and the problem is that that actually means, can I please fart? And it's very confusing because it sounds exactly the same. Ka tod, ka tod. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. The problem is one of those is not the same as the other. And there are many overlaps like this in Thai. And sometimes they're a little bit like, that's funny. But sometimes they're literally like, can I please have a pubic hair in my cup of tea? And it's like, wait a second, no. Don't do that, please. But you don't realize you're saying it, right? Because it's just tonal, and I think I'm pronouncing it, but I'm kind of tone deaf. Well, technically, context matters. Well, if I'm at a grocery store and I ask for a banana, the chances that they understand I'm asking for a banana are very high. But there's a subtle chance that they don't realize I'm asking for a banana, and banana is gluai. But dick is gluai, which is basically the same word. No, it's kwai, sorry. They're not quite the same, but they're similar enough. Spanish has 4 different por qué. Really? That's the problem, kitty. Sometimes they come out with the banana, and I'm just like, damn, that doesn't taste like a banana. You know? Now, lucky for me, I don't go to pubs, so I don't have to worry about this. You know? Kind of an inside sort of fella. Huh. By the way, is it good? It's good. The creme brulee steak is amazing. Do more people want to try it, kitty? They should. Creme brulee steak is one of the best culinary delights that I have had in the most recent phase of my life. It was amazing. I mean, it's very good. You say it as ew, and J you say it as Y. Man, languages are complicated. But also, Amaze, my brother is a polyglot. So, for example, right, my brother, he speaks like 7 languages fluently, and he can have a basic conversation in maybe 50 plus languages. Like, he just basically he go to like Zimbabwe, and they're like, start talking to him, and he's just like, boom, Swahili, no problem. Like, he can just speak whatever. That's his thing. It's his whole thing. He's incredibly good at language. And he worked as a translator something for Facebook and Google and like big companies because he's just really good at language. I'm the opposite. He got all of those genetics. I didn't get any of them. So he picks up sound. He's the type of person when he was younger, right? Kishwali, sorry, Soap. My bad. Fair enough. Good clarification, Soap. Good clarification. See, you also asked for sauce at one point, and that's why you know that. The idea is that my brother, he could like listen to something and play it on the piano because he can identify the sounds and the tones, and then that's how his brain works. But it's not how mine works. The giveaway is over. We have done the giveaway for the Stoneforge Sentinel. What a beautiful dinner. All right. Bet. Now, let's sit down for a second and then digest that. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Sorry. Hold up. Let me read this. I got this. The giveaway is done. I'm so sorry. I also can't pronounce your name properly on stream, because you see the first two letters of your name, they make a sound, and I am unable to read your name. But hello there. The giveaway is done for today. Try it. Bijai. Bijwai. Bijwai. Bijai. Bijan. Frise. Cute dogs. This was the mount, though. It's a cool mount. Okay, let's consider the fact that it is actually coming up. It's Tuesday. I gotta make routes. I wanted to make weekly routes. So I'm gonna have to work on these. These normally take a while, but I'm pretty confident that I know what to do here. This might be a tomorrow project. For my vault and my own character, the only thing I really need to do is the last Mythic 0. Then I'll have full Mythic 0 vault, full tier 8 delve, so that I have the biggest chance at myth tier. That's basically the main thing. I would not do that last dungeon. So maybe we can do it right now, and then I don't have to think about it. What are you guys doing in the new zone now? I don't know. I didn't do anything. I actually just straight up... It's surprising that I've been playing for 6.5 hours today. I just yap. What is the one dungeon I haven't done? Ruby Life Pools, I think. Perfect. How do we actually pronounce it? I just thought it was a reference. I thought it was like... something. I think this is the one I have not done. And then this will be my last M0. Oh, never mind. Whoops. I did this already. My bad. Sorry. 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 I did this one. Which one is the one I have not done? Sorry, I joined this party. I trolled them. Shift J. Temple? I did Temple. Kings? I did Kings. Void Scar? I did Void Scar. Blinding? I did Blinding. Murder Row? Oh, Murder Row is the last one. Okay, Murder Row is the one I need. If we just complete this, then at least I will be on pace for tomorrow. Then I don't have to think about it. But for the end of stream, I probably just turn on some actual music and we vibe. Deal? Oh. Cortex Killer. You've actually been in stream all day today. 6.5 hours. What's up? I do yap. I like my rants. Sometimes I actually wish that I could film all those rants and do something with them. Because I feel like even in today's stream, there was so much that should have been clipped. And, oh well, I'll just do it again tomorrow. What's your item level going in with the class for tomorrow? It doesn't matter. Item level is irrelevant, Bulbasaur, because I have a good network and I know how to tank the new dungeons. I'll be fine. I will tank at 290. I haven't actually done anything for item level, so I'll just be 290, like whatever I have from last season, right? 291. I don't need anything else. Maybe 292. But item level is irrelevant because you'll have groups that are 300 that wipe in Mythic Plus. You have to learn the dungeons. Learning the dungeons is way more impactful than anything else. Has it kept you sane? Well, I'm glad. Normally, listening to me makes people insane, you know? Wait, Freya. Freya the Rat Pal? No, that's not JJ. I already talked about Rod sending out yet. The problem is, it's not on JJ, is he? Oh, Freya's the, no, different Freya. What's up, Lulu Dinks? What a name. Lulu Dinks. How is that not your first message? When did I miss your last message? Lulu Dinks. What would you say the most difficult part about tanking? You asked me this on May 2nd, especially as you go higher up in the keys. Because that's a good question. And your name is Lulu Dinks. I would not forget somebody whose name is Lulu Dinks. Okay. Are we spamming Thrash and Mangle this season? Pretty much, although it's a much more fluid rotation than before. So, for example, you're not spamming, you're alternating. And there is a guide that I will make for Guardian in 2 days. I don't know why people cannot agree on the build. I am quite confident that this is the right build. My brother gave me that nickname. So I like nicknames that are kind of just happy, right? Here, let me... Let's get some fresh air in here. It's raining a bit, but I'm going to open the window. So the rotation for Guardian, in my opinion, has actually just been fixed. You feel better. Hold on. Give me 2 minutes fast, please. Then good to go. Sure, oh, no problem, no problem. I'm chilling. But can I play music that I would like to listen to? Uno momento. I want to listen to rock music that is going to be kind of a... I like this. I've just been listening to this recently. But we're going to blast some music. You tell me if you've been watching stream this whole time. Tell me if this actually ruins your vibe, okay? Because I was going to play this through the stream, but it doesn't have to be loud. It's just kind of angry music. But I don't know. I've been liking this recently. If this ruins your vibe, tell me I just reduce it. It doesn't need to be here. Yeah. Too much? Is it a little too much? I can reduce it. You tell me. I can put it lower. It doesn't need to be loud. I just want to listen to this right now. And I want to be myself. So this is the first... For some reason, the happier, healthier relationship that I am in, I like listening to music where it's like, you broke my heart, tore it to pieces, da-da-da-da-da. But I'm like, yeah. And then when I'm actually sad and heartbroken, I like listening to music that's just, like, not like that. I gotta put this away. After this key, I gotta put this downstairs. Otherwise, it's gonna go bad. That's my last milk. Yeah, I was on a kick today at the gym. I was listening to Naruto death tributes. I was listening to a whole playlist that was basically just people making tributes to, like, Zabuza and Jiraiya and everyone. Like, I was just listening to some hardcore Naruto tributes. I could probably pull everything here, right? M0. Ba-boom. You got ghosted by a girl at a date with... Oh, sorry, Papa. That's tough. I actually never really understood the whole ghosting thing. Whoops. I gotta make this cast sequence macro. This is actually just something I need to have. It's so annoying. I need to make this. Because you thrash and then this, but I keep double-clicking it. Boom, boom. Oh, that's right. I got a sandbag guardian. I gotta do less good. I don't want to activate Apex anyways. I could probably top damage, but I'm not going to. I like music with meaning. I think I just like meaning, actually. In 2008 recession, 20 was really happy. Wait, really? That's an interesting statistic, Barnabas. I did not know that, actually. Man, the video I have coming out tonight, I hope it helps people. Like, I could not imagine doing a dungeon like this without Platinator. Hey, what's up, Tisba? Do you wall a guardian at the end of your incarn? No. The reason is because of the damage amp. You are almost certainly going to want to over... It's a skill on PTR. People weren't really min-maxing this, and it's why they did less damage. You want Apex on Lunar Beam during incarn. That's important. Because you blast during incarn. You really want Apex during that. on Lunar Beam. And Lunar Beam is a fixed cooldown, so you can get that reliably. But you need to also just be aware if it actually procs. Yeah, because you're getting way more thrash value. No, Linao, I won't, nothing. What do you mean? I didn't say that. That was not PG. There's like PG more number. So like the min-max, right, would be thrash here, and then you would thrash into this. But I need to just get that right, because this is not working right. I need to just get that proper in a cast sequence macro, so I don't have to think about it. Because I've missed now that whole window. That would have been what I'm supposed to do there. On PTR, obviously, like, things die way too fast in Mythic 0 to get a whole ramp anyways. Mythic 0 is not a good testing ground for anything, just to clarify. So there's an Apex proc. But it is weird. I don't know how people are going to be tracking Apex. Probably something I have to ask other Guardian Druid players and see what they come up with for if there's a way to actually get Apex on your UI. Because I don't think it's in Cooldown Manager, is it? That's the main thing I would want to change about how I currently operate. As far as I know, I don't think that I can put it here. Do you have a way to track Apex? This song we probably don't need to listen to. I just know if I get reset or not. Like, that's all I know. If I basically get reset, then great. If not, then I don't know. This song is too much. But I do like this band right now. I like this band a lot. There are plenty of things you can do to min-max damage on a Guardian. It's still going to be a tank that's very simple and straightforward to play, but if you wanted to do max damage, you would have to consider many variables. That's the wrong way. This part of Murder Row, I still don't know about. I don't like this. It is in Cooldown Manager? Oh, sweet. Where? Both Garper and proc. Where? Do you know where the proc is? I need to get better at this RP. This was the hardest part of PTR testing for me. Entertain on... Oh, wait. I have to do this. All right. Entertain on the stage. Where is that? Oh, it's here. Okay. Oh, I have to catch this stuff. This is this one. This is the hardest part. This is the hardest part right here. What buff are we looking for? Probably just called Wild Guardian. I'm assuming. I'm not actually 100%. I'm assuming Wild Guardian. But not the Apex itself. Just the proc of the Spirit Bearer. Spirit's Wrath, maybe? It'd probably be called Spirit's Wrath. I bet you that would be the name of it. Spirit's Wrath. Oh, shit. We failed. Dream Conduit. Answered Calling is the bear. Dream Conduit. I don't see it here. But maybe I'm looking through Ellesmere UI. We need 5-star review. Hold up. Okay, I think that they should take this out of the game. I don't think that this should be in Mythic Plus. Like, I don't know about that. Having this in Mythic Plus. But it's definitely in the bus list. Okay, I'll look after. You should click on the other right now. We're looking at spells and abilities. Got you. I'll look in a second. For some reason, people were not testing this build properly on PTR. This song. I like this band right now. Got clear, that is. This is, the band is, it's Bleed Token. It's not Sleep Token. It's Bleed Token, which is clearly a ripoff. But that's what it's called. I like pretty much all their songs currently. I think it might be AI, but I recently have not been able to tell. I have a feeling that it is, but I actually have no way to tell right now. I seriously think that if you think you can tell everything that is AI and things that are not AI, I think you're wrong. Whoops, wrong way. I actually straight up think you're trolling. At this point, you would have no idea. Not if it's good. Wild Guardian is Apex showing up their incarnate's Dream Conduit and you press Maul. I want the answered calling for the ghost. That's the one I'm looking for. Gotcha. Answered calling. That's the one. Yeah, I am streaming. I think tomorrow I won't stream and I'll kind of just like prepare for the season, right? It's a good time to take off the stream, technically speaking. Normally you would do a big pull here, but you don't need to. Mythic 0. I just need to do some basic prep work. See if they pulled anything. Yeah, it's just basically, it's basic prep work, and then once my druid is ready, I just focus tomorrow on probably making routes all day. So maybe if I'm actually sitting here making routes, we can do a small stream. Maybe I'll do like a short stream tomorrow instead of a 0 stream, because I actually did want to make the routes. At the end of the day, if I don't get to make routes, like the very first week, I'm kind of okay with that. I don't want to stress myself out too much. We can do some after this. I think that this is all I need to do. I don't think there's anything else I like had to do for prep for next season. Nice to see you stream at this hour. Yeah. It's not going to be a habit. I normally, like, I have work soon and I got to get some stuff ready. Not too soon, but pick up things for entertainment throughout the day. No problem, Papa. Good luck with the kids. Sorry about your date. Did you get your ice cream today? I did. Yeah, I've eaten well today. Kitty also cooked me dinner, so I have actually eaten very well today. So you would Thrash, Apex, Thrash. But on top of Lunar Beam there. Let me soothe on my bars. I have to sandbag. I'm not supposed to do damage. Curse. She made very flavorful, spicy pork chops. Like pork loin. I ate 2 of them. But it was spicy. She uses seasoning. I don't use, I use salt. Oh, you know you can skip this, right? You just walk to the right. If everybody just walks to the right, that's the route. Even in weekly keys, I still think that even in weekly keys, you're supposed to do that. And if it pulls, just pull it. But otherwise, this guy is worth skipping. Like, if that happens, what just happened there, don't worry about it, just pull. But otherwise, I think it's better to just walk right here. It's not too hard of a skip. There's a more important one in Denim Nalarok that works like that. Yeah, you can skip that. You just walk right. You literally just walk around it. It's not that bad. There are some skips that are like hard to do and execute. That is not one of them. Should we do actual single target? Well, I miss up single target anyways. I need to get that PTR macro that I had. What's up, Bessonis? Hello? Yeah. I gotta do less single target though. I don't know, this build's pretty decent for single target. It'll feel better when I get the new tier set as well. Man, thinking about having to like gear my character again just to play the game. I don't know, man. It's not just the new system. I just think that WoW gearing is no longer exciting. I feel like WoW gearing is actually just, you get relief. You know what I mean? You don't like loot an item and go like, yay. You kind of just go, finally, I don't have to worry about this anymore. But I don't know if I'm alone in that feeling. I feel like that's not very common, actually. Are you speed leveling? No, I don't care enough to min-max like that. You can go up here, and then you just skip all this. Go boop, and you just go lo 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 lo, and you don't have to pull this golem. This one also is skip that I would do in a 12. If everybody makes it up here, you just walk this way. See? Bam. Look at that. And then you pull this. So much better. Those golems suck. Especially as you get into keys where those actually hurt you. Yeah. You just skip that. And if you want something even crazier, the next poll, if you guys want to try, you guys want to see some like cool tank tech that you can do, which I actually think kind of works, but this is not in a plus 12. Hold up. This is not a plus 12 route, I will say. This is a high key thing, but I will show you a good pull for percentage to make up for that. Try this one thing so I can show stream, please. Even though, if it's okay. I'll just ask them if it's okay. But basically, the pull on PTR was you go underneath the bridge. Under bridge. Don't do this in your 12s. Do not do this in your 10. People will not do this right. They have to line of sight. Stay for a second. They come underneath the bridge, and then you as a tank are going to go pull everything. But they cannot, because they will cast on you. If everybody is underneath the bridge like this, and you just kind of ping them, and they stay underneath the bridge, and then you as a tank can pull this entire platform with all these imps. And they're good percentage. But you need a plan to live, but you basically just go gather it like this, and then you group everything around, and then you go underneath the bridge. And if everybody's underneath the bridge, it all comes to you. And then if nobody's out, look, see? They all basically should just come right here. And if you have aggro on them, and then you just kind of AoE CC, and then this is like giga percentage. But everybody needs to stay underneath the bridge because otherwise people die. And that's the pull. And then you can probably Vortex Typhoon some of them, like this. It's not going to quite work maybe. But like Vortex Typhoon them, bam, see? Good pull. Like that. It's just for Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus pull. It's a Mythic Plus pull. Or a Mythic underscore pull in this case. I think that is probably worth doing, and that's how you make up the percentage in this dungeon. Yeah, don't do that on your plus 2s, please. unless you do what I did and you communicate. I think that communicating in party chat is underrated for tanks. I actually feel like I should make that a tank tip video at some point, though. Discord Mickelson has the tank damage sims. Discord has... Sam shared them earlier. But I don't know... He sent me the link of where they're from, and to be honest, I didn't see it in the link, so I'm not sure. The curse. Yeah, these golems are terrible. What's Mickelson from? What's up, Gary? Cannot wait for reset. My sleep schedule is over. Well, you got another day. For me, I have another day. So it's like Monday night for me, right? And then I have Tuesday. Like, I have to go basically play tomorrow. And then it's done. Super secret tech with Mythic Mentor. What? What's that? That's a surname. Oh, I see. What this? Gary GG, what did you decide to play next season? Did you have a plan? Do you know what you're maining? I should clean out my bags before the season too, actually. Holy. This is actually mostly what I've done. I've sort of got most of what I need now. After this, you basically just... Yeah, I've got my vaults done, so I've done all my delves. I've done all my M0s. After this, I don't know what else I need to do. Pretty sure I just chill and make routes. And then I can actually just finish up some Discord stuff, get ready for my guides next week. Yeah, solid. This Infernal's not too bad. I think I can basically be here. And you go like this. I was going to play Prop Pally last season. And I'm going to play it again. Maybe Blood DK. Strong. Strong. I think Blood DK will be good in keys because they won't nerf it for raid. It's not overperforming in raid, so I think they won't nerf it for keys. Here are the tank sims. I'll show you. I'll show you. Bam. Done. And the neck piece, which I don't need, but that's okay. Well, there's a balance between the two spec for Bear. DOTC is tanky and actually playable, to be fair. If you want DOTC, you can totally play it. Here, thank you for group. But it does less damage. So EC is ahead of damage. They're still bad pulling because of the Apex. No. No. All fixed. All fixed. Early PTR Tizba, it was hilarious. Dude. That. Oh my god. Early PTR. I was the one who found that. Because I went to test. I was like super excited. Like day one, I went to PTR. I was testing the Bear Apex. And it was AoE taunting the whole dungeon. I couldn't figure out what was happening. I thought something else was butt pulling, and we had to retest, and then test again, and then retest again. And in Altar of Fangs, we even got past the first boss, but it actually AoE taunted the whole dungeon. Immediately, within a 40-yard radius, ignoring line of sight. The second that it procced, it like spawns and had this, I don't know how that happened, but it was coded somehow, where you basically go... And then all you have to... So, with it, when you activate it, it actually taunted every single mob ignoring line of sight. And it was crazy. But they have fixed it. There's no targeting unless you are tap targeting something. Just don't tap target something. That's the solution. Yeah, all good now. The key for the Apex is the same as Waking Nightmare from before. For... ignoring aggro. The only issue I think that still does exist, if you proc Apex, yeah? So if I'm here, right? And I proc Apex, and I'll force proc it now. And I proc Apex. If I am targeting this mob, and I thrash, I think that there's still some targeting where occasionally it will aggro that guy. But it doesn't appear to be right now. They might have fixed that as well. But if I'm in this pole, and the Apex is active, and I target this, and I thrash, he hits this. But currently, it looks to be that it's better. I don't know if it did or did not hit that. It might not be going to that, but that's what was happening before. I think they might have fixed that, it looks like. Okay. Let's look at my vault. This is as good as it's going to get. We don't need to do anything else. Look at that. All of these done. All these done. Hopefully one of these is a tier item. If one of these is a tier item, you guarantee 4-set by week 3. If there's no tier item, I guess I'm buying some WoW tokens. Bam. I wish I can get 4-set week 1. The new 4-set is actually value, man. I think that Bear will feel a little bit rougher to play until you get new 4-set. It's really good. The 2-set is but the 4-set is a lot of power for Bear. It makes it work. I think without the 4-set, your spec will feel kind of rough in higher keys. I don't like that. I have to like gear again. Yeah, I can pray for a tier item. RNG. Our time deciding between Blood ZK and Prot Warrior this season. The decision paralysis is real. Well, technically, people are really hype on Blood ZK, and it feels super tanky, like unbelievably tanky. However, Colossus Prot Warrior, for what it's worth, by the way, is the best single target spec. By the way, look at the tank sims that came out earlier today. Normally, these are not accurate. These are not like completely accurate, but for what it's worth, those numbers, it would suggest, I think Prot Warrior sims are unreliable. It normally means no shield block, no ignore pain, full rage being spent offensively, battle stance, no defensive stance. So keep in mind that that's not quite. Yeah, I don't know what's up with Brew on these. I was linked this earlier today. I'm not going to lie, a Flaming Fist, that it does appear as though Brewmaster might be struggling just a little bit. It does seem as though... I think that the math says Brewmaster, somebody said it needs a 187,000% buff or whatever it was. I gotta put the milk back in the fridge. It's gonna get warm. Are we using a Loon spec or Claw? A Loon. I was playing around with Claws after watching your breakdown. It felt good. Lack of a solution for poison outside of playing a Dwarf. Yeah, the tank doesn't have to worry about poison. It's just your poison dispel for your team is problematic. But there's no poison against the tank except for Murder Row. I think that matters. Yeah. A lot of these times, these numbers are not always accurate. Just keep in mind. They're playing full offensive, pure single target, I believe. I don't know. I was linked this. I couldn't actually find the source, but it is from a trusted member of the community. Sam is like one of the best Blood DKs. Or sorry, one of the best Frost DKs in the world. He also plays Blood. But he is arguably the best Frost DK in the world and plays at a very high level. So when he links this to me, I trust. I trust. And these are the DPS sims. If you want to take a look at this. Let me go put the milk away real quick. I believe so. All right. What's up, Charcoal? Yeah. I don't know. Sims are notoriously not always super accurate. They don't account for many, many things. Just to clarify. Yes. Sims are not always the right way to look at things. Many factors here. Uptime on bosses for melee, movement for range, damage profiles, etc. It's like there's just a lot. Fights are not always single target. What you actually need, burn phases, etc. There are so many factors. I would not super hardcore rely on this. If that makes sense. I need to check this sim. It was linked by a trustworthy source. If this is pure single target, that does not mean that, I think it's, as far as I know, the new raid is not mostly single target. Yes, Squiggles, it will be. It absolutely will be. And the reason is simple. There is a lot of important kicks, stops, and I think the timers will be tighter as the season actually progresses. Not early on. Not early. Week 1 on plus 12. Gary, that's a great question. I don't know, because the difficulty of the dungeons once people learn them is different than the difficulty as people are learning them. I'm trying to think of like what bosses are really difficult for pugs to learn. As silly as it sounds, things like the last boss of Temple of Cithralis are going to absolutely own people. I feel like Temple is going to be really difficult for people who have never done it. I think 10s will not be hard difficulty-wise, they're not hard, but you have to learn. Keep in mind that mechanic will kill you in a plus 10. It's not that it's hard, you just don't know the mechanic. Oh yeah, you can do 10s, or I'll do 10s on day 1. I'm not worried about that. Oh yeah. I think Void Scar, I'm trying to think. Like, first boss is okay. It's kind of telegraphed, right? Second boss will kill people. Third boss in Void Scar is not actually the worst. It kind of makes sense. But I'm thinking of Temple Cetheralis and like second boss, third boss and fourth boss are both rough. Altar, second boss will kill people. Last boss is not that intuitive, but I don't know if it kills you last boss, maybe. So there's like a few things in here where you just have to learn it. Blinding last boss will kill people. That's true. Yeah. Blinding last boss will totally own people. It depends, right? Like even Den of Nalarak, second boss, for example. Like, is that boss hard? I don't know if hard is the right word. I just think that it's not necessarily the mechanic you have to learn. And if that makes sense, right? So like, if you were to do Den of Nalarak second boss, I think you would die. Didn't know about stacking debuff? Exactly. Yeah. So like that type of stuff is not tough. Exactly. The movement is funny. To be fair, I kind of like when they do stuff like that. I do think it's fun. Big Head fought him. Yeah. Are you gonna reroll fought him, Mr. Big Head? Oh, shit, it's 9:20 p.m. already. What the hell? Raid Heroic will give myth track on Vault. Yes, but you don't take it. Raw data. Yes, but you don't take it. You got to be very careful about that. But you don't take it. You must take a bonus roll. In terms of optimization, if you're trying to min-max, you must take a bonus roll. Unless they fix it, which they could. I think that I might submit official feedback in the channel. I have a feeling that I would probably consider basically making a proper feedback thing for them. Do you thought if I'm tanking power for Mythic Plus? It gets exciting on higher keys. I feel like raid tanking on normal and heroic is like but the Mythic raid, Mythic Plus, when you get to higher levels, I find it to be a fun, yes. 2 add-ons you need for Mythic Plus. This video is how long today? Yo, I know that a lot of people get frustrated by this, but I just want to share a personal accomplishment. This video I'm uploading today is my first ever actual YouTube sponsor. So it has like the segment that's sponsored is super cool, man. It is awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. It's DJ, Bear Looking Season 2. It has always been looking good. People sandbagged it on PTR. People rated it lower. It absolutely, thank you. It's actually a big accomplishment. It helps a lot. Bear was always strong. People were playing the wrong build. You had Kira and Yoda and a lot of the tank players that people check were all playing weird builds. None of them were playing top damage builds. All of them complained about its damage. It never had damage problems. Then it got an 8% buff. Now it's going to be too strong. Like, it's very strong right now. It's got good utility for the dungeons coming up. I do think it lacks kicks. In particular, for the upcoming dungeons, you will feel that, and you will have to call kicks and coordinate a little bit more. But, yeah, in my opinion, so it's a variation on this. This build is linked in my Discord. I will update it as the season goes on. There are a few important swaps that people were not making. One of them is 4 out of 4 Apex, and playing around Apex, you have to min-max this. But this is important. Yes, except that I believe there was reverse sandbagging going on, Charcoal. I believe that there was actually some reverse sandbagging. It was a 4,000 IQ play. Many of the top tank players are pretty clear that they do not like Guardian Druid. So what I think they did is they basically made it seem too weak so that it would get buffed, so that it would get nerfed again. That's what I think happened. It's a conspiracy theory. That's an absolute tinfoil hat theory, but I swear what happened was they refused to play the right build because it was good. But what happened was they basically went too low, so they buffed, and now it's going to be too high, and then they nerf. But I'm probably not playing it correct. This is different. The rotation here is different, and also the 4-set is very impactful. I think 4-set is a lot of power. But there are a few main swaps. Like, even in the actual Elun's Chosen Tree, swapping between this is kind of cool. It's different. But I think that this is a worthwhile swap. I've tested both. This is only good because of atmospheric exposure. So there's a world where that's better, but I actually feel like this is better for what it is worth. Mythic Mentor is for coaching your teams and doing mechanics. Can you explain to me what it is, Johannes? Mythic Mentor? You mentioned it, but I don't know what it is. This build is linked in Discord. I also foresee, by the way, that could work. And the other thing is that this could work. I also see that working for what it is worth, though. Even 7 feels stronger to me. Dude, Blood DK is very strong. People were saying, oh, but it feels squishy, right? It's like, just does a lot of damage. Dude, the Apex fix plus some of the buffs that they got going into it and the health change, it is so strong. It felt crazy tanky, even if you played it poorly. I didn't do 19s on it, to be fair, but it felt good. In my opinion, though, 4 out of 4 Apex, you have to min-max this. If you don't min-max it, I think that this build also works. To be fair, I also think that that build works fine. If you want to, this build, in my opinion, will be less single target damage, slightly competitive AoE, but ultimately I think that the best build is this. For what it's worth. But people were doing weird things. I think you could play 1 out of 4 Apex like this, or if you really wanted to, you could actually drop this and put it somewhere else. But I think like that, maybe for damage, I feel like this is actually not terrible. Grabbing this is just damage. This is some AoE, but I think that all 4 Apex is worth it. And the main reason is you get to pick up Elun's Favored. But I still think that the defensive value of Apex is also good. It's not like it's purely offensive. It's going to be somewhere in between these builds. All right. I made a video today, and now I need to get that video ready. The video tonight is the add-ons that I believe everybody should have. Because it's part of the Mythic Plus Academy thing. Oh my god, there are people who don't realize that base nameplates in this game are really bad. Like, that's actually a real thing, you know. There are people who genuinely don't know that this is terrible. And you should get something for this. Tier set is better worth for most people. Depends on your level of play. Tier set, I'm not really looking at a tier list. I enjoy Prot Warrior and managed to get 3.6 last season. Your goal is to beat that this season. Fantastic. I think one of the best things that Shaw and I talked about in our podcast about tanks when I talked to him a few weeks ago is if you set personal goals for yourself, it's way better than only using the objective goals that Blizzard sets for you. So what I mean by that is, as an example, right? If you tell yourself, well, what I want to do is just get to 3.7 this season, that might not be 1%, but actually it's so impactful because you're setting a personal goal which you can use to validate yourself. And as you're going to have more fun with it. And then it also doesn't depend on you being meta as well. Like last season, if I was playing Prop Pally, 3,900 on Prop Pally probably would have felt better to me than 4,100 on Bear. Even though objectively that's a lower score, for what it is worth, I think that's cool because I would feel value because I'm playing something that isn't meta, if that makes sense. I went for 1% this season after never really doing Mythic Plus hard. First season Druid tanking, missed it by 2 points. Yeah, that sucks, Struckle. How do you feel about it? Do you feel like your season was okay? I was thinking of Prop Pally this season, but somehow Prop Pally seems to slip down the rankings. Prop Pally got nerfed 3 times in a row. Prop Pally got nerfed 3 times in a row on PTR because it was doing too well. And so they nerfed it 3 times in a row. And I think that there is a world where I would consider tier set in one of the early vaults. I do think that there's a world for that, by the way. But ultimately, you want a tier. If you can get a tier set this week in the upcoming vault, you guarantee 4 set the following week. All you need one of these items. If any of these are a tier slot of any kind, I guarantee 4 set next week. But if this is not tier, then I have to think about where I'm getting that because otherwise it'd be week 5 that I guarantee. That's a big difference. That's 2 weeks. So if there is a tier piece, it doesn't matter what item level, you need to get 1 piece. That's all you need. And you will guarantee 4 set. What do you think is better for Frosty K, Jeff Rocks? Not the person to ask. However, if you want to ask in my Discord, there is the best Frosty K in the world is in there. You can ping him probably. He'd be okay with that. He also has his own channel. You can go check out his stuff. But see how we have... I don't think we can actually use it now, but we have 1 catalyst charge now, no? This is going to be last season. Don't we have 1 catalyst this week? We get 1 catalyst this week, and then we get 1, not next week, but the week after that. Let me clarify. We have 1 catalyst this week, not next week. It's this week that comes out with 1 catalyst, no? No charge until Tuesday. Okay, that actually changes the math slightly. Then it's actually 1 week prior. My apologies. I thought that we had a catalyst this week and next week because that's what happened last time. So in which case, my apologies. It would actually be 4 set guaranteed 2 weeks. What happens is you get 1 catalyst, you get 1 drop, you get your 2K achievement, which is 3, and then you get your 4 set with a 2nd catalyst charge. Emotes. I love Blood DK. I'm so afraid it's going to be nerfed to ground. No, it's not ahead in raid right now. It would never was. Emotes. It was never ahead in raid. I talked about that a lot. The main issue with Blood DK is no group buff, and also the fact that its single target is not that high. Charge on Tuesday plus charge from PvP and yes. So it's 2K achievement, AOTC or whatever. You get that plus 1 charge plus a drop. So you need 2 drops then to guarantee 4 set next week. To be fair, you could get 4 set next week if you got 2 drops. But now that's 1 piece from Vault and you have to win 1 in raid, which is hard to do. Hard to win 1 in raid. Technically, the only way to guarantee this would be to clear the raid on normal. What you could do... The only way to do this, and I kid you not, don't judge me. If I tell you what I might do, don't judge me, okay? But maybe. Maybe. The trick is to run a normal raid and simply not invite any leather classes, except for myself. So don't clear normal early. Just clear heroic. And toward the end, you make a normal raid yourself. I think that it's a lot of gold. The other option, of course, is to just pay gold if you get one item in your vault, which I would do. I would totally pay gold. But how much gold? How much is a normal tier piece worth week 1? How much is a week 2? How much is a heroic tier piece work? I don't think it actually matters because you can get a normal looking for raid. The reason I fuse is because I think that they never changed how the 4-set acquisition works. Once you get 4-set of any kind, of any item level, you unlock the catalyst charges dropping. What's the increase it gives me? My 4-set, it's not actually offensive, it's defensive. It's very important, though. Yo, I've seen your YouTube clips. What's up, Godfuzz? Never seen you stream live. Has anyone said you look like the Deep from The Boys? I may have heard that before. I don't think I look that much like him. I don't think that I look that much like him, to be honest. Other people disagree. And it might have been a meme recently. Yes. You are not the first person to tell me this. And I'm not upset. His personality is terrible. His physical looks, I'm not upset. He is an attractive young gentleman. But it is funny that people, what am I going to wear? I only have green tank tops. I have like a blue tank top, a gray tank top, a green one. Most of them are green. But yeah, it was actually funny because literally somebody made this today in Discord and then just like had this here as I tab back in. And then it became a meme earlier. Yeah, that's okay. It's either I have a few responses now. I either basically talk about how the allegations were false, or I may or may not mention at this point that that's my cousin and I'm actually the shallow, which I also think is kind of funny. Yeah, it is kind of funny though. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, his personality is not exactly the best thing here, Miss Aphrodite. But given that you're a Miss Aphrodite, certainly he'd be into you. Green shirt equals the Deep confirmed. It's not... I don't know what else I'm supposed to wear. It's okay. I don't mind it. It's actually pretty funny. Normally, if people comment that on YouTube videos, I just comment with like the octopus emoji. Show us your gills. No. Yeah, that is actually TOS. Careful. So I guess we'll see what the first vault looks like. But anyways, my character is now mostly ready. I can't do anything else this week. Aside from getting the map, which I don't care about, and I don't think I need to do anything more on the campaign. I just have this part, but I think it's all right. I don't really care about this. I think that's it. So what I can actually do with my last game time for the last day is make weekly routes that I would recommend, because many people are going to be pulling in weird ways. You do not need to overpull the next dungeon pool. It is, in fact, very important that you do not. Oh, right, video. I got to make the video first. Video first, video first, video first. What time is it? Yeah. Let's do this. Important video tonight. Oh, honestly, I almost always decide my own titles, but I kind of want Claude to tell me what the title should be tonight. Is that acceptable? Routes for tanks early would be huge. Yeah. So that's the main thing. It would be weekly routes that I consider right now, not push key routes. Push key routes will be updated over the season, Charcoal. Is there a hero piece not that important for map then? Nah, because Lou, if I can do 10s next week, and I know I can get into it, it's all good. I know I'm going to be able to do my 10s next week. So that replaces all hero items anyways. Unless there was a specific delve trinket that I wanted on hero, then it would matter. But yeah. How come I have no sparks? I don't think I got a spark. Where are my sparks from, man? I am just realizing I don't actually think... All right. It should be in my bags. Are they still in bags? I have Spark of Radiance. There's a blue post. Many people are missing a spark. Oh, I know I'm missing a spark. I just don't know if I'm missing all the sparks. I have none. So where do I get them from? Do I have to do like weekly quests or something? Moving back to GPT. Oh, is it? I don't know. I don't actually really use AI. I need to use it more, to be honest. All right. Complete the murder. Oh, this is just the rep thing. I don't need this. What's this? Okay, do I have to do this? I should have taken that quest before I did all of the content I needed to do this week. That would have been smart. Unfortunately, Stargazer, intellect eludes me. That would have been wise. But wisdom appears to be faster than me currently. All right. I'm just planning my game time here. I already did all my M0s. That's a good reference, Godfuzz. That's a good reference. I'll take that. Delves tier 1, maybe. But I have to do this one too, right? So I got to do the temple stuff. This is the new area, no? I thought I have to do this as well. Yeesh. I got some work tonight. I can't actually game that night. I'm not gonna have time to do this tonight. I'll have to do it tomorrow. I mean, it's not that bad. I can do it tomorrow, right? After this episode Saturday. I haven't been up to date on the recent episodes, but the first sword I ever got was Ichigo's inner white hollow stuff. I got his inner white hollow sword, and then I had Zaraki Kenpachi. I had Kenpachi sword for a little bit as well. What's up, Jenny? Hey, Jenny. I like Bleach. And also, I think that one of my fantasy cosplays, a dream cosplay, is Final Getsuga Tensho. I think that cosplaying the actual Final Getsuga Tensho would be fucking badass. I think that would be such a good cosplay. I don't know if you saw, but I gave a Spark over. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, my bad. I think I accidentally closed out that whole chat. Yeah. I got the map if you're doing the temple quest. Now I'm thinking that too. 1 in a million. I don't know if you saw. I mean, the last delve is not that bad. It doesn't take that long. What spec am I playing? Total fun Indian male 45. Hear me out. Can you, before I respond to you, you have an insane Twitch name. I have several questions, and I just want to ask you a few of them. First and foremost, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? Thank you. Are you healing? Wait. What is your favorite ice cream flavor? I can't tell if you're vanilla. Okay. I can't tell if you're a robot because I've never seen anybody named Total Fun Indian Male 45. It sounds like something if I were to ask Claude to make me a Twitch username, but I want it to be a fun Indian male instead of a not so fun Indian male. It does seem like something that would. I'm just checking. Okay, solid. Tell me more. I can tell you a classic, like direct from old school dev. All right, okay. A classic. Hold up, wait. Yeah, convince me. Convince me that you're not AI. Convince me you're not a bot. I've just never seen. Now, I would agree with you. Like, it does seem like you're a totally fun Indian male. You have a funny Twitch name. I play Guardian Druid. I played Resto Druid before. I actually used to play more Resto Druid. I didn't play it a lot in Season 1. I thought I would early on, but no. WoW was made for the Horde. Then they made Alliance for nice people playing Night Elf Hunters. I'm not actually sold, to be honest with you, because that seems like a joke that AI would come up with, but that's the world we live in today. So honestly, if you are AI, welcome. That's fine. Anyways, I play Guardian. I played old school, ... at Flicklock. Man, I'm not convinced. I'm still not convinced, but fair enough. You're welcome here either way. That's fine. Have you not seen you're not helping yourself here. Am I the only one? I can't be the only one who's confused by this interaction. It can't just be me, right? Somebody tell me I'm not alone in this. All right, dude, LOL, have you not seen a 45 years guy? I have seen a 45 years guy. I have met people who are 45, yes. Have you met somebody who's 45? Something's not right here. I swear I'm missing something. I promise you, something's not right. I promise you, something's weird. It's not going well for you right now. Total Fun Indian Male 45. You're not. It's not. You got. Bro. Play your dungeon or PvP. I am watching a stream. There's no way. There's no way. How do we identify? How do we identify what's going on? I mean, I'll tell you my age. I don't mind, but all right. No. I'm interested. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm engaged right now. To be fair, I mean, I'm here. I'm present. I feel like it wasn't originally a bot, but now because I made that joke, I just I don't know if anybody serious would name themselves Total Fun Indian Male 45. All right, could you convince us that you are not AI? Is there a way you could do that? Maybe it's a really bad translation. I was thinking about that. I was thinking that too. Yeah, actually that's fine. You know what? That's all right with me. But if we have unfairly discriminated against you, then I told a joke. What more do you want to hear? I don't even know how you do this nowadays. I feel like AI is so good that there's nothing I can say or you could say that at this point would prove just play your dungeon. I'm not in a dungeon right now. The double dot and the cadence of your messaging is way too AI. What is 2 plus 1? You'd be able to answer that. See, that's the thing. Like, what are you supposed to say? Cadence. Okay, nice. Thank you. I'm stumped right now. Can you tell me a story from your childhood? I am post grad. I know 3. All right. That's good, I guess. Well, actually, hold up. Wait a second. Now that we have you here, I'm actually glad you're here because you can help us, given that this is great. Actually, this is the thing. Now that you're here, can you tell us how you're going to balance the specs next week? I know that Blizzard is not supposed to basically tell you currently, but can you just tell us what's going to happen? Because I agree basically with Kira's take. I'm not playing currently, but but as an AI, you'd be able to tell us because that's how Blizzard balances their game. So I was just thinking that maybe you would have like inside knowledge. No? Okay. I think if in case you are a real person, I don't actually want to call you out any further. Now, kind of, you want to flex your deep? Okay, I don't actually. If you are a real person, I apologize. Flex your deep. The game would not be this much of a mess. That's actually fair, though. Are you gonna? Something's weird, man. You're not. We might not be on the same page, and you know what? That's okay. I don't need everybody in this world to like or agree with me. But at the same time, it's the name that gets me, man. It's the game that gets me. Yeah, this is the gameplay. That's true. Quick and Bad understands. You haven't watched a Woo enough to understand that this is the gameplay. The other day, I spent 5 hours doing a single quest because I was chatting the whole time. Yeah. To be fair, you saw those things right, Govfuzz? You saw the Sims. They are pretty rough right now. I don't think that's quite right. We are here for the talking. It's true. All right. Basically, I have a video coming out tonight. Full lock, stop, ain't looking good. I am 45. I can't understand ooh-woo. Your gen writes every sentence. So to be fair, that sounds like a real person. That just sounds like a boomer. That actually makes sense. You said ooh, and that makes me think you're not AI, in which case we have unfairly discriminated against you, and I apologize for that. Do you understand that your name on Twitch is strange? Let's say, out of curiosity. Okay, sorry. I don't actually know what the different. I don't actually know what the age brackets are for like boomer, Gen Z, etc. I don't actually know. What is a boomer? I thought a boomer was like an old person. I thought boomers were like 80. Oh shit. I just wrote some name that's straightforward. Hey, you know what? I actually appreciate that. If I was a totally fun Indian male, I could see myself writing that name. Boomer is what Gen Z calls anyone over 30. 60 to 80. Wait, what? Oh shit. Okay, that's too old. Yeah, I see. I thought boomers were just like I thought they were just older. Oh shit, I gotta finish this video. 1946 to 1964. Boomers were a product of the baby boom after World War II. Fair enough. My original name was taken. Hot wife. I think you gotta make it. Well, I'd say I'm like 38 and I'm a millennial. So if I'm 29, what does that make me? What does that make me if I'm 29? Am I? Yes. 90. No. 97. I was technically born 97. January 1997. You're either the younger end of millennial or Gen Z. I'm not Gen Z. No, that doesn't count. Never mind. I'm born in 1996. I disagree. It's basically 1996. I don't think no. I refuse. So I'm Gen Y. You're the starter. I am not. I refuse. No, it's actually quite simple. I take that back. It turns out that my birthday, it's all wrong. Yeah, no, it turns out that, no, that doesn't make sense. So it turns out that they lied to me when I was younger, and I'm just Gen Y. You are the tail end of Y. Yeah, I'll take that. I'm like the bottom. I'll be the bottom part. That's fine. You a millennial now? Yes, I am. I was born before the year 2000. There's simply no way. Turns out no cap. I did live in Ohio for 2 years, but I ain't never done a skibbity riz toilet shit. I don't understand that. Doesn't make sense. No cap Sigma. Apparently, I am a Sigma. I learned this the other day. I was asking, and I thought a Sigma was a beta, and I was like, there ain't no way I'm a Sigma. But then it turns out that a Sigma is a good thing, and I am a Sigma. Interesting. So I can tell you some stuff. After Lich King, they made a dungeon Naxxramas and made it so much difficult and needed so much grinding, several guilds disbanded. I'll take you. I believe you at this point, by the way. Total fun Indian male. I actually don't think you're AI. It's just I'm not gonna put Gen Z bear tag in title. To be fair, I'm okay with that. I accept the fact that you are in fact a real person, and I apologize for thinking that you are not. All right. I'm not going to use AI for this. I'm just going to lock in and basically title this video. I got it to write me the chapters. That's all I needed. Okay. Changing all our names to Total Fun, Race, Sex, Age. Oh, man. ASL. Yep. You remember? Do you remember that? Crazy what AI can do. Also improve requirements from I3. You're not helping yourself. The more we learn, the less you help your case. The two. Who knows? What does that mean? WoW upgraded the improved requirements from I3 to I5. That's the type of thing that an AI would say. No, I understand what it means. I just don't think that anybody remembers that. Like, that's the type of thing that AI would. No. What's up, Bruce? Bruce, let me ask you a question. the guy above you in Twitch chat, do you think he's a real? Who won? It was Ash that won. They didn't respond, and then the second person won, and I will buy them the mount. The first one. The second person that won was Gremlin. Gremlin won the giveaway. No. I am total fun. Just do you think that somebody on Twitch named Total Fun Indian Male 45 is is like a real person? Oh shit, I need a thumbnail for this too. Not a serious one. No, we're not total. It's not. It has nothing to do with that. Your name could be anything. Your name could be total Irish. Your name could be total boring Irishman 45, and I would have the same response. It is nothing to do with where you're from. It's just. Yeah, I can't. It has nothing to do with where you're from. I was married to an Indian. God, that sounds bad. That doesn't help my case here. You know, that person is like, oh, I'm friends with the... Yeah? Welcome to my stream. That's what we do here. There's no dungeon right now. I'm not trying to. I'm sorry. It's the end of stream. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying, man. Hold up. I'm sorry. Total. What are you playing in season 2? Oh. What are you playing in season 2? Yes, season 2. That's my question. I'm not. God damn, that's what an AI would say. Fuck. All right. What is your favorite class in World of Warcraft? I don't understand what's going on. I'm confused at this point. Affliction Warlock. Okay, great, cool. Are you excited about Affliction Warlock? Oh boy. Okay. I am extremely good at talking to people who are not necessarily the best at communicating. I know how to talk to people where English might be their second language. I have lived in a foreign country. I live in a country that I was not born in. I am very good at talking to people. I live in Thailand. I was born in the US. It's like my special skill, especially people who may struggle to socialize. I'm very good at this. There's no way, right? Right? Like I can't. I've never seen you so confused. I'm not. You gotta finish a roast. No, I'm not. So it's not a roast. My brain, what it's doing right now is working overtime because I want the ability to talk to everyone. That's like my special skill. The reason is because when I was growing up, I grew up watching Naruto and I wanted to learn talk no jutsu. There were other kids who were like, what I want to learn is shadow clone jutsu. And I wanted to learn talk no jutsu. So I've practiced and I'm pretty good at it. All right. Total. At this point, my intuition is almost never wrong. I think I don't want to ban you, but I think I'm going to. Although you can also feel free to leave. Something isn't clicking here. We are not on the same page. We are not. Yeah, we're not mission right now. Yeah, I think that basically that's what's happening. But for whatever reason, yeah. What do you got, Charlie? I don't know if it's a bot. I think it's a real person. I just think that we're not quite here. You know. Yeah. The thing is that your name is very fun, but it's not quite. When was your account made? July 20th. I mean, I don't think that this is a position. Okay, I think I was stumped. I genuinely, I actually don't think there was anything I could have said in that situation to have changed. I think that I might have come off as slightly antagonistic at the start, and that I do apologize for. It's a rough name to have on Twitch. I just think that who the hell names themselves that? And then, but on top of that, when I corrected it, there was no response. There was zero communication. So if that's not a bot, then I don't know. What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Twinkies? I am having a good day. That being said, I gotta finish this video. Tonight, I'm putting out a video about the two add-ons every Mythic Plus player needs, as well as the solution to routing. There's actually a secret tech in here where I kind of wanted to share it early, but I forgot as I was recording it. My first ever big video, and I'm excited. It's very important that people hopefully get to learn about this. I tried. Yeah, I didn't actually. I thought so too, Aggie, but then I did the translation thing. But the problem is, I did the translation properly. As in, I slowed down my speech. I explained. I used simple language. I did everything that I could have done in that scenario. But anyways, I do actually have work soon, so let me go ahead and send you somewhere. Thanks for hanging out today. It was a fun stream. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow unless I actually need to do content, in which case maybe I'll do a few hours. Yeah, I would say that that's all right. No problem. Let's see who's still on. Rob's on. Always say hi to Rob. Nethia is on. What's Nethia? Nethia was in here earlier. You can always go say hi to Nethia. She just started stream, 3 hours 40. Go say hi to Rob. Thank you. Shook off. And I did tell Kitty that I want to have her on stream soon. I did tell her that. She just hasn't been around. All right, have a great night, guys. That was a weird way. I will never forget this. All I can tell you is that Total Fun Indian Man, 1,000%. I don't think I'll ever forget this. That was a very memorable interaction. Thank you, Star. I'd like to think that I did, but perhaps I can do even better next time. 45, my bad. Missed the 45. You're absolutely right. Let's get it right. All right, good night, guys.